Kaya, folks. Welcome back to the State Library's 8th Annual Disrupted Festival of Ideas. Yesterday we heard talks of some incredible topics, and today we're back with even more. Stop by the information desk and grab a program for the full rundown. Now, if you haven't joined us yesterday, the format of the sessions generally is that the speaker will have their time, and then about 10 minutes at the end, we'll have a question and answer moment. I just ask that to give enough opportunity to everybody to kind of have a moment to ask their questions, that you just take a short time to contextualize your question and then ask your question. This is no shade on anyone who had asked a question yesterday or had a moment on the mic, but I just felt like we could have more opportunities for everybody to have time to ask a question. So are we okay with that? Wonderful. First, we're kicking off the day, of course, with our keynote speaker, Tom Tilley. The session is called Speaking in Tongues. As a journalist, Tom Tilley has probed for the truth in all areas of society. Now, he's revealing his own. Born into a Pentecostal sect, Tom began to doubt its most sacred belief. Honesty came with a devastating cost. But this life-affirming story offers hope for anyone questioning the truth in their own life. Please, make welcome to the stage, Tom Tilley.
Thanks so much, Offa, for that beautiful introduction, and thank you all for coming out today. It's awesome to be here in WA for the first time in a few years, and this could be a good or a bad thing, but this is my first keynote speech ever. I've never been asked to give a keynote before. Even though I've been on radio and TV now for 10 or 15 years, I've mostly been asking questions or telling other people's stories, which has been an amazing experience, but I've never told my own story. And hearing about the struggles of some of our listeners on Hack, the things we go through as we grow up and we find our place in the world, I could relate to so much of what people were saying, and we'd get these amazing talkback callers who would just spill it all out for the first time, and you could hear that in their voices as they told their stories. And so often I could relate to the stories about mental health or family, or in my case, religion. But I always sort of just stayed right in behind that little line of impartiality and let people tell their stories. But eventually I've come to the point where I wanted to talk about my own story and to do it properly, in context and in detail, which is what books are great for. So here I am. First keynote, it could either be a very bumpy ride, but on the other side, a lot of these thoughts and stories I'm talking about for the first time. So you're getting it fresh, first time here in WA. So the life I ended up getting to live was not just beyond my wildest dreams. These were things that I couldn't even dare to dream about. To be able to speak to some of the world's most important people like Sir Dave, to get to debate publicly society's most interesting and important issues in the media was just absolutely incredible for me. And then there were some other adventures that came into my life, like somehow ending up in an 80s pop retro group that was touring the country for years on end. This is from Splendour in the Grass in 2017, main stage, Sunday night. We got to play basically every festival, almost all of them twice, and I just never expected that. I've been able to just meet amazing people, make amazing friends, go to some ridiculous parties, and most of all, and this is probably the bit that I never really expected, to be able to express my true self in all of its messy, silly colour. And then finally to be able to actually share my story in a book and for people to actually take an interest in it was beyond where I saw my life going, because this is more of a representation of where my life began. This is me, 10 years old, in a backyard baptism tank, being baptised by my dad, who was my local pastor. And this is in Mudgee in the central west of New South Wales, a town of about 7,000 people. And we were taught to be humble, to lay up your treasure in heaven, that the meek would inherit the earth, and that the things of this world were carnally minded and at enmity with God, and that our focus should be on God, the Holy Spirit, and growing the church. So, to get from this point to this point, there was a very uncomfortable, difficult truth in between. And part of the reason I was so happy to come over and speak here was the theme of the festival, Disrupted, this year, about the cost that comes with truth. And any difficult truth comes at a massive cost. And what I want to talk about today is how the costs for me were quite clear. I think our basic human survival instinct makes us very aware of the costs and the risks and the threats in our lives. The benefits, I couldn't see them. I couldn't understand them. There was darkness out in front of me. But as I'll explain, the benefits have been infinite, and they're still rolling in today. They've unlocked my own personal freedom and life, unlocked my family, which was a massive surprise. And after telling this story publicly, the reactions I'm getting from people are showing that it's unlocking the burdens of other people too. These are all things I never could have expected when I was making that trade-off of whether to speak out about my own truth. So, this is where it all began. Born in Dubbo, 1981. I've always had a massive head, so once the doctor put away the forceps, these two beautiful parents, Andrew and Prue Tilley, brought me home to a white weatherboard cottage a couple of blocks from the main street in Dubbo. There were two more sons, that's Sam and Alexander. I decided at the age of 5 that Alexander didn't suit him and started calling him Buzz, and it stuck. Funny story, actually. There was a movie around that time called Willow, and the biggest kind of neg in that movie was Peck. So when Buzz wasn't quite landing on Buzz, I started calling him Peck, and my parents were like, let's stick with Buzz. And that's when Buzz landed. So just down the road from our little weatherboard cottage was the Church Hall of the Revival Centres of Australia, Dubbo branch. It overlooked the river flats next to the Macquarie River. And my life basically moved between our house and this church and the houses of our fellow church members. There are about 50 or so people there. They all had kids around the same time. Like my parents, a lot of them had found their own ways to the church, found their life partner inside the church, and then the baby boom began. So that meant that, as you can see on the stage here, that's me in the front right, I had a whole little universe of ready-made best friends. We spent 3 or 4 days a week together. We had 2 midweek meetings. We had Saturday activities where we'd put up rope swings on riverbeds or go camping or go to the Dubbo Zoo or put on play nights, shoot films, all kinds of activities, travel away for camps all around the country. And then on Sunday, we would have the very serious meetings, 2 of them in fact. The first one would go for 2 hours, during which at a young age we'd go out to Sunday school, learn all the blockbuster tales of David and Goliath and the creation story, Samson and Delilah, the list goes on. And then we would have a break and then we'd come back for a second meeting. So it was a very intense but very close, loving, supportive community. I still have dreams of the fun nights we had when we'd have a meeting at someone's house and the parents would stay inside with their arnots or sorted biscuits and their cups of tea, and us kids would be roaming around, playing around the playground, just freestyling and just being free and being kids in this safe, beautiful, supportive environment. And what set our church apart from all other churches, even other Pentecostal churches, was this unique doctrinal position. The man that started our church, Pastor Lloyd Longfield, I just gave him an academic title there. He certainly didn't deserve one. He started this church in 1948. As is very common in the Pentecostal world, there are splits after splits within splits after splits. Every man and his dog starts his own church in that movement, and this man started his own. And to stake out, I guess, a unique competitive advantage, he came up with his own position that in order to be truly saved, you needed to speak in tongues. Now, this was a common practice in a lot of Pentecostals, but almost none of the other Pentecostal churches took it that one step further, that you needed to have this experience to be saved. So for anyone who doesn't know what speaking in tongues is, it's something that happened in the Bible for the first time on the day of Pentecost, where Jesus' followers spoke out in these other tongues. Now, on that occasion, they actually spoke out in languages they'd never learned, but they were languages that people from other areas understood, which is known as xenolalia. And the other form of it is glossolalia, where you speak out in just a language that no one else understands, not even you. But the idea is that it's your direct prayer language to God. And so the Holy Spirit intercedes between your desires, thoughts, almost bypassing the linguistic system of our own languages that we learn to speak directly to God. So I don't remember the first time I was ever told that. This was just omnipresent in our lives. At the Sunday meetings, you would hear the adults do it. They'd stand up in the church, and the men would speak out, often in a stronger voice, in these assertive, strong languages, almost sounding like Arabic or Hebrew. And then, you know, some of the women would stand up and speak out as well. Often it might sound softer, like a romantic language like French, but they sounded like full-on languages. And so us kids were in awe of that. And this formed part of all of our parents' stories about how and why they came to the church. So in the case of my parents, they'd lived really interesting lives before they joined the church. My mum had grown up on beautiful grazing property in the Central West, and then gone to a boarding school in Sydney, then became a bit of a party animal in Sydney, travelled through, this is in the 70s, through India and the Middle East, lived in Europe, then came home and met a friend who'd been in jail because of drugs and turned his life around because of the church. So that was enough to bring her into the Dubbo Assembly. My dad had grown up in Adelaide, had a bit of a Christian upbringing, but it never kind of stacked up, never had much meaning. And he got called up into the army, didn't have to serve in Vietnam, but his life was kind of taken off his own sort of path of destiny. And he was a little bit lost, so he went and lived in Arnhem Land, met some of the incredible Yolngu people of that area, including the Yunupingu family, who took him in and showed him the traditional ways of life. And so he had these amazing adventures as well, but again, it was his sister and her husband who were had gone a bit too deep into the drugs as well and turned their lives around by joining this same church, the Revival Centre. So that's how my parents came to be there. And a lot of the other parents, who we called uncles and aunties, they had similar stories. So they would get up on Sunday and say, you know, this and this happened in my life, and, you know, all those stories that to us kids sounded kind of interesting. They were sort of portraying them as the dark days before they repented and found God, and here we all are, happily ever after. And so the message was just omnipresent, that at one point we would need to speak in tongues to be saved as well. But for us, there would be no, you know, wild years in King's Cross in the 70s, or trips to India, or, you know, those same sort of adventures that led my parents to this sort of dark place of turning around. We would need to sort of live our lives in the church and one day speak in tongues. So there were a few little question marks there already for me, because like, what about my mistakes? What about my adventures? Oh, well, you're lucky. You've been born into the one true church. I was like, doesn't feel that lucky. Feels a little bit boring. It probably took me into my teens before I started to think like that. But before that, at the age of, say, 6, 7, 8, we started to sort of get the message that we should start to think about seeking for the Holy Spirit. So right here, I'm probably about 8 or 9, going for a bushwalk out the back gate of my property with some church friends. We walked right over the ranges behind our property in Mudgee to another district. Just one of many beautiful adventures we had all the time. But around this age, we started to have these seekers meetings where, all right, the kids will head out into the Sunday school room after the meeting and we'll get down on our knees and pray, and here's how you do it. You just repeat hallelujah, 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 praise the Lord. And when God chooses, when the moment's right, he's going to fill you up with his Holy Spirit and you're going to speak out in tongues like we do, us adults. And so slowly, some of our friends started to have that experience. Like, okay, oh, so Steve received. How long had he been seeking? Right, how old is he? Who was he praying with? And you sort of try to piece together the magic formula that made this moment happen. And so I had a younger brother, Sam, and he's 18 months younger than me, so very close. We have lived every moment of our lives together until we left home and have taken different adventures. And we were on a beautiful stony riverbank out the back of Mudgee, and he was 7, I was 9, and I feel in this prayer meeting, this energy starts to come around Sam. My dad's praying around him, the noise gets louder, and boom, Sam's spoken in tongues. I was instantly skeptical. Like, bullshit. Not that I swore in those days. I'm still terrible at swearing. It just doesn't quite work for me. Anyway, there was no room for skepticism. You know, this is what our lives were centered around. This was the foundation of our walk in the Lord, the foundation of our lives. And so Sam spoke in tongues, and it took me another 1.5 years till I had my moment. And so there I was at this beautiful children's camp down on the south coast of New South Wales at a place called Maruya. And these camps were probably the most beautiful experiences of our calendar. Just struggling to get to the next picture. Oh, it's because I was pressing the wrong button. First keynote, told you it'd be a bumpy ride. So we love these camps, they were amazing. So I was at one of these camps, 10 years old, south coast of New South Wales. After the nightly meeting, all of us boys around the age of 10 went back to our cabin and had our nightly prayer session, probably the 3rd prayer session we'd had that day to try and receive the Holy Spirit. And I felt like a bit of a warm feeling, and I was saying my hallelujahs, and then it felt like something changed in my mouth and the way that it was coming out. Like, maybe I think that's it. So I didn't tell anyone that night. I wanted confirmation from a very established source, so I waited till I got home to Mudgee, and as my dad came up one night to say goodnight, I said, "Dad, I think I received the Holy Spirit at kids camp." He goes, "Okay, great." I was like trepidatious because I knew it needed to be real, you know? This moment would be foundational. I knew that I'd be talking about it in hindsight for the rest of my life. And so I said, "Okay, show me." And so I prayed to him and said, "Look, it's not like yours and Mum's. It's kind of a bit simple." He goes, "No, that's okay. It can develop. God can, you know, keep giving you more of the gift as it went on." And he said, "There you go. You've received." I was like, "Okay." So the word spreads through the church. Tom received at Maria Kids Camp. He was down in his cabin one night, and so the narrative starts to set in. And that was all good to begin with. But very quickly, the questions started to come up. So the next time I went to a Friday night prayer meeting, these were these meetings where we would pray for an hour. I thought, this is going to be great. The hour is going to go so much faster. I used to, before receiving, look at my Swatch watch and hope that it would end anytime soon, just like watching the second hand click around as the adults all prayed. And I thought, this time I'm going to be able to connect to God. Finally, I'm going to have this, spiritual experience. I'm sure the hour will fly by. But very quickly, as this meeting starts, I just hear my brother's voice in my head with his simplistic, fake-sounding tongue. Like, he's faking it. He's faking it. And I'm there on my knees praying, and I'm losing it. I'm getting really, really, really frustrated. And I start seething, and then I realise people can hear me. And my dad stops the preaching and goes, "Is someone crying?" And I kept my head down. No, all good, okay. And so from that moment on, that's the moment where the doubt kicked in for me. And I sat there just thinking, if he's faking it, maybe I'm faking it. And then I almost didn't dare to think this, but I was like, what if we're all faking it? Like this whole thing is a sham. Now I was able to just pull back from that preface a little bit, and my mind really settled on whether I was truly speaking in tongues or not. And if I could have hit those doubts for 6 in that moment, I would have, but they would not go away. And so I did my best to get on with my church life. That shot you saw of me in the baptism tank, I was happy to be there. This was a big moment. This was my the physical symbolism of my lifetime membership or eternal membership of this church and this path to salvation. But every now and again, the thoughts would just come back. Almost any time I got down to pray and speak in tongues, which we did almost daily, the doubts would be flying around in my head. But it wasn't something you could talk about, This was our life. This was our church in Mudgee. We had about 30 odd people there. These people were like family. They're more part of the bigger group, which had somewhere north of 5,000 members around the country. We'd go to camps in Adelaide, Melbourne. This was our world, So to sort of come out and cast any kind of doubt on the key premise of our church, the thing that made it different, for the word to go out that Tom actually didn't speak in tongues. He wasn't sure, and his dad got the confirmation wrong, and this whole way that we're sort of getting our kids to receive the Holy Spirit is not really that solid. That was just something you couldn't talk about. So I didn't say anything. I just kept those doubts to myself right through my teenage years. It wasn't really an environment where you ask questions, not real questions. It wasn't an environment where you challenged anything. If you did raise a question, there was always a one-liner from the Bible that was able to, that's just man's thinking, or trust in God, or that's a question of faith, or, whether it was a direct quote from the Bible or just a saying that had developed in the church, you could actually never tell the difference as a kid, because there'd just be these phrases coming at you about the way to push away your own thoughts and accept the Bible, but really what you were accepting was the interpretation of the Bible by our leaders. So this was a saying that was said at the end of any talk. The speaker would get to the end and all the people said, and the whole church would echo back, "Amen." I can see you guys smiling. I feel like you might have been in some of those meetings. And that was the culture of this organisation. This leader from Melbourne, Lloyd Longfield, who was, believe it or not, extremely charismatic, as religious leaders need to be. And so there was no questioning at a local level up to the top. So I did my best to get on with my life, and essentially I was walking in two worlds. I had this great community life in Mudgee, which my family encouraged, loads of sport, loved my rugby, was in the swimming club, cricket, drama, bands, music, everything at high school. But on the side of that, we had this super busy church life. So to my school friends, it's like, Tom's kind of normal, but yeah, his family's pretty religious, and that was about as much as they knew. There were a few close friends that I sort of explained the whole thing to, and I think all up 3 friends from school came to my church, but they only ever came once. And you'd be like, oh, I hope that bloke Frank from Dubbo doesn't turn up and shout in tongues in the middle of the meeting. You walk in there, and I brought my friend Pete along to the church, and I look around and there's Frank. I'm like, he's going to go for it, isn't it? So it gets to that point of the meeting where they do the speaking in tongues bit, and he blasts it at the top of his voice. And I was like, oh God, I knew I shouldn't have brought my friends to this. But because we were in a small church, because my dad was the pastor, and actually in the scheme of things my parents were fairly liberal, I found a balance that really worked for me throughout my school years. I could be committed to my faith and my church community, but relatively honest about who I was at school and lived a full life. Where it got harder for me was when I left school. And I went to Sydney, and for the first time in my life, I spent some time alone, you know? When you grow up in a family of 4 boys, busy sporting life, church life, you almost don't spend any time alone, like not a minute unless you want to. But there I was for the first time down in Sydney, this sort of nervous country kid studying commerce at Macquarie Uni. And for the first 3 days, I did not open my mouth to speak. I wondered if I would forget how to talk, literally walking around in silence, not knowing anyone. And it was here that the doubts started to get louder and louder. Once I was kind of lonely, a bit more vulnerable, more time on my hands, and also I joined the Sydney branch of the church, which was a lot more insular because it was bigger. So the people in the bigger branches like Sydney, Melbourne, Brisbane, they seemed to live their whole lives inside the church community, where I'd managed to have this, in community life and church life. And so the stakes kind of rose for me, where I thought to myself, if I'm going to live my whole life sort of inside this church community, I need this foundational experience to make sense. I need to feel it. I need to feel what they're talking about. So there was a time in my first year of uni where I got home from uni, got on my mountain bike, rode down to the end of the street, through the bush to this big waterway in Sydney called Pittwater, rode along and I saw this waterfall. I thought, I'm going to have a spiritual breakthrough right there. It's the perfect environment. So I climb up to the top of this waterfall and for the first time, I just honestly say to God, look, I don't think I really speak in tongues. I'm going to be honest with you, God. I don't think this is real, but I want it now. I want it badly. I want to be part of this. I wasn't a rebellious kid. I wasn't wanting to go away from my family. I didn't want to go against my father. I didn't want to go against the church. I didn't want to let go of all my friends. I wanted to be a part of it. I just got into my first relationship. We weren't allowed to have girlfriends until the age of 17. I'd finally hit 17. Still had to ask my dad, my local pastor, for permission to be in a relationship with this girl, but I'd finally got there. And she was a big believer in the church. I don't think she had the same questions I did. But that was the life I wanted. We weren't allowed to have sex before marriage, but I didn't see that as a problem. I saw that as a good thing. I was on board. I thought it'd be beautiful to be with someone who'd never been with someone else and to be able to share that for the first time. So I pushed in and I wanted it more, but I stood there on that waterfall and nothing happened. It was the same old thing. Me asking, thinking about all the stories I'd heard from everyone else and not getting the same deal. And so then I sort of started to struggle with the church. The rules started to annoy me a lot more. So on Saturdays at the big annual Youngies camp, where we'd all go away for the Australia Day long weekend, you'd sit there and we'd do the morals talk. They'd hand around these sheets of paper with all the rules. Started with the innocent stuff like no rebellious t-shirts or worldly haircuts, which in the day was the undercut, which I still think is a great look, but maybe that's just because I wasn't allowed to have it at the time. I really lent into it in the 2010s, but anyway, it was a bit late then. And then it got through to the serious rules, like if you fornicate, horrible word, isn't it? You will be basically kicked out of the church permanently. So that was the real hard end of the wedge at our church. And when the pastor would read that out, it was so heavy, Saturday afternoon, you're at Broken Bay on the Hawkesbury, sitting there in between a game of touch and the evening meal, and you're sitting there with the pastor telling you, thou shalt not fornicate, and you're sitting there thinking, what if one of us makes a mistake? Do we just have to say goodbye, just boot you out of our lives? And evidently, yes. I write about in the book a friend of ours, Jarrah, and he made the mistake of getting a blowjob in year 11. And because they weren't of the age to marry and sort of re-enter the church, he was booted out permanently. And this was a childhood friend who we'd grown up with our whole lives. And Sam and I were just like, what? We can't call him. He's going to be going through the hardest time of his life alone. And it was horrible. It was disgusting. And we knew that. We could feel it. And we did stay in touch with him, even though that was against the rules. But all this stuff just sort of started to mount up. And I get this frustration. I'd be sitting there in that Saturday session reading these rules, thinking, okay, I've got to comply with all of these controlling, intense, legalistic rules, but the foundational experience that meant to fuel the joy and the love and the faith isn't real for me. And so the clash of those two things was just a mess. So eventually it started to blow up with my partner, and we were sitting at a 21st birthday. I call it a party, but you weren't allowed to call them parties in the church. It was as close as we got to a party. There was a live band and non-alcoholic punch and some, plastic chairs around the backyard. And we started sort of blowing up about the normal thing for us, which was, you're not being a good enough Christian. You need to try harder. You need to pray more. You need to read the Bible. And I just had enough, and I just came out with it. I said, I'm just not sure I believe in any of this. And it was like someone had farted on the dance floor. It's like the music, the party all ground to a halt. It was probably just in my head, but it felt like everyone was looking at us going, what has he just said to her to make her cry? Like, in this environment, how could he possibly making her cry? And so I got up and walked out of the party and sat in the front gutter out in this suburban Melbourne street. And one by one, my church friends came out. My best mate came out first. He said, mate, what have you done? And I said, look, there's all that stuff with Kate, but really what's going on here is I'm not sure about the whole speaking in tongues thing. The first time I'd really put it out there to someone. And I said to him, what do you think? Is it real for you? And he said, look, I'll be honest with you, I question it sometimes too, but whenever I do that, I just see it as a crisis of faith, and I just pray more and read the Bible more. Same advice I've been getting from my girlfriend. And I just sort of thought, and I loved this friend. He was an epic, beautiful, empathetic person. And I thought, that's a great answer. It's honest. It's what we've been told. But that's actually a dangerous, logical sequence. Whenever you question something, you ignore it and just keep praying. That just wasn't good enough for me. And so a series of people came out, and I had these conversations with people. So for the first time, I was just putting it out there. Tom Tilley is questioning speaking in tongues in the Revival Centre. And then next time I went to one of those youngies camps, the pastor came to approach me, and it hit a bit of a crisis point. So I had 6 weeks between the end of uni and starting my full-time job at an investment bank. There's a whole career narrative that I probably won't have time for today, but thankfully I ended up in journalism. So I go on this overseas trip, and I go alone and I backpack, and I've never felt so lonely, never felt so exhilarated. Just started meeting people, met on a plane this Spanish woman who was a squatter living in Brixton in London, and an absolute rave-loving party animal, and one of the most beautiful, nicest people I'd ever met. She said, me and my friends are going to drive from London, a bunch of Spanish people, we're going to drive all the way to Madrid to see our parents for Christmas, want to jump in the van? I'm like, yeah, why not? So there's me, in my Quicksilver jacket with my matching Quicksilver watch, blonde hair, look like I'm straight off the northern beaches of Sydney, hanging out with these loose units, like just chaos on the Dover ferry, into Calais, Paris, through the Pyrenees. They're smoking spliffs, listening to Basement Jacks. This is early 2000s, by the way. Jumped in the van in Brixton, where's your head at? And initially I was so uptight and so wooden, and I just loosened up, and this trip just blew my mind. I just thought, I don't have to be this careful, cautious kid, you know? I still believe that God is watching me, but I don't truly believe He cares about all these rules and these divisions and all this negativity. And I also met this amazing Scottish guy on the trip who was a total mess, but he was a true believer in Christ. So we sat down and he talked about the compassionate, loving side of Jesus Christ, looking after the poor, the sick, the hungry, taking on the religious authorities of the day. And it just painted this alternative vision, and I realised I'd been locked into this binary. It was, as I'd been taught, hedonism, selfish destruction, or the revival centre way to salvation, and nothing in between. And realising that there was this vision of the gospel that was way more compassionate and way more interesting and way more beautiful and exciting. I thought, well, there is another way. There's a third way here. I can still be a good person without the revival centre. This is me getting drunk for the first time ever. The clock has just ticked over midnight onto my 21st birthday. I'm on the way home from the European trip, and that bloke next to me, who I've never met before, tells the hosties, this guy's just turned 21. Next minute, 6-pack of mini champagnes turn up. I'm like, do I tell them I don't drink? Nah, stuff it. It's my birthday. So, lay into the mini champagnes. Hopefully you can just see it there. Didn't realise I was drunk till I stood up to go to the toilet, and I'm like wandering around the plane like this. And so that's me about to come home to confront the most painful, inconvenient truth you could ever raise in my family and my church. At that point, I was still lost in the euphoria of John the Scott's version of Jesus and the Spanish ravers, and I was going to live my life out here. But as soon as I got home, I went to my 21st birthday party, and all the people that I love from the church, including my whole family, were there. And that's when I realised this is going to be a lot harder than I expected. Like, to turn away from these people who love me, who I love them, who are great people, who are actually the only people that probably truly understand who I really am and where I've been from. And then how's that going to fit with my family? My dad's a pastor, 4 boys, all fully invested in this community, this doctrinal position, this church. And that's where it got harder. And so my relationship with Kate fell apart instantly because I'd travelled with this other girl on holidays and completely compromised my ethics, but it was basically like cheating, but I'd drawn all these strange lines, like not kissing, and it was a mess. That blew up my relationship. Next weekend, my brother and I thought, let's go to the Mardi Gras. And so we go and have this amazing night at the Mardi Gras, and we turn up to church the next week, and at the end of the session, the last song, the pastor's at the pulpit and goes, oh, just before you head off, could Sam and Tom Tilley just please meet us after the meeting over here? And I didn't know what it was about. I thought, well, I've crossed all manner of lines over the last few months overseas, but Sam wasn't on the trip, so we get in and it turns out it's the Mardi Gras. So we get suspended from the church for the Mardi Gras, and I thought, great, I'm out. But then it got much, much, much harder. I got out to start with, and then in all of these organisations, there's the hardliners, the guys who think they're the warriors for the organisation. And this guy brought me back into the church. He told me, you are causing so much grief and pain to your family, and you know what? You've never given it 100%. Can you tell me you've given it 100%? And I thought, well, look, yeah, there's been times where I've been selfish or done the wrong thing, or where I haven't, spent every day praying. And I guess, yeah, you could technically argue I haven't given it everything. So look what you're throwing away. And so I thought, well, maybe this is the spiritual breakthrough. Maybe this is my moment of humility that I need. And so I decided to go back. And then when that blew up, they came down a lot heavier on me. And the next time I infringed the rules, I got booted out of my own share house. And that's when my world just fell apart. I felt dislocated from my family. They no longer understood my point of view. I'd started this new relationship with this girl who was in Europe, and I was thinking about going over there. My career wasn't working. And I'd set up this share house that I was living in. I was a 21-year-old kid. And so I was booted out of my house and had to find somewhere else to live. And that's when it really started to kick. And I got this pain in my heart. And I assumed it was from God. I went to do some training in London for my job, and I was walking around the streets with this physical soreness in my heart. And I tried to think my way through it. I'm thinking, all right, well, maybe I've done the wrong thing here and I need to, all right, what if I apologise to the church leaders, apologise to my father, come back, give it 100%. And then I thought, yeah, sure, but I know how that story ends. It's me at the waterfall again, needing the spiritual experience to make it make sense. And then I went down the other pathway. All right, what if I just tell them all to get stuffed? I'm going to stay here in Europe, quit my job, start a life here, shack up with this new girlfriend, live this big, beautiful life here in Europe where the dream sort of began. And I thought, that's all good, but no matter how well that goes, if I'm not at peace with my own family, I'll never be happy. Wherever I am, whatever I'm doing, that is not going to work. And that's where I came back to that third vision I'd seen in Barcelona. I thought, I need to find God in other places. So I went on this journey, came back to Sydney. I went to a church in London. I went to a church once in Costa Rica. I started just looking for all these other churches. And that's when I explored the rest of the Pentecostal world as well. So I went to this big mega church on Sydney's northern beaches, sort of raised my hands and did the full Pentecostal experience for the first time. And I was like, I wonder if anyone's going to see me from my old church here. You know, I had all this kind of like double thinking going on. And I eventually went to this smaller one. And I'd finally worked out what I needed to ask this guy. It's like, do you have to speak in tongues to be saved? I finally worked out the question I needed to understand amongst all of this noise. And this is kind of my journey with truth that I want to talk to you about today, that it just came in little fragments over many years. And it's only afterwards that you can actually piece it together and see it as a cohesive narrative. But this was a key turning point where this guy just calmly explained that that was an absolute misinterpretation of the Bible, and that ours was the only group in Australia, apart from one other, that held on to that belief. And I said to him, so what does that mean about your church and the way you see all the other churches, like the other big one down the road or the Anglican? Do you think they're all wrong and you're right? And he's like, no, we do stuff with those guys. They're great. They're just doing Christianity in a way that works for them. But really, it all boils down to, do you love and follow Jesus? So that church had its problems as well. The Pentecostal movement, I found, even though you didn't have to speak in tongues, those experiences and the falling over and all these different things, they still weren't happening for me. So I still felt like I didn't get the full package. And that was that same horrible feeling I'd had as a kid. So I ended up going to this Anglican church. And this is where the moment of truth finally came. There was this really cool youth pastor, Pastor Tony. And he had this lovely wife, Meg. And she got up and gave her testimony. And these were smart, successful, community engaged, charitable, good Christian people. I liked everything about the way they lived out their beliefs. And she just talked about how much she loved Jesus and that he was her saviour and like her friend and her role model. And I sat there and I thought, I don't feel that way. I actually don't. And then I started to cascade through all these questions like, well, do I really believe that story about Jesus being the Son of God, that he was resurrected? Do I believe the creation story or this whole narrative that God created human beings to sin and then have to sort of turn back to him? It's like, why did he pre-program us to sin? You know, I was like, I don't believe it. And finally, I'm sitting there in this Anglican church on the Manly Corso in Sydney, just thinking, I now finally know what a real Christian is. It's a lot like Meg and Tony, people that truly see Jesus as their role model, their hero and their saviour. And I just thought, I don't believe it. And I don't think I ever did. And it was like there'd been a car crash and I was inspecting the damage inside my own internalised thoughts. am I feeling like a tension, a dissonance, like a pain? It's like, no, this is just sitting so calmly. There's no more noise in my mind. I feel really at peace with this. And that was it for me. I'd finally got to the end of this journey of discovering what the truth was in terms of my beliefs. And it was such a relief. And I walked out of that church knowing that I wasn't a Christian. And that was not what I expected. You know, I'd spent years trying to find the right church, and once I finally found it, I realised that I actually didn't believe in the core premise of the whole thing, let alone the speaking in tongues and all the guidelines and no rebellious haircuts, you know. It didn't work for me. So that was the beginning of a whole new chapter of my life where I'd cleared away the building blocks that had been given to me through the circumstances of my birth and started again. And that was a whole nother very tough journey. I had all this freedom but nowhere to go with it. I'd come home from work at night and I have no one to hang out with. I'd lost my friends. I was estranged from my family for a time. I lost my beliefs. I'd lost the sort of plan for my life, you know. All of that upbringing came with a structure of what would happen one thing after the next. You know, you'd go to uni and you'd probably get married sometime before 30 and have a baby, and this would be your community and you live on from there and you've got your career and it all kind of works. There's a structure, but it was all completely gone. And so I quit my job at the bank and I spent a year away. I travelled through Africa for a few months and then I lived in Amsterdam and I continued on with that relationship and tried to piece my life together, but with things that were truthful for me. And because I was trying to have a career reinvention as well, it was also about all that stuff. So I only started doing things that made sense and resonated for me. So I started volunteering at this crazy radio in a squatted old bank vault in Amsterdam. I learned how to edit video. I was playing music, and I just sort of started rediscovering my passions. And so that's where my sort of journey started to move forward, but just only putting the blocks on my wall that made sense for me. And I came back to Sydney and I was on the dole initially, and it was very hard piecing a career together, but slowly but surely, because it was truthful and resonant for me, it came together. And then eventually I got a job at Triple J, started meeting a lot more friends, living in the inner city of Sydney, finding my way, fitting in, and I found a career that had meaning for me, and my identity started to form as well. But this all took years, you know, and so finding my truth was only the start of that journey. And then it just built from there. And somehow I ended up topless, touring the country, slapping the bass. And so that journey for me was just incredible and hard at times and lonely at times, but ultimately it's been incredibly rewarding. And so being truthful about what I really believed in unlocked my life. And then the other question whenever I share this story is, what happened to your family? And as you can tell, my family means a lot to me. And so that was a key question. And I took this course of action, taking the risk that we would have a very strange relationship for many years and decades to come, you know. My dad had poured everything into the church. He was a true believer. But a surprising twist came, and he ran afoul of the leadership as well, and had his pastorship stripped away for him, wait for it, attending the wedding of an ex-member. Unbelievable. And this guy that got married was a childhood friend of ours. And my dad thought, I know I'm not supposed to go to this wedding, but I can't justify not going. And that was the final straw. He'd been pushing against the edges for too long. And so, one by one, the whole family had their own moment of reckoning with the church. But I'd gone first. And ironically, when my dad was hurting the most after being kicked out, I was the person he could turn to for understanding. And, you know, we had these amazing moments, and he said, I'm sorry that you had to go through this alone. And yeah, from the time I left for for the next 5 years. Everyone else found their truth and left as well. And look at this. Many years later, but 4 boys, wives, partners, babies, and by me being honest about my own truth, it helped the rest of the family find their truth with it as well. And now we don't have those barriers and estrangement. And I guess the overarching theme here is that at that tricky point of me deciding whether or not to confront these doubts that have been in my head for 10 years, the painful process of being honest about those doubts and bringing it out, the costs were right there. I could see exactly what I was losing, but it's so much harder to see the benefits. But they have been infinite. Once you start with real truth, that the building blocks on your wall are there for a reason, you can build a much stronger wall. And so it helped me unlock my own freedom. It helped our family find a much more truthful set of beliefs and not to be divided by religion. And then I guess the other benefit I could never have seen from back there was what it's like to share this story now in a book. So I hoped that putting this in a book would give people hope who grew up in a similar church. And I thought our experience was quite niche, you know. It's within the Christian movement, it's in the Pentecostal movement, it's in a small part of it, you know. It's a very, very, it's an experience that directly not that many people have had. But I've just been blown away by how many people are getting in touch with me with messages like this. Or this. And it's people from all walks of life. My editor said it, for her, it was like her story of coming out as a lesbian. It's the same dynamics. It's these internalized truths that we're scared to share because of fear it will cut us off from our community and the people we love, you know? And that's hectic. That's horrible. And then there's the trade-off again, like in my story, you know? What's the price going to be? Pretty big. What are the benefits? Don't know. My first time at life here. This is my first draft, you know? And so to think that it's just so powerful. And, you know, I've done all this journalism where you sort of research and generalize, whereas this book, I didn't go and find other people's stories or do this wide-ranging. It's not a research book. It's a very personal story. I've stuck to my own narrative. And that sort of deeply personal truth seems to resonate even more deeply than that broader kind of storytelling. Stuff like this. And it's just blown my mind. This is probably one of my favourites, this guy. So some of these people have been turning up to my talks and just going, thank you for saying this. I felt like no one's shared this story before. And that surprised me because I know people have written books about coming out of the Pentecostal movement, but there's something about seeing your own experience reflected in that way that is unlocking something for people. And this is a benefit I never saw coming from facing up to my own truth. If, you know, the 10-year-old me in that prayer meeting with those intrusive doubts could have looked forward 31 years and seen this, I don't think he could have comprehended it. This one really means a lot to me because what this tells me about facing up to your truth and paying the price for it is that when you can't be truthful, you feel alone, you feel isolated. But like this woman who I actually knew from growing up, we were all thinking it, you know? We were actually all in it together. But because of the culture of this environment, none of us felt like we had the freedom to open up and talk to each other about it. But as soon as you do, and you open up to that truth, you can be connected again. And that's the amazing power of truth, because after food, water, shelter, social connection is basically the next most important thing. It's crucial for happiness. And I think as we as a society learn more about mental health, we just know that one of the foundations, apart from those basics plus plus sleep, which we all understand a bit better now, especially me as a young parent, that connection is what it's all about. So that's my story, guys. It was about seeing the cost, not knowing the benefits, stepping out, and this is how it worked out for me. And I don't want to be, I guess, too, there's a danger in over-interpreting other people's stories and extrapolating them onto your own, but this is my story, and thanks so much for listening. Yeah. I think I've gone a little bit over, but we want to take a couple of questions. Yeah, I'd love to hear any thoughts anyone has. Yep.
Do you think anything should happen to stop the church from being so manipulative? Do you think anything should happen to stop the church from being so manipulative and coercive? Or do you think that's just a part of religion?
Yeah, great question. No, I don't think there should be any kind of direct intervention. And so I went through an interesting journey of sort of ending up in this sort of liberal media world of working at the ABC and Triple J, where most people are atheists and think, that religious people are a little bit crazy. Whereas given where I'd come from, I'm like, no, there's so many amazing people in there and amazing faith-inspired works. And there's often debates about like intervening on stuff like gay conversion therapy, which, has been outlawed in some states. But I still believe in religious freedom, and I think it's really important. And so, there does have to be a line where it becomes like criminal activity, where maybe the laws of our societies do have to get involved. But no, in the case of this church, I absolutely defend their freedom to keep doing what they do. I feel sorry for the children who are part of it, who are going to be forced into this same questioning that I was and potentially feel really alone. But all they have to do is read my book. And that goes to my point. I prefer culture to change things rather than laws and police and intervention and conversations and education. That's how I like to do things. Yeah.
Hello. Sorry, I've been told to stand, so I'm sorry.
Oh, yeah. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Tom, for your story. I can resonate in terms of getting to a space of stepping fully into yourself and trusting that intuitive guidance despite the fear of the church. But how would you say you've now transitioned into the space you are of having peace, of feeling the peace, I guess, the church says you should feel in believing those ideologies? How has that transitioned for you, and what are your, beliefs, or what's your faith around a higher power, around spirituality and things of that sort?
Yeah, thanks so much for that question. So that's where I had to do a bit of rebuilding as well. It's like, where is my deeper sustenance? And that was one of the things I liked about the church. In a small country town, it was sort of seemed to be all about footy, beers and watching TV. And the one thing I liked about the church was we were going for something deeper, something that connected us to the purpose of living. And so I haven't sought to replace that exactly one for one, but I believe that science gives us probably the best explanation to why we're here, but I know that it's not a great explanation. And there's massive, massive gaping universe-sized holes in our understanding of what the hell we're doing here and why we happen to be part of, this crazy species. But for me, that's a beautiful thing, the not knowing. So I try and enjoy that, because that's what keeps it exciting. And then I guess I get this kind of like deep kick when I read good history, and I feel that the experiences we're having in this moment in history are connected all the way back, I really enjoyed reading a bit of history like, say, Sapiens by Yuval Harari, an amazing book, which when I feel connected to history, that's when I feel this deep sense of humanity. And then I'm in love with mountains, and I love doing anything up in those big mountains and just feeling this awesomeness and the power of this this place that we're living. So that's the kind of mix for me. I believe big time in community, which is something that I took from the church and loved about the church, and realised later on in life that I was working hard to find in other places. And just good ethics. And some of the Bible teaching on that are awesome. Treating your neighbour as yourself, like that's the foundation of equality, you know? Great ideas. And checking the power balances of the rich versus the poor and those vested interests. So yeah, you can take the good from Christianity, all those things, dash of science, and a bit of awe of the unknown and the beauty of this world, and that's where I land roughly. Thank you. Okay, two more, yeah. And then we're gonna, I've got some of my books out there if anyone wants to come up and say good day afterwards.
Am I on? Or is it someone else? Okay, I guess I'm on. Tom,
I've got a hand up very, very straight right here. Or is there another one?
Do I go first or? All right.
G'day,
Sorry
mate.
about that. Yeah. Tom, I've got to ask, how much do you think that Christianity is starting to influence right-wing politics in Australia?
Well, yeah. If you'd asked me a few weeks ago, I might have been a bit less comfortable about it, but the election result maybe sort of calmed any fears. Look, I'm not that worried about it, to be honest. I think there is a slight overrepresentation. There was in Scott Morrison's inner circle of Pentecostals, but I actually didn't see a huge amount of that flowing into his politics. Yes, he was a social conservative, didn't support same-sex marriage, etc., but I don't think it's that bad. I think you've got to have some religious people in our democratic system. That's representation. Half of Australians are still Christians, or they say they are at the census at least. A lot of those 5 million Catholics don't go to church, and the 250,000 Pentecostals all do. So that's part and parcel of our democratic society and where we've come from. You know, these Western countries, they were largely Christian, so it's still going to be a huge part of who we are, and lots of it's good, as well as some of the more concerning, socially conservative things. I think it's more of a concern in America, but I'm not so worried about it here. Yeah, I think we...
Last one.
I'm sorry to everyone else, but I'll be up there if you need to chat.
Thank you so much for having the courage to share your story. I felt like you were telling mine right down to the basement Jack story in London, like to the word.
Yeah, right.
I've also recently had children later in life.
Oh, wow.
I'm interested to hear what you're going to teach your children about spirituality and God.
Yeah. Well, I don't want him to read my memoir too early because there's some pretty saucy stuff in there. I'm still working it out, you know, it's a collaboration between me and my partner who grew up with, you know, a dad who was a scientist and a very different worldview to mine. So there's a sort of live collaboration happening right there. I expect I'll be very liberal, but with a lot of knowledge, hopefully. So when I'm trying to explain something, I want to have reasons for it, why you can and can't do something, you know, real reasons. Not like, because the Bible said, or because I say so, you know. But I don't know if it's going to be that easy, you know, how you can actually get down to that level of detail with a 4-year-old. So yeah, my hunch is that I'll stray towards being quite a liberal parent, but I want them to have an amazing education, and I want them to have some of the things that the church offered me, like a great community, great friends. I want them to meet people who won't necessarily drop right into their wherever they happen to be, their social class or whatever, you know. We met people from all walks of life, and my parents made sure of that, and I think it made us better people. So there's some things I want to borrow from it, put into a more liberal framework, sort of bolstered by reason and knowledge. Yeah. I think that's it. Thank you so much for coming down, everyone. I really appreciate it.
Folks, please, one more time, give Tom Tilley a round of applause. Now, I can see there's a lot of hands raised in the audience. Again, as a reminder, Tom will be in the Boffin's pop-up bookstore. signing books. And just as a logistics kind of thing, get your book, purchase it, and then line up. I'm just saying this only because you'll lose time in like getting it signed, but trying to also talk and ask you questions. But just as a reminder for you folks, that's the end of this first session. And as we move into the next one in the theatre, we have a kind of an interactive workshop, let's say. It's entitled Young Changemakers with Elizabeth Knight and Che Henderson Watkins. It's a crash course in advocacy, activism, and how to bring about the change you want to see in the world. So that starts at 11:30 into the theatre. And our next session, beginning at about 11:30 here, is after Title Fight, the future of the Yindjibarndi and the Pilbara. How did the Yindjibarndi people and the traditional custodians of the land, rich in iron ore deposits, take down a multi-billionaire dollar mining company? And what will happen next? Join us when we begin that session at 11:30 in here. We'll see you then, folks. Welcome to the Discovery Lounge, and we are into our second session for the day. It's an in conversation. After the title fight, the future of the Yindjibarndi and the Pilbara. How did the Yindjibarndi people, the traditional custodians of the land, rich in iron ore deposits, take down a multi-billionaire dollar mining company? And what will happen next? Join us in welcoming to the stage Yindjibarndi Aboriginal Corporation CEO Michael Woodley, journalist and best-selling author of the book Title Fight, Paul Cleary, and today's session's facilitator, Robert Wood. Please make them welcome to the stage.
Kaya everyone, Wanju. I want to acknowledge the traditional owners of where we are today, the Whadjuk people of the Noongar Nation. To pay my respects to elders past, present and emerging, I also want to acknowledge the season we're in, which is Makaru, the season of fertility. Sovereignty has never been ceded and people have been here since the world was soft. So I want to say thank you, Buja. Now repeat after me, thank you, Buja.
Thank you, Buja.
Okay. Now, I'm in conversation today with Michael Woodley and Paul Cleary. Together, they have been touring the country talking about First Nation futures and their relatively new book, which you can purchase today just through here from Boffins. It is a great gift for your mum, your fly-in, fly-out mates, your next-door neighbour, and anyone who can read. Today, I want to start by asking Michael a big question, a question about from when the world was soft. Michael, tell us about Yindjibarndi country.
Boy, okay. Firstly, guys, thanks for the invite. Thanks to the library for holding this event and inviting Paul and I to come and have a chat about the book. To all the sponsors who contributed to it. Some of the staff members as well who helped Paul and I to get here. And I just want to pay my respect as well to the Noongar Boodja First Nations people of this area, who have always sort of allowed us to come here and walk freely into their country and be guided by their ancestors and their spirits. So I want to thank the elders, past and present, and those emerging. One day, everybody. I come to speak to you all. Don't be afraid. Everybody's belief system is first and foremost centered around the term "ngora nyujungamo" when the world was soft. Is a belief system that starts with in the beginning of creation, the first light, the first song. Everything about Yindjibarndi is centered around our ngora and how our ngora was created, and the ancestors and the spirits that walked the country before they created Ngarangale, Aboriginal people. And when Mengala, our god, started to form the ngora, it then had a very challenging process of then creating the Ngarangale. In the Pilbara alone, there's many Ngarangale, about close to 35, I think, different language groups. So we sit in the Pilbara region, if anyone have a geographical sort of understanding of the Pilbara, around the Military National Park, the Hamersley Ranges. So it's more of the iron ore business, iron ore sort of industry country. And when he created Yindjibarndi, he said, this is our language, Yindjibarndi, this is our songs, this is our culture, this is our customs, and these are the rules of how you must conduct those everyday activities. There's one rule that you can't do is go into your neighbor's country without their permission. So Manjong is a form of a stranger that has to bear all responsibilities for his, at that time, where the men led all of the Yindjibarndi culture, that they had to first and foremost ask permission before entering into other people's country. So we still see that as one of the key factors of our country today, that Manjang will come into our country without our permission and doing what they're doing now. So the book is kind of centered around that, people coming into the country without permission and taking what belongs to Yindjibarndi. I can go on, Robert, but like I said, you've got to stop me, right?
Paul's sitting there very keen to get a word.
Yeah, totally.
Paul is someone who has had permission to come onto the Yindjibarndi country, which has led to this book. So Paul's interests include resources and economic policy, with a number of other books, such as Too Much Luck, Minefield, $1 Trillion Baby. And people in the audience should also take a look at these pieces. What took you to the Pilbara to begin with?
Yeah, look, thanks very much, Robert. Firstly, I obviously want to acknowledge the Whadjuk Noongar people and their elders, past, present and emerging, and to acknowledge that sovereignty hasn't been ceded. And I also want to thank the State Library for hosting this event, because I thought it was interesting on the website. They say this festival is about conversations that many would prefer not to have. And it is interesting that in some sections of the community, there's been a sort of a deafening silence around this book, because it is something that the people don't really want to talk about. So thanks so much to the State Library. And I spent a lot of time working here actually on one of my first books, a history of the Second Independent Company, which was mainly raised in WA during World War II. And so I'm very familiar with this place, and also with spending time here in Western Australia. So with the Pilbara, as you mentioned, I've got an interest that goes back to my time working in East Timor shortly after independence. And I had the privilege to work for a new government that was up against the Australian government that was denying its rights to the resources of the Timor Sea. And I suppose that sort of forged a really strong interest in resource policy and who benefits and how to address those sort of power imbalances that often mean that the real beneficiaries actually get ripped off in a sense. And so my very first book was a book called Shakedown, which was about the battle between Australia and East Timor over those resources. And East Timor, actually, what's interesting about that case is it had very strong leaders. You might know Xanana Gusmao, Jose Ramos Horta, former presidents of the country who took a really strong stand. So about 5 years after writing that book, I was working at the Australian newspaper. I think Robert's going to give me a hard time for that later on. But anyway, and one of the good things I have to say about the Australian is it takes Indigenous policy pretty seriously and invests a lot of resources in it. And so I'd heard about this merging stoush, for want of a better word, in the Pilbara. And so I picked up the phone and I rang the CEO, as you do, and had a bit of a talk to him. And it's not often as a journalist that you talk to someone for the first time and they make a big impression on you. But Michael certainly did. I just thought he was so articulate, so forthright and principled. He was talking about United Nations human rights, the Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, and all these really important international standards that Australia really wasn't adhering to and wasn't being respected in this particular case. So as a result of that, I really thought this is a story I want to follow. And then about a year later, I was also doing doctoral studies at the ANU on resources, and I went to the Pilbara and I met with Michael and other people, and I had the privilege of interviewing this man, Maniyinbangu Ned Cheedy, one of the oldest and most revered Yindjibarndi elder, someone whose knowledge went back to before the time of first contact, because he'd lived with his grandparents. He at the time was 106 years old. And I won't go into a lot of detail because it's in the book and I don't want to spoil it, but it was just one of those sort of unforgettable interviews that was just electrifying, the way he spoke to me and also the way he spoke about Michael. And so it was sort of coming out of that interview, I thought, well, this is a story I really want to follow, and I then spent the next 10 years doing that.
I think it was 10 years well spent. And I think in that way, one way to think about your work is about resource and extraction, but the other way to think about your work is about the heroes in these stories, which is to say the freedom fighters. We have freedom fighters in Xanana Gusmao, and people that we recognise on the world stage, and in a kind of national way, Michael fits into that as well. So I want to ask Michael a question about his people, about who is involved in this story, the characters that they are. Can you tell us about the people in your community and why they matter here and now?
Well, they're very important, I think. If you take the journey of the fight, it's now some 12 years since we've told a certain mining company that we are not interested in having a deal with you. So the real, I think, heroes of this story is the people themselves. My philosophy has been, in terms of leading Yindjibarndi down a path where we hold on to our principles, but we also hold on to the very important thing that makes us who we are, which is our land. Really come back to the people. You either put the Yindjibarndi interest first, or you don't, right? As a Yindjibarndi person. So the community quickly understood that because they had responsibilities. Our culture, as I've tried to explain earlier, comes directly from Singa Mingala. So God tells us that this is who you are, and He's your responsibility and obligations, and so on and so forth. And if you don't fulfill them, then you won't go to Yindjibarndi heaven. And we strongly believe that. So our ancestors and people who came before us and things like that, when we pass away, we don't care where we go, as long as we are reunited with our family again. So that was I think the most important thing for me, is that if I can bring my people on this journey with me, and they would first and foremost understand and accept, I think, that the Yindjibarndi interest is something that they have to also take on, as well as the responsibility. And if they had that, then we had no problem then standing up for against anything or anyone, because that's the only thing that matters. And we go back to the human rights, rights and declarations, and the principles of the rights and declaration as well. There's a thing called free and prior and informed consent, that all Yindjibarndi people must feel comfortable that their land is being taken by someone, and it's being done for the purpose that they're all informed, that it doesn't affect who they are, and their obligation and responsibility then pass that on to the next generation. So the people, I think, in this story are the real heroes.
That's right. And in that way, in that kind of, to put it into the context of where we're speaking about, this is also the place where there's a lot of land rights activism going back a long time in the short history of the nation that we call Australia. You can think about the 1946 Pilbara strike as a foundation stone there. You can think about the strong actions taken by lots of language groups around the Pilbara for pastoral workers advocating against stolen wages as opposed to stolen land, Yura. So I think this kind of sets a scene in a different way, that kind of thinking about the community too. I want to flip back to Paul now and ask in that sense, who are some of the characters you encountered that might be of interest that people can read a bit more about in the book, but that also for you were compelling? So you spoke about Chidi here, and I want to understand the people, a bit of the community here.
Yeah, so no, that was the real privilege in doing this. And I mean, one of the things that's gone on here, which is really sad, is that the community has been divided, not quite down the middle, but sort of 70-30. With 30% at least siding with FMG, but I interviewed a lot of those people as well. But the really amazing thing I think about this story that comes out of it, I think, is the connection to country. And there's some really beautiful evidence that was given in the native title cases. There's one that I actually quote like a whole page from a woman by the name of Tutsi Daniel. And she talks about camping out on country and the dreaming and getting a jowie, which is a spirit in your dream, and waking up with that spirit in the morning. So it's there's some really quite powerful stuff. And the really interesting thing is that it really was convincing to the legal minds who looked over this case. So first starting with Justice Stephen Rares, who I don't know if he's I'm not sure if he's a spiritual person, but he certainly really respected deeply the spirituality of the Yindjibarndi people, and that to see that coming out in a legal judgment is really quite extraordinary, I thought. And it went to the full bench of the federal court as well, and again that same respect and understanding of Aboriginal culture, and I think one thing that emerges from this as a nation, as we think about what reconciliation's all about, and if we have people at this level really thinking about this and respecting Aboriginal belief and tradition, then that's a pretty important step forward. And even though there's some really sad and depressing things about this story and the corporate conduct that's gone on, I think in terms of the legal fight and what's come out of that, it's actually, I think, a massive leap forward in a sense for Australia.
It's interesting. Sorry if I could add as well. I mean, that photo, that's again, I mean, the Yindjibarndi struggle and the fight that we had really rested on the shoulder of Ned. You know, he was our leader. He was the elder statesman at that time, and he continued to sort of, play his role, which is, keeping Yindjibarndi, united rather than having someone come in and put a wedge in our community that obviously then disrupts our culture and stories and songs and so on and so forth. So one day I went to see him, and the photo that he has there, now that's my youngest son, who's now 15, and it's kind of interesting as well in terms of this story. I want to tell you. I went to see him, and English is his second language. So he's born on country, and he speaks Yindjibarndi first, and then he speaks good English as well. But I went to see him and I asked him, because we were having this fight or this division, whose country is it? There's a mining company mining on our country. Whose country is it? There was Yindjibarndi people who were kind of putting forward that they were the one that had the entitlement and all of that stuff. So I went to see him one day and I said, one day, na ngora ngandere bani binyarango, ngana ngona nyabale. He said, well, good morning, my grandfather. This country that we all sort of having a dispute about. Who's the boss? And I was hoping that he would say, well, ngamba nyabale, I'm the boss because I'm the elder. But his response to me had me pausing for a bit. And he said, well, and with that response, I paused and I thought, well, and he was in his, I think, late 90s, probably early 100s. And so I thought then, well, the old man has lost it now, But just with that response, I'll tell you what it is as well, right? And his response was, go and ask the kids, go and ask the children. So I thought that was a bit of a weird sort of response in terms of Ngana Nyambali, who's the boss for the land, who's the boss for the country, and he said, I'll go ask the kids. So as I've learned over the years talking to my elders, that there is some meaning in those comments. And what I've learned over the years as well is if there's a comment that doesn't sit well with the answer you're looking for, then you have to engage in a conversation. So I engaged in the conversation. So my response was to him then afterward, well, ngani ngai bagari mangola rayakai. So what do I go and ask the kids? Then we got into a conversation. Well, mangola yala, bani jaringo. Na mangola pola ngona wajigarre. Bani mangola, bani walewi. Nadare ngona bero mo. Den bani yala ngara, marajare. Bani goramba ngara. Bani chuchu ngara. Bani goramba chuchu. So his response to me too was that you don't ask him now, right? Because it's just a kid. You have to wait till he grows up. So it's a baby, he becomes a young man, he becomes a young man that we put through our initiation and ceremony. He becomes a young man that then can marry. Then when he marries, he becomes a man. Then after that, he becomes a senior man. After he becomes a senior man, he becomes an elder. When he becomes an elder, he becomes an old man, like me. Then you ask him, who's the boss for the land? And he said, so if he's been taught anything by the elders as he's growing up and then become an old man, he would then direct you back to go and ask the baby. So I learned then that this is a very sacred culture that I'm involved in, and a very sacred land that I've also been inherited to look after for the next generation. And I think we can all learn from that. We're kind of going through what is one of our greatest challenges as a whole society, which is climate change. And I think if we have that mentality that you don't make any decision until you ask the baby, because they have to also inherit this land and enjoy the things that we've enjoyed and our grandfathers enjoyed and their grandfathers also before them, then, you know, there might be hope for us all, I think, moving forward. So with that in mind, that then sort of, you know, then directed me that the strength of the people was very important. And I had to stay close to the community and my people.
In that way, in thinking about the strength of the people, we are, in one way, talking about self-determination, just like we are talking about sovereignty. And also in the concept of the book, we're talking about reconciliation in action. You guys are a duo, you are a team. So in that sense, Michael's name is not on the book and Paul's name is on the book, but both of them will be available to sign the book afterwards because you work together and you have collaborated together for a long time.
His photo's on the cover.
His photo's on the cover. And your photo is on the inside.
And he's paying me $50 a pop as well, right? So.
Exactly, you know? And I think in that way, this is a kind of example both of sovereignty and self-determination in terms of Michael being a leader for Yindjibarndi people and being that boy growing into a young man, into a senior man, into an elder, and into a boy again. And in that way, it's also a type of reconciliation and action between the story you two tell. So I want to ask about the process of this. How have you come to an understanding? And how have you grown to appreciate the Pilbara? If we know what took you there initially, where does it stand now for you, Paul? Where does Yindjibarndi country stand for you now?
Well, I mean, at the moment, it's pretty sad that there's no self-determination at all, and there's no respect for Indigenous rights. This has gone all the way to the High Court of Australia, and they've affirmed the exclusive native title possession of the Yindjibarndi people. And on the very same day of FMG's appeal being dismissed, the company put out a statement saying, "We've always respected the non-exclusive possession," which is a weaker form of native title that sort of gives, in a way, kind of visiting rights. So, I mean, I think what we have here is some pretty fundamental disrespect for Indigenous rights and for the traditional owners of that country. So I think it's a pretty sad situation in a sense that is actually what is happening. I mean, Yindjibarndi country has been mined since May 2013 to at least $30 billion of revenue has been extracted. It's contributed more than 20% of Fortescue Metals' income, and yet there is no agreement with the traditional owners. There has been no compensation paid. So what we've got here is a major Australian company, and I guess many of us in the room have actually benefited from that through our superannuation funds. Some of us may even be shareholders, dare I say. But and here's a company that's really not respecting those rights at all, and really acting as if native title doesn't exist, and that Aboriginal people really don't have any rights at all. So, I mean, we're sort of going back, in a sense, to the bad old days of just dispossession and assimilation, in a sense. I mean, the idea is that we'll give you a job, either driving a mining truck or whatever, but we're not really interested in supporting you in what you want to do as traditional owners and Aboriginal people. And not only have the Yindjibarndi people been completely ripped off to the tune of more than $30 billion, I mean, they've actually had to cop some pretty dreadful kind of abuse, really. I mean, we had the chairman of the company saying that you walk around Roebourne at night and you can get sexual favours from young girls and the like, really derogatory, demeaning stuff about these people, telling the AGM in 2019, that's not a community I'm going to empower with tens of millions of dollars of your cash. In other words, these people are worthless and deserve nothing, in a sense. So it's not a great situation, and it's a shame that there hasn't been reconciliation, and Michael has certainly been willing to do that on a number of occasions. He's extended the olive branch and said that he's willing to do that. But hopefully, I mean, there are companies that are operating in a better way, and hopefully with these sorts of discussions, and also think with a new government in Canberra that is perhaps more concerned about respecting Indigenous rights, particularly in relation to the heritage destruction, that is something that that I think that would be good to consider. I'll just show you one more slide, which may not show up that well, but this is what FMG has done in the way it's mined is that when consultants came up and identified possible burial grounds in rock shelters like Juukan Gorge, they got fired. And the state government became concerned about what they were hearing and reading. And so they did an investigation, and this is just 4 square kilometres, and you can see the sort of the purple-coloured dots with circles around them. They're the areas that were identified, but there's about a dozen more red dots, and they're the areas. And this is around a creek that's actually very rich in Aboriginal heritage, where the government came along and looked at this and said, well, you didn't declare all these sites, and that's because you hired a bunch of consultants who actually were just wanting to get the project approved rather than caring about the country. So this is kind of what's been going on, and that's just a small little microcosm of what's been happening. But and this is all just still continuing. But hopefully there is a big push to strengthen heritage protection. And I think particularly the new government in Canberra is looking to maybe take more of a role in that regard.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think if that is one aspect of the story, I want to ask you, Michael, now on the other aspect of the story. Can you speak a bit more about the kind of good behaviour, the kind of good things you're seeing in the community right now? Because there's amazing stuff when you go to Roebourne. There's Julawalu. I've got the memory games that my daughter loves playing with. I've got the amazing cloth. There's so much activity. There's so much possibility that the community is driving this forward and articulating their sovereignty. And the place is strong. The place is resilient. The place is also a story of remarkable energy and strength as a whole. So can you give us the flip side of that?
Well, no, of course. I mean, I think we as a community, we have to, provide our members with other alternatives or other means to live their lives. I mean, everything can't be sort of hinged upon a mining company coming to your country and mining and then promising all of these all of these things in terms of dollars and opportunities and all that sort of stuff, right? I mean, we first and foremost, have to acknowledge the fact that we come from and if you guys, some of them read the book as well, you can, obviously, relate to my personal journey as well. I was taken out of school when I was year 6 and taken out of the country with my grandfather. And that's where I've been, ever since, till I came back into town up and down town, sorry, but I never went back to school again. Everything about me is self-taught. So I had to work really, really hard in terms of getting the position to where I am now and to understand how this whole system works. And I took it on for a long, long time that people operate in face value. At least that's how I've been taught by my grandfathers. What you said is what you really meant, and you followed through with it. Boy, was I surprised, right? That I meet a lot of people, and really they just lied to you, And that's not someone doing it intentionally. It was just the way of the world. It's the way that how people operate at that time. So I was really disappointed with that, and then thought, well, I have to quickly learn how society operates, because I'm just a boy from Roebourne, and first and foremost, I'm Yindjibarndi. So I've learned how to take people face value and respect what they say. And in our culture, if you didn't do that, then you walk around with a spear in your leg. But living in Yindjibarndi, life is quite simple. You know where you stand and what things you can and can't do. And living contemporary life is more of those challenges. So the other strategy, I suppose, in terms of standing up for our principles was that, well, how do we bring people on the journey and then install self-determination? So out of that became our, after having a community meeting, came our 3C principle, which is based on community culture and commercial development. We live in a high sort of area of industry development, so we believe that we not only deserve the opportunity, we should demand the opportunities of being self-determining through other means of creating our own commercial resources. But the other two parts of the 3 C's, community and culture, well, community is more of as we get to understand how the system works, it's a government responsibility, and government has the whole Western Australia state to look after. we don't have much funds in our coffers, and you have to, you have to develop, develop the structure and the credibility that people in government are willing to support what we're trying to do in that community space. But in our culture space, of Yindjibarndi culture, language, stories, songs, and so on and so forth, no one really cared about, So that's a Yindjibarndi and Yindjibarndi alone, requirement. We have to somehow, work on that ourselves. So Lorraine and I, when we started Jololo some 24 years ago, we did it on the smell of oily rag and working on what a program they had back in the late 90s, early 2000s called the CDP, Work for the Dollar. So that was paying us $220 a week, raising a family, looking after, working with old people, anywhere from 10 to 12 hours a day. And so we told ourselves straight away that it's the passion, not the paycheck, right? And we have to just keep going forward. And then once we've started to establish the importance of that, then it was easier then to sort of say, well, we accept this life, no matter how hard it is. And from that 3C principle, we also told that our people that you don't have to worry about not having choices in life. If your education situation and other skills and qualifications are something that will always restrict you from getting the opportunities, then we can create those other opportunities through these other two portfolios, and then slowly bring our people on the journey with us and then change some of their aspirations of things that they want to do. And if we didn't do that, then we'd only rely on our commercial opportunities within the area, and it's 100% driven by that. And you have to have all of the bells and whistles and the tickets and the education to even qualify to have a job. But then, the brain drain starts. They take the best and the brightest out of our community, and you leave the community, struggling and defending for themselves. So again, that was another sort of a process strategy moving forward, was to bring the people on the journey and say, well, you do matter. And we're going to create these opportunities in these other areas, and it's the rising tide lift all shift mentality, right? And we wanted to, give them that. Give them that reassurance that no one's leaving you behind, and we can find opportunities through these other means in our communities through culture and through culture and community developments.
Could I just add a couple of points on that? I think it's a really interesting story about culture, I think, with the Yindjibarndi people and how they've gone about things. Michael's partner, Lorraine, is here with us today, and she's been one of the driving forces behind this group called slwa.wa.gov.au, which is all about cultural preservation, and they've produced a huge number of films and books, and they do artwork and the like, and it's a group of some of the people involved. And while the Yindjibarndi have had this monumental legal battle to wage, which has drained their resources and their time and everything else, they've still been getting on with it, which has been incredible. And one of the amazing things they've done is they purchased this old hotel called the Old Victoria Hotel, which was a dreadful place and a scene of great, it's sort of social mayhem, and it's the place where John Peter Patt was bashed outside of and then later passed away. So the slide's just not coming up, but that's because I'm pressing the wrong button. Yeah. Got it now. This is the Gunalili Centre, and that's the Old Victoria Hotel on the right. As you can see, an absolute diabolical place. And they've now reimagined this and turned it onto the ground floor and done a beautiful renovation job. They bought the whole site. Next door to it, they're building a training centre for young people coming out of the justice system to get some qualifications and so they can get a job. But this centre is just fantastic. And one of the things I love about it most is when Michael first told me, he said, we're going to have a cultural centre on the ground floor and offices on the first floor. And my immediate thought was, well, you'll have your office up there, of course, which is, fair enough. But no, he's still up the hill in some tin shed. And they're renting out the office space on the first floor to bring in income.
It's the old kindergarten.
Yeah.
I have my kindergarten teacher here in the front row as well. Yeah.
Sorry. But it's tin though. It's metal anyway. It's not flash. Let me say that. Yeah. But But it is air conditioned now, I must say. Yep. Anyway, but they built this beautiful centre, and it's just such a great testament to not just their ability, but also their thinking, the Yindjibarndi thinking as well, to say, no, we're not going to just have the flash office. We'll actually bring money in and help to continue to develop the community.
Yeah. So this is trying to answer your question as well, but that's just one of the projects, and there's other things as well happening, in the community with. Sorry.
No, you're absolutely right. Like, because like Paul says, it's a distraction, right? Like in one way, the court case as detailed in the book matters, but in another way, like you say, it's a distraction from all of the other community building work that you do, which has been going on in your life for a lot longer, going far back to CDP, but also a time from when you were born is to build up this community, right? Is to build up and participate in this community. And in that way, I think what is remarkable is like Gunnar Lily and Julawalu and the kind of ability to stay centred and strong in your culture because of your community. So there's the culture, there's the community, and there's commercial development. What do both of you see as that kind of importance of that for other people? It's part of a healing journey, but it's also an example. And this goes partly to your leadership over the last 20 years, but your leadership in the next 20 years. So how do you see this as a kind of example for people?
Well, I think if anything, right, it shows that we can achieve anything if we put our mind to it and we continue to work hard and we have faith and belief that there are other good people out there who are willing to partner up with us, and that's really been one of our keys as well, is building strong relationships and having other partnership with other people. We can advocate as far as we can, in terms of what we're doing, but when we bring other people into the Yindjibarndi structure and journey, I suppose, and they become advocates and flag flyers for us as well, because we need the message to also get out there. And many people in this room that has close connections with, senior politicians and senior leaders in other areas as well. So, it all helps. And I think relationship for us and partnerships has been one of our keys moving forward. And we want to continue having that to be the lasting effect, I think, for the next generation to also hold on to and take forward as well for the next generation. And all of us, kind of work together. Because, if we all believe in the same thing, that, self-determination and equality and rights belong to all people, then we shouldn't have a problem.
Yeah, and I'll just add to that. I just think it is a fantastic case study, and I actually urge all of you, if you're up that way, to go to Roebourne and just see what's happening on the ground there. It's just fantastic. And, at a time when there's a view out there and that's been put by, in this case, there's been this claim that compensation is mining welfare and it just causes devastation and the like, and it's I think there is a very strong case to show that Aboriginal people are getting on with it, and this is a fantastic example of that, and I think it's a really uplifting one for communities all around Australia to know about this, but also I think for governments to know that self-determination does work. In other countries and with similar colonial backgrounds to us, the United States, New Zealand, self-determination is sort of the default policy position. But unfortunately in this country we've sort of moved around and we've had this kind of like tops-down approach, assimilationism as well. So yeah, it's a very important case study, I think, and a great role model for the whole nation.
Yeah, I'll ask you one more question on that, Paul, before we come back to Michael. Is, in that way, what do you think the future is for resources in particular? So we've kind of seen what's happening in a community development way, but you also gestured towards self-determination and resources. What do you think this is in regards to the impact and opportunities for First Peoples, thinking a little bit in your role with Oxfam too?
Yeah, well, no, it's a good question. And I mean, I think what we're seeing now, particularly with this whole shift to green energy, we've seen the green hydrogen push, but there's also all the rare earths, and there's now the narrative of we have to just accelerate the development, speed up the approval processes because of climate change, and we've got to develop all these batteries and electronic cars and the like. And I accept that is important, but at the same time, and the Minerals Council is onto this, and they're starting to push it really, really hard, I think, with the new government. So I think it is a real concern that what's going to happen, particularly in places like Western Australia with a lot of resources, is you are going to see more and more development, and potentially on an even much bigger scale. You've already seen your iron ore production increase fivefold, from around 200 million tonnes to nearly 1 billion tonnes in the space of 2 decades. And I think those sorts of impacts, unfortunately, you're going to see a lot more of them. So I think for that reason, it's important that Aboriginal people have a voice, and they don't just get sort of steamrolled over in this process.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think it's a challenging and complex question for the state and everyone living here, and as well as to think about how we do get off that easy mining money. Like, what does that mean in terms of creating wealth, which is something that Kate O'Muir has gestured towards, and which is a very live issue.
Yeah, although one thing I'd add is I think it's the idea of what happens with the money and and all that. I think the Yindjibarndi again are an example of this. They've had dealings with Rio Tinto. Maybe Michael can talk about them, but where there seems to be a real kind of a partnership approach, and I think that idea of corporate social responsibility does extend, not in a paternalistic way, but to sort of rolling up your sleeves and getting involved in what's happening on the ground as real partners, because I mean, the money is coming from mining, and I think it's important that that the two kind of work together, and I think then you potentially get a better result.
Yeah, could you talk a little bit about that, Michael? You mentioned before the partnerships you've had, the relationships you've built as being central to the kind of Yindjibarndi story, but can you tell us a couple of stories about the partnerships that have worked and stayed that way?
Well, a part of that 3C structure we have as well. I mean, what we've done in terms of our relationship with Rio Tinto is bring them along on the journey with us in terms of investing in the 3C model, rather than us investing in some idea or ideology that industry have in terms of self-determination and what it takes or means to be an individual working for working for a mining company. I think one of the most important things is that we have to think outside of industry, and look at other industries that we can also establish and develop. Because one day, industry is going to pack up and go. The iron ore is going to run out, the oil and gas is going to run out, and we want to make sure that at the end of the day we contribute to a legacy that our next generation could also have a strong foundation on. That industry could be other things, doing agriculture and green energy, water management and so on and so forth, right? Tourism, cultural activities and all that sort of stuff. So they need to be the future in terms of moving forward. It's particularly where we live anyway, in the Pilbara. It's a rich culture. There's a rich history in terms of what's been happening there for the last, or what's been happening there, over the 200 years. So we have to make sure that we don't get that we don't get sucked into the industry's ideology of what they believe that Aboriginal people should should be doing, and the outcomes that we should be all following, right? So what we've done is, in terms of some examples, right, is again supporting what we believe is the core, the foundation of our culture, which is culture first, community second, and then what we can achieve in our commercial space would have to be established as a nation's business. So whatever we achieve in the commercial goes back into supporting both community and the cultural portfolios. Mm-hmm. In some cases as well, and some of the people in the room, obviously, kind of know this as well, that industry likes to take individuals from our community and then, give them this false narrative, a false, what do you call it, a vision that if you start a business, you can make hundreds of millions of dollars, doing it. And I'm pretty sure you will as well, but it takes time, and then you have to realize as well that heavy competitors in that market as well, right? So going into business as a nation, what you're doing is that you're bringing the whole nation to the boardroom of the likes of Rio Tinto, any other industry players as well, and saying, well, we're sitting down here talking to you as the nation, and this is important to us because everyone who's a member of Yindjibarndi is a member of this business. And we wanted to succeed for the reason that the funds need to flow back into assisting community and cultural development and programs. And that becomes a bit more easy for us then to sort of navigate and have the narration with senior leaders in the industry. And out of that, we started a business called Yura some 8 years ago. It was a JV that we went into with two guys who owned the business in Port Ellen. In Port Ellen at the time, there's about 4 employees that they had, and we said at that time that we want to be the best grass cutters in the Pilbara. Right? We're going to go and cut your grass and do your ground maintenance, and then slowly then move to facility management of cleaning the rooms and boardrooms and so on and so forth. Right? So we started off with having 4 employees in 2014, and we started the business. Now we employ over 150. And we got a good turnover coming out of it. And most, we have a 38% First Nations people employed, 45% female, and it's a business that we're proud of.
And are you the best grass cutters?
We're still doing that as well, right?
Yeah,
Because that's the
right.
pathway to employment, right?
Yeah.
But we established 4 other pathways: facility maintenance, civil maintenance, civil construction maintenance, and also building and maintenance, right? So it's again the pathway to employment, that we can bring people in who doesn't have much of the education background, but knows exactly how to do the simple jobs. Mm-hmm. So that's an achievement that we're all proud of, and it's owned by the nation. That business is owned by the nation, or 66% owned by the nation, anyways. But that's, like I said, if the more we become successful, the more success then feeds back into the other 2 portfolios that we struggle to get supported on. But as we've been moving along, government has been really good to us as well. So they funded the old Victoria Hotel. They funded stage 2 as well with a park in between, and they're now funding stage 3, which is a short-term transitional accommodation for our members. So we can house them anywhere from 12 to 18 months, and then transfer them into more permanent housing other than Roban, Wickham, or Karratha. But it's to assist them as well by sticking with a apprenticeship or traineeship and not being disturbed by family members living in the same house and other things like that.
Yeah.
So that's one achievement. Julolo, we continue to support that, so that's continued to record history with the elders and take on the art form now and bring other community members to that project, and that's going leaps and bounds as well. They're moving into text, other art projects with designing and selling more products and materials in what they're doing in that. And our relationship with industry, who want to do the right thing, have also put us in a position where I think that in the next 10 years it'll obviously be a different situation for the people of Roban.
Absolutely. The next 10 years are kind of great to envision, and in that way you also said something that was really important, that if you bring other people with you along that journey, you set each other up for success. So at this point in time, it's a chance for you and the audience to participate in this journey. If anyone has a question, there's people roving around with microphones, so feel free to put your hand up and someone will come and find you. Yeah.
Since you have published the book, and this is a question to both Michael and Paul, have you had any communication whatsoever from or with Andrew Forrest personally or Fortescue as a corporate entity? And if the answer is yes, what was the nature of that communication?
Not since, no. No, there's been none since at all. But Fortescue did cooperate. They answered questions, not all of them. And I had to go back a few times to say, you haven't answered this question about your impact on burial grounds. It's a pretty important issue. I think you need to address it. And they gave me a bit of a strange answer, actually. Equivocal one. So no, but no, not since.
Yeah, next question.
You want me to answer? Yeah, sure. The answer is, well, yes and no, right? In the epilogue in the book, it talks about we were starting to get the negotiations back on the table. But since the book has come out, then they sort of abruptly cut off the negotiations, and then everything went quiet. But then several sort of months after that, they tried to reach out again and have a conversation. But I said, well, look, I'm kind of busy at the moment. Don't call me, I'll call you, right?
We've got grass to cut.
Oh, I've got grass to cut, exactly.
Next question. Yeah, sorry, just here.
If you could be the driver of a new and true relationship with Fortescue, what would that look like? Who would you bring along the journey? How would you do it? And what response would you want from Fortescue? Not the chairman, but the company.
Well, I said something in an article about a month back, I think, when these articles were flying around. I said the whole responsibility really rests with FMG, not in Andrew Forrest. I think FMG has a responsibility to do the right thing. The company is obviously a publicly listed company, has multiple shareholders and investors and so on and so forth. So the company needs to take responsibility. That's the first thing, I think. And the second thing is that the door, in terms of having a conversation, has always been open. But we can't, and when I said I'll get back to them, it's for the reason that they want to just talk about, putting in measures that takes us further down the track, right? We have a 12-year history already, or we know what's happened. So the conversation needs to be, okay, let's get down to the nuts and bolts of why we have this, division. And if you're serious about that, then they would put forward a position to say, this is how we want to end this dispute, And it comes with, respecting everybody that we're running in the country, having a fair compensation package that also assists and help Yindjibarndi people to continue with our big picture plans in the community, and so on and so forth, right? Until that happens, there's really nothing I can do. I mean, it's that story of the horse in the water, You can lead a horse to water, but you can't make it drink.
Next question. Just here.
Hi. This is a question for both. I feel like the questions are running along a similar theme. I guess I wanted to ask about how we as members of the public, as we're starting to understand more through your book, the behaviour of FMG, how can we as citizens help to hold them to account? And I guess I'm thinking in particular about social licence to operate, and it's this weird kind of intangible thing, but is it something that could possibly be revoked, and what might that look like?
Well, I was going to say that you could become a shareholder and go to the AGM, but that might not be your cup of tea. But you do have you're in a super fund, and the super funds are onto this, and they have been trying to engage with FMG. And so I think it's a pretty important issue perhaps to be raising with your super fund. But yeah, the AGM is actually a pretty important forum, and a lot of climate activists have had some pretty good success in trying to get resolutions up and get change at the highest level. And I know there's a group called the Australian Centre for Corporate Responsibility, which had a go at the last AGM. But the more that you could maybe take that up at the AGM and say, what the hell is going on here? You surely can do better. I think that it's good in a sense, to kind of get in the face of the senior executives.
And I have a different view to that. I think the regulator should be the state government. We have a Minister for Aboriginal Affairs. I think any type of pressure and lobbying should be directed to him. I'm still blown away with the fact that we have a Minister for Aboriginal Affairs. Why? If you want to be the Minister for Aboriginal Affairs, then do something about it. You can see what's been happening in the last 12 years. It's been publicly advertised and viewed and written. Paul written a book about it, and people have been talking about it, and so on and so forth, right? So the government is responsible for this. They're the ones giving our land away.
I mean, that is a really good point. It's sort of classic sort of Pontius Pilate. They've just washed their hands of this. They don't want to know. Even though they have issued the mining leases, they bear the responsibility for what's going on.
Yep.
And the other thing I would add to that is also that you can support organisations like slwa.wa.gov.au. You can support small community opportunities for Aboriginal people right across the nation and internationally. And that means attending events, and that means purchasing textiles, and it means participating in alternative economic opportunities that we all have a benefit from. So there's shareholder activism, there's state-based activism, but there is the building up of strength and autonomy, not only as allies, but as activists to participate as citizens in this place where Yindjibarndi people do have sovereignty. Next question. Yeah, you've got one.
Yes, question for Michael and Paul. A number of us in the audience are actively supporting Aboriginal custodians trying to stop destruction of Aboriginal heritage, such as went on in Solomon Hub. And I'm just wondering, Michael, could you say something about the cultural loss involved in FMG's project in Solomon Hub? And also, Paul, could you say something about where does that fit into the story of Juukan Gorge and down the road, Burrup Peninsula, where the state government is actively promoting the building of a fertiliser plant in the middle of the world's oldest and largest outdoor rock art gallery, and expansion of Woodside's Scarborough LNG project, which is degrading globally significant rock art.
I can go first. Yeah. We've identified now over 5,000 heritage sites that's been destroyed, disturbed, or replaced, or removed, in the footprint of FMG's mine working on our country. And that's all I can really say about that, Stephen, because we haven't been out on country for a long, long time with FMG. We went on a heritage survey only lately, once we started to sort of get our discussions back on the table last year. But like I said, since the book came out, that's kind of abruptly stopped all participation and engagement with FMG. But the thing that we don't know is what's been happening from 2011, since the division occurred in the Yindjibarndi community, and those things related to important and significant sites on our country. But what we do know is that over 5,000 sites have been destroyed.
And one thing I'd just add is that the federal government has a heritage protection law for Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people, and Michael actually went to Canberra and appealed to the government to intervene. And that was a decade ago, and the environment was very different then. That was pre-Juukan Gorge, but I think there's potentially a lot more leverage you could get by going to the federal government and putting the pressure there.
We went back. Sorry, I'm glad you raised that as well. I mean, we went to the federal government back in 2012, I think it was, yeah. And it was under the process of a emergency application through the federal government to stop these unauthorised operations. When I say unauthorised by the Yindjibarndi people. And we're still waiting for an answer. So
We've got one more question.
Thank you. That was a beautiful, beautiful presentation. My name is Megan Cracker. I work with the National Suicide Prevention and Trauma Recovery Project. Myself and Jerry Georgiadis, we've worked with about 20,000 people right across the country within the last 3 odd years. We've done a lot of work around the incarceration, suicide prevention, suicides right now for First Nations people. It was 1 in 23, but now 1 in 17. And in terms of incarceration, right now in Western Australia, 1 in 12 Aboriginal men are in prison today. The poverty narrative is really entrenched in our community right across the country. So, for example, right across the nation, us mob fall below the poverty line by 40%. But in Western Australia, it's 60%. So sometimes I do get disillusioned with government and the false promises and the false expectations and the hurt that they bring to our community. So I'm really pleased that you stood your ground, and just hearing some of the things that you spoke about, Michael, about lifting people out of poverty. But I think one of the things that is pertinent, that lives in all our hearts there, and we're all about love and that respect and that kindness, and it hurts when we see brothers and sisters being left behind, is how do we actually help lift and support our brothers and sisters out of poverty, where people right now, it's the cost of living that's hurting our people, and the suicides and the mental health and so forth. I guess it's not so much a question, it's basically commentary, having worked in this space for a very, very long period of time.
Yeah, that's a great question, and I'll get Michael and Paul to answer it.
Yeah, that'd be really appreciated.
Yeah, awesome.
I mean,
thanks heaps.
Thank you.
No, I'm sorry.
Give him one.
Go on. Just a quick one. Yep.
It's a good one. Good one, because I know this one. Him and I used to muck around in that Victoria Club, not a Victoria Hotel, but I'm glad that you have fixed it. I'm really glad that you fixed it all up, Michael, and your leadership back in the day when I was up there working with you. I could see you and Lorraine had the vision already then. My question is what's the next step for your youth? And I know after you and Lorraine are going to be working so hard, what's going to happen with the youth? And you mentioned this in what the older Ned sheet he said, but what's going to happen with the youth? Have you got a succession plan? Is there youth coming through, and are you doing anything structurally around that?
Yeah.
That's a great question.
Yep.
You can go for it, answer that one.
Yeah, and I think firstly the sisters thing as well. I mean, look, that's always going to be the problem, the challenge that we're going to try and fix up. So I think we need some good leadership. That's the question to that, right? People sing, Aboriginal leadership and Aboriginal people sing from the same songbook. And then being allowed to accept other assistance and help on the outside. So I think that's the step always taken. And we're slowly getting there as well with some of those challenges. But look, the concession plan is always have to be the next, have to be the answer to what we're starting. I mean, I'm not going to do this for the rest of my life. I want to at some stage, call it quit and go back to my grandfather's community out on country and live a sort of a happy, content life. You know what I mean? But my mission now for the next 10 years is to work really hard around those 3C areas that I talked about, and to bring the next generation on that journey as well. And to give them confidence as well, that you don't have to be scared or frightened of taking up the leadership mantle. There's really no fear in that. I think everybody in this room is afraid of that particular role, right? So I've like I said, I've kind of experienced it firsthand, that there's really nothing to be afraid of, and I want to teach that to my next generation, that you can stand up on any platform or any stage and give an honest opinion to what we believe, as long as it's respectful, as long as it's not derogatory to anyone, and as long as it has a vision that is inclusive of everyone that shares the same views. But there's one solution as well to fixing up all of our problems as well, right? Yeah. You know what that is? Elect me as your next Prime Minister.
Yeah, very good. Very good.
Sorry.
Well, thanks, Paul. Thanks, Michael. You can buy the book over at Boffin's, and you can vote for Michael next time round. Albo's got competition.
Yeah, exactly.
So I just want to say thanks, Paul, thanks, Michael, thanks all of you, and thank you, Buja.
Thank you, folks. That's the end of our first half of our second day here at Disrupted Festival of Ideas. Of course, you are in the Discovery Lounge, and there is one more area that's known as the theatre, which is a lecture theatre. If you follow this pathway into the foyer and concourse, and you head out to the Francis Street side, the entrance is there. And our next session in there will be about details in data, protecting our rights online. In here, later from 1:15, it is Sustainable Revolution is Looking Good. Do take a lunch break. This is your opportunity to stretch your legs, grab some sunlight and some oxygen into your bodies. But don't go too far. Of course, in here, during lunch break, we actually had Dan Riches from the Struggling Kings playing yesterday. And today, we have Joan and the Giants as a duo playing music. So if you've brought your lunch, please do come and sit and enjoy the music. And of course, we'll see you as we commence our next set of sessions. You are, of course, at the Disrupted Festival of Ideas, and we'll see you in our next session. Two, two, 1, 1, 2. Beautiful.
Two.
Hey. See if that's gonna work. Is this up? Hey, two. I stopped the bleeding for love. Fell asleep on the couch, my mouth is dry and my hands are tied. I'm sick of waiting for you, like a kiss in the booth. It's summertime, but I'm cold July. We found out living isn't living when love is dying. This ghost town used to be the center of our loud desires. Where you are, the time would make you better, but we let ourselves down. The time would make you better, but we let ourselves down. Love, love, barefoot in the creek. Tried to wash off the feeling, I let you drown. I still can't get out.
to self-medicate. I got to get something off my chest. I'm an advocate for loneliness. We found out living isn't living when love is dying. This goes down. Used to be the center of our loud desires. Where you are, the time would make it better, but we let ourselves down. The time would make it better, but we let ourselves. Oh, take a little bit, can I take a little bit? Oh, take a little bit, can I take a little bit now? We found out living isn't living when love is dying. This goes down. Used to be the center of our loud desires. Where you are, the time would make it better, but we let ourselves down. The time would make it better, but we let ourselves down. Ooh, ooh, ooh,
Thank you. I hope you're having a beautiful day, enjoying Disrupted Festival with John and the Giants. It's all right if I get a little bit more vocal in my fallback. Just a little bit more of both would be awesome. Thank you so much. Beautiful. Amazing.
You left with the leaves back in autumn, and every day since has been cold. I can't explain how I got here. This riverbank is so far from home. Later in the night, I lay awake in bed and think of you endlessly. Just for a second, this lonely bed's not a prison, and I can almost fall asleep. Been waking up a little hungover. Been a season since I felt sober. And I knew your mother on a first name basis, but I've forgotten what her name is. I keep saying this is one of those phases every grown-up is faced with. I've been wrong before. You look so happy in the pictures that I'm not in, and I'll stay away as long as you like, just to see you smile again. And later in the night, I lay awake in bed and think of you endlessly. And just for a second, I can almost forget that you're a million miles away in someone else's dreams. And I knew your mother on a first name basis, and I've forgotten what her name is. I with I've been wrong before. I just need some time to get you out of my silly mind. I just need some time to get you out of my silly mind. But I've forgotten what her name is. I keep saying this is one of those phases every grown-up is faced with. I knew your mother on a first name basis, but I've forgotten what her name is. Saying this is one of those phases every grown-up is faced with. I've been wrong before.
Thank you so much. We're going to do a Paul Kelly song because we love Paul Kelly. He's one of the best. This one is called Your Lovin' Is On My Mind, and you can sing along if you know it because it's a beautiful song. This is Aaron, and Aaron's going to do some singing this time. Aren't you, Aaron? I'm forcing him to sing with me today. Tuning is good.
Stars are here so clear in the sky. Everywhere I look, the filling up my eyes. The world is turning on its giant wheel. If you were here, I'd show you how I feel. Ooh, your love lives on my mind. Just now made its mournful cry. Somewhere someone's just about to die. Your country moth takes my breath away. I need more sleep before the break of day. was dreaming last night of a big house by the sea. There were people and things, then just you and me. You led me down the path onto the sand. You're a miracle girl, I'll never understand. Your love lives on my mind. 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 Thank you. I don't know where the time went in this smoke-filled room, and I'm nervous to say it. I'm wrapped up in you, starstruck out in winter time, one light in a cloudy sky. Say you're mine. Breathe you in, slow motion, slow motion. Breathe you in, slow motion, slow motion. I don't know where tonight's gone. Spend it by your side. Got your jumper to stay warm, and it fits just right. Starstruck out in winter time, one light in a cloudy sky. Say you're mine. Breathe you in, slow motion, slow motion. Breathe you in, slow motion, slow motion. You take the lead and I'll follow, caught in the rain on the way home. We're falling slow, starstruck out in winter time, one light in a cloudy sky. Say you're mine. Breathe you in, slow motion, slow motion. Breathe you in, slow motion, slow motion. Breathe you in, slow motion, slow motion. Breathe you in, slow motion, slow motion.
Thank you. This next one is a song called Just For You, and I wrote this one for one of my very good friends who lost her brother at the end of our first lockdown. He had a very long battle with depression and his mental health. And I really didn't know what to do during this time and how to be there for a friend during such grief. And so I sat down. She really loves music and poetry, and so I sat down one night and I wrote her this song called Just For You. And it's really just to send love. So sending love to everyone here right now as well. This one's called Just For You.
I was always good complicated feelings. I was never good at speaking, so I turned again to singing. Write a song that's just for you. The day it came, my wheels stopped spinning. I could finally bear the breathing when the darkness turned to beauty and my heartache turned to healing. I will hold you till you notice that my skin is on your skin, until you know somebody loves you, until the thought is settled in. Dig a little deeper and watch my walls calm down. Scream a little louder, let your tears fall to the ground. I will tell you that I love you until my body is cold. I will tell you that I need you till the stormy days are done. You and I have walked the distance, climbed the mountains in between us. Sometimes words can't find the reason, but my heart has led the way. I will hold you till you notice that my skin is on your skin, until you know somebody loves you, until the thought is settled in. Dig a little deeper and watch my walls calm down. Scream a little louder, let your tears fall to the ground. I will tell you that I love you until my body is cold. I will tell you that I need you till the stormy days are done. I will hold you, feel my skin on your skin. I will hold you, feel my skin on your skin. I will hold you, feel my skin on your skin. I will hold you, feel my skin on your skin. Dig a little deeper and watch my walls calm down. Scream a little louder, let your tears fall to the ground. I will tell you that I love you until my body is cold. I will tell you that I need you till the stormy days are done. Dig a little deeper and watch my walls calm down. Scream a little louder, let your tears fall to the ground. I will tell you that I love you until my body is cold. I will tell you that I need you till the stormy days are done. The sunset always looks so dreamy when the fires blaze the sky. In the hardest times I hold on to the thought of you and I.
Thank you so much.
Do you want to do it?
Oh, is the last one? I think we have one more left. Might be two. I'm not sure. Maybe one. What's this one? What are we doing?
I don't know. You want to do Keynote? You want to finish with a couple? Was it?
I think so. All right. I hope you're having a beautiful day, and I hope you have an amazing rest of the day at this amazing festival.
Let's do it. We're Sides Favorite Originals. Sorry? Let's do it. Well, yeah, I have to tune, so. Okay. We're Joan and Giants.
We're Joan and the Giants duo today. It's nice to play a bit of a stripped back set for you. Hope you've enjoyed it. We'll see you soon.
Do it when like the guitar's not tuned. That's really, really fun for me to hear.
Day off in Kyoto, got bored at the temple, looked around at the 7-Eleven. 11. Then took the speed train, went to the arcade. I wanted a boo, but I didn't. You called me from the payphone, they still have payphones. It cost $1 a minute to tell me you're getting sober, and you wrote me a letter, but I don't have to read it. I'm gonna kill you if you don't bring me to it. Dreaming through Tokyo skies, I wanted to see the world. Then I flew across the ocean, and I changed my mind. Sunset's been a freak show on the weekend, so I've been driving out to the suburbs, park at the Goodwill and stare at the chemtrails with my little brother. Said you called on his birthday, you're off by like 10 days. You get a few points for trying. Remember getting the truck fixed, you let us drive it. 25 felt like flying. Gonna kill you if you don't beat me to it. Born under Scorpio skies, I wanted to see the world through your eyes until it happened. Then I changed my mind. I'm alive. I'm alive. I'm
Thank you very much. Is that it from us? Oh, we have. Oh, is that it? Offer's saying that's it. Oh. One more. All right, we'll finish off. We'll do one more until we get kicked off the stage. All right, you might know this one, so sing along if you want to. Just kidding. This is an original song.
I'm a lighter, you're an ornament, an only child, and I'm an ornament to you. I drag my feet along the beach sometimes, just so I can clear my stormy mind. One more night and it might get better, waiting on the midnight train to come. I got flowers in my hair, God, I hope you notice me. I wanna be young in love just because tomorrow is a long way from here. We fall apart so carelessly, and your heart beats slow, your heart beats slow, heart beats slow. I remember you're the arsonist. I surrender, you're everything to me. I drag my feet along the beach sometimes and hope that maybe you'll follow behind. One more night and it might get better, waiting on the midnight train to come. I got flowers in my hair, because tomorrow is a long way from here. We fall apart so carelessly, and your heart beats slow, heart beats slow. Your heart beats slow, heart beats slow. Young in love, young in love, young in love, young in love. Waiting on the midnight train to come. I got flowers in my hair. God, I hope you notice me. I wanna be young in love just because. Growing up is such a long way from here. We fall apart so carelessly, and your heart beats slow, heart beats slow. 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 We fall apart so carelessly.
Thank you so much. We've been John and the Giants duo. Hope you have a beautiful day. Enjoy the rest of the festival.
Hello folks, welcome back after your lunch break. Of course, we are here at the State Library of WA, and this is Disrupted Festival of Ideas 2022. We're into our second half of the day. It's our third session for the day, and of course, it's one that I think many of us will have experienced in some way, shape or form, whether it's to do with what we wear or how we think about the environment. And I'm sure you all know about why we're here. It is the session that's known as the Sustainable Revolution. It's looking good. With consumer demands driving fast fashion, the industry is left with the challenge of efficacy versus ethics. What happens when the fashionistas buck the trends, go out on their own, and focus on sustainable futures? Join our incredible panel for a discussion about the challenges, the triumphs, the truth about what it is to be sustainable. And please welcome to the stage the founder of Keynote, Amanda Healy, the founder of South Beach Boardies, Kristen Lopez, laureate Professor Veena Sahajwala, and our session moderator, Ms. Misdale. Please put their hands together.
Hi, how you going? Welcome. And love it. Oh my gosh, hi ladies. Oh, and yes, we have Kirsten down here on Zoom. COVID, I believe, got you, darling. I know. Oh, hang on.
I tried to avoid it for so long. It's a horrible thing.
Look, this is the world we live in now, isn't it?
It is.
Well, yes, we are here today. We're going to talk about sustainability in, I guess, all its forms. A little bit about fashion and what we can kind of do to all do our part. Because I think we were just talking backstage about, you know, it starts with us making small changes to make a big change. Do you two want to maybe, or three of you, sorry, introduce yourselves real briefly, and then we can kind of go from there? Do you want to go, Kirsten, do you want to go first?
Sure. Just to let you know, I can't really see what's going on stage. Oh, that's better.
Fabulous.
Hi. My name's Kirsten Lopez. I founded South Beach Boardies about 4 years ago now, although the story started a long time before that. We make board shorts and beachwear out of recycled plastic bottles, recycled nylon carpets. Everything that we sell is recycled organic cotton. Our tagline is better for the planet beachwear, so we're not perfect. Nothing that we wear on our bodies is perfect, but we really aim to do everything that we do is as good for the planet as it possibly can be, to give people a genuinely sustainable choice when it comes to surfwear.
Sounds great. And
we're based in Fremantle.
There we go. West is best, darling.
West is best.
Yes. Amanda?
Hi, everyone. I'm Amanda Healy. I'm the founder of a 100% Aboriginal-owned social enterprise called Cleary, and we work on a number of different levels in sustainability, including creating sustainable incomes for my Aboriginal artists, but also work very strongly around trying to find sustainable fabrics to make our products in. We've been operating since 2014 and have just come back from a European tour showing our wares across a few cities over there, so it's good to be home.
Great. And Veena, hi.
Hi, I'm Veena Sahajwala, a professor at the University of New South Wales and director of the Smart Centre Sustainable Materials Research and Technology. And we develop all kinds of materials science, recycling, and engineering solutions for all kinds of complex products. And waste is, of course, around us everywhere, whether it's in our clothes, or whether it's in all the glass and plastics, and the list goes on and on. So I guess for us, it's very much about looking at how we can, in fact, take all of that waste away from landfill and put that into manufacturing. But really also kind of break that myth that just because something's made from recycled content, that, you know, it mustn't be that great. So in fact, this is where it's about the raw materials, but it's also about manufacturing. How do you make high quality products, which means they've got to be engineered to be high quality, and they've got to be fit for purpose. And so with everything you make, There's got to be science, there's got to be engineering, testing and evaluation. And ultimately, of course, we all have to love the product, so we all use it. That's what Smart Centre's all about.
Yeah, I can't wait to hear more. We've had briefly spoke about it backstage, but I'm so fascinated. But I just wanted to start with something you just, about the sustainable fabrics. What actually is a sustainable fabric?
Yeah, I guess there's a very broad definition of sustainable fabrics, but I guess those that are either from recycled products or natural products that have limited impact on the earth. So anything that isn't really man-made from man-made products, such as with base products as petroleum or oil products, I guess. Am I correct there, Veena, or is there more I need to add to that?
Well, I guess, I mean, yes, natural products, we think about wood-based, right? But you've also got to think about how the manufacturing process itself reduces the impact on our planet. So it's about both the raw materials as well as how you make it. So, because you could have fabulous raw materials like wood-based, fibers, but if in the process of making that, you've ended up producing contamination into your waterways and so on. So sustainability is about both.
Everything, across everything, yeah, I agree. And as I said, like there's a whole heap of different levels of it, I guess, and, so great.
So, with your business, we spoke the other day, and not only are you, I guess, sustainable with the fabrics and stuff you use, but also with you want to also have an environmental impact with the people you work with, a bit of a social impact as well. So how does that kind of tie in with your sustainable sort of fashion side, with, I guess, the community aspect of the business too?
So I'm a woman from the Wanneroo Nation, Wanneroo Darkinjung Nation in New South Wales, but I've spent most of my life here in WA. And it's always been quite important to me to give back to my community. As one of the most marginalised communities in the world, in my view, we've been excluded from participating in the economy for almost 200 years. It's an important thing for me to help my people get back on their feet and become, I guess, become a part of the regular economy. But it was also really obvious to me very early on when I started the business that the artists themselves find it really difficult to make a continuous living out of their artwork. I mean, you don't have to be Aboriginal to experience that, that's for sure. Art workers and creative workers generally are amongst the lowest paid and least recognised people on the planet. So for me, it was a bit of a no-brainer. They were like, everybody was struggling to make money from their artwork. So it was really nice and a natural step for me to be able to do that and create agreements with my artists and make sure that they received some income from the work that they had produced, not just the one-off sale, but an ongoing every time I
think people sometimes forget that when you're buying something, you're not just paying for the physical product, you're paying for the person who designed it, or the person who, it's their intellectual property that they're selling almost. So it's like a musician would get a royalty on a song they sell. I guess the same kind of thing comes into play with art and fashion now as well, giving that back to the artist.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. It is no different to music. Yeah. It's just not been as well regulated, I guess. And we're starting to see more and more that there's organisations growing and emerging now that actually undertake that work to make sure that artists are recognised, or their IP, as you mentioned, isn't actually taken from them. Yeah. That they get some return from the work.
Yeah, I just studied fashion recently at the North Metro, and we did a small section about intellectual property and like trademarking of a design or something like that. So I think people often forget about the artist. They just look at the product more so. But yeah, thanks for speaking about that. And Kirsten, I want to ask you a question about, we talk so much about fast fashion and slow fashion. With the types of products that you're making, what is the length in time it takes to produce a piece of, or a garment out of recycled materials, and like the process from getting, say, some plastic and then the finished pair of board shorts?
Typically, I'm working about 18 months ahead of where I am in terms of the outcome, in terms of sourcing. It's quite difficult. It's very easy nowadays to source recycled fabrics, but it's increasingly difficult to source ethically made through the supply chain, high quality recycled fabrics that people will accept, because no one wants anything that has anything to do with China. And that's a whole other issue as well. So it takes a really long time in terms of sourcing. We make sure that every single element that we include in our board shorts, from the recycled nylon thread to the drawstrings, to the metal that goes around the drawstrings, to the grommets that go in the pockets, to the zips, everything is ethically sourced through the supply chain as much as we can track it. And we can track about 95% of what we do. Our packaging is all recycled. Where possible, we have zero packaging because we want to have as minimal waste as possible. So that's kind of the sourcing aspect. And then working on the designs, because we don't believe that fashion needs to have trends and seasons because we sell board shorts, we feel that if you have something that's on trend, it has a very short shelf life.
Yeah.
And our board shorts last and last and last and last and last and last because they're made out of plastic. So we want to make sure that people are going to get a good decade out of their board shorts, which is not a very good business model, but it's a very good life model. And so we're working on designs that are going to be as timeless as possible, so while being funky and fun. And then we work on the way that we create our board shorts. We have a zero waste strategy with our board shorts, the way we lay them out, the way we cut them. So all of those things takes a really long time to do. So yeah, typically I'm working 18 months ahead, which is why I said I launched the business 4 years ago, but it's been around for a lot longer than that.
Yeah. No, that's interesting that you said the way you lay out for cutting fabric, because that was one thing we learned in the fashion course as well, was pattern making. When you're laying a pattern out on fabric, there's so much excess waste that just lays around the edges of the fabric. So again, it's just little things like that that people don't even think about that come into play. And I think it's funny too, you mentioned your products are made out of plastic, and I think there's this mindset that plastic is cheap, throwaway, flimsy, but plastic actually never really breaks down. It's kind of there forever, and yet we treat it as it is absolutely disposable, which I think why I find your stuff so intriguing.
Yeah.
So again, you're making homeware products and tiles and furniture and all from recycled plastic and fabric?
Yeah, so indeed, and I mean, to pick up on all the points that Kirsten you just made, that, we've made so much already that's already come in, that first generation of products. There's no denying we're sending away so much to landfill. In fact, I would almost imagine that if we stopped making the original sort of, virgin feedstock materials, but we actually made them all from next generation, materials, we could probably create that economy that allows us to constantly use recycled content, and we can then innovate in terms of what could be made. And so you talk about innovation and what could be made. Yes, if it is board shorts and if it is all kinds of other highly durable products, but the ultimate, I guess, if you can imagine, is to not just convert it into maybe another fiber, but if you've got the opportunity to diversify, that is really what we're looking at, the potential to use waste textiles as part of our green ceramics. So we've converted our waste textiles, use that in the production of green ceramic tiles, and these green ceramic tiles, and I'll hold up a sample. I don't know if anyone can see that, but the idea here is that the beautiful colors that we get embedded in these green ceramic tiles have come from textile waste. But the point in that is exactly what we're talking about, that if something is no longer fit for wear because it's worn down, so, Kirsten might say, okay, well, after 10 years, those board shorts, they're worn down, they're falling apart. That doesn't mean that those fibers can't be used anymore. It actually means that they can now come back into a whole new form. So we like to call that as that fourth hour of reform. So you go beyond that reduce, reuse, recycle of 3 hours. And when you talk reforming, you can make all these completely different products. But it goes back to that fundamental issue that We've got whether they are natural materials, whether they are indeed oil-based, and let's accept it. We talk about all of these fossil-based resources, the ones that are already there in our system. We should not be burning it and putting it into landfill. Absolutely not, because otherwise we're polluting our planet. And this is the point that, we want to be able to put that into production and not burn it, not put it into landfill. Because otherwise, all we've really done is, whether it's fast fashion or any of these other ways in which we produce our garments and produce all kinds of textile, we need to find many, many ways in which, whether they are our synthetics or natural fibers, how do we find production mechanisms to make different kinds of products out of it?
Yeah.
And whether it's about board shorts or whether it's about green ceramics, fundamentally what we're really starting to talk about here is creating those local economies. And
basically you're almost recreating a new economy. So
exactly.
You're pausing what the economy is currently doing, and I'm thinking if we stopped manufacturing for say 12 months and only manufactured with goods that already existed,
exactly.
I think the follow-on effect would be huge. And I think we saw that with the pandemic a little bit. I saw some photos of some places where, there hadn't been tourists for 12 months and the entire ecosystem in just that 12-month period had been reborn, and it was just to see the change, how quickly it can change.
Well, exactly, spot on to your point that, we then pause.
Yeah.
I mean, you can almost sort of say, that slowing down effect doesn't mean that the economy can't keep bustling. We're just creating
redirecting it.
Exactly, we're redirecting that economy towards a more caring approach for our planet. And that's really what we're saying, that if we hadn't paused to reflect upon how do we care for our planet better, and also remembering that if we do that, if we don't pollute our planet, also in the longer term, we're caring for our people, because we're creating a far more healthier planet. But we're starting that journey of healing in a way for our planet, because we're saying, exactly to your point, if we're not putting it away into landfill, if we are regenerating our materials over and over again, then in doing so, we're enabling. So like Kirsten could say, okay, after a decade, those board shorts come right back, and guess what? They might go into some other production, right? So it's about all these business models that also allow people to say, all right, I can think about the whole of life cycle of that product. It may live for 10 years as a pair of board shorts, but you know what? After that, it needs to come back into a new form. But at every step, we've got to make sure we minimize the impact on our planet. And we don't take on manufacturing steps that cause impact on our water or air, or just the pollution effect should be front and center mind. So when we talk about supply chains, and if we ask those questions, are these made from recycled content, and where was it made, and all of those important questions, you're absolutely right. I mean, we will get to that point where we'll say, well, actually, wait a minute, there's more than enough, textiles in a broader sense, not just what we wear, but all kinds of industrial materials.
It's going to come to a point where waste outweighs humanity.
Scary.
It's getting there
it's crazy. And Kirsten mentioned something which I found really interesting about packaging. I shop online a lot. Obviously, a lot of this sort of stuff is not easily found in Perth, but it always comes it'll come in a post bag, inside a plastic bag, wrapped in tissue paper. There's 4 or 5 layers of packaging on this one thing, and I'm just like, why? And I work in retail as well. I have a retail job, and same, when new stock comes through, it's on a plastic hanger. It's got a plastic sleeve over it. Then there's 10 shirts packaged together in another plastic bag, and I'm just like, the excess of packaging is kind of mind-blowing. So, I mean, how do you tackle that? Do you find there's any kind of customer kickback from not having fancy packaging per se?
I find that I have wholesale customers who don't like that, because even though they love what we're about, which is why they want to stock our products, it's easier for them if things are packaged and they've got a nice plastic, hang tag on them, so that the hang tag isn't come. We don't do that. We get a piece of recycled organic hemp twine and we tie it through the grommet of our. It takes longer. It's taken a really long time to educate our manufacturers about why we take longer and why we are a pain in their backside. And even still, like I spend probably half of my time educating everybody who we work with as to why we have these processes. And then sometimes something will go wrong. So last year, Christmas time, I was in Rottnest. I came back over to get a of T-shirts that I just had made. Everything about it was amazing. It was a new supplier that I was using in India, and I hadn't been able to go and speak with them because of the pandemic, but I had, they'd come highly recommended from an incredible ethical and sustainable manufacturer that I'm familiar with in the UK. Worked with them for ages. They're a social enterprise in that they teach women who have learning difficulties how to make T-shirts. So, you know, you're going to come up with a fair amount of stuff that's not really saleable, but you can always sell that as samples or whatever. Opened up my packaging, everything was, so we have to import fabric into in plastic, but we have one big plastic bag that everything comes in, and that's all nice and neatly folded, but there's no plastic or anything. I opened up the box, and all of my beautiful recycled card hang tags had been attached with a plastic, you know, one of those plastic strings, and I could have cried because I had spent 7 months on this project, and it just all fell apart. And it just shows how, you know, I thought I'd dotted those I's and crossed those T's, but everybody just assumes that you want to have this easy plastic, durable packaging, and we don't. So it's not the customers, but it's the wholesale and the manufacturing.
I think you made a really interesting point too about whilst it might take longer to do something, we're kind of living in this society of like convenience. And I think people also forget, like, yes, whilst it may take longer to do something, but that is being done by the human hand, which means you're employing people. Again, the trickle-on effect is different. It's an economy change as well. So I think people's mindsets around convenience is kind of crazy, and I know we all live it. We live in this digital world now where everything's in the palm of our hand, but I just think sometimes just pause, stop, think, change your mindset. So much change can happen like super quickly.
Yeah, absolutely. And I always think that packaging, so we do very minimalist packaging in our process, and I always use recycled mail bags and all sorts of things. But people really equate individual packs with safety and cleanliness and newness, and even, you know, like I produce beautiful cashmere scarves, and people still want to see them wrapped in plastic inside the little boxes. Why?
I think a lot of times people, they associate buying something within, it's like they're purchasing an experience with the garment, so it makes them feel good. It's, you know, the endorphins of, oh, I'm buying something and it's wrapped really nice, and they get excited over it. When I'm just like, I just want the product and I just want it to work. Do you know what I mean? Like,
but doesn't that tell us something, that people are looking for an experience?
Yeah, they're looking at the wrong thing.
Exactly. We really want something that's serviceable and that we can use, rather than you know, like a quick buzz. But that's what retail has become to everyone, isn't it? It's been.
But unless retailers then might say, okay, you can have your, you know, whatever beautiful packaging, now just make sure we'll take it back, return that packaging back to us. So retailers then kind of go, okay, we'll prepare to take it back, and that is reusable. So
I mean, you see it, there are, like you see it in some of the supermarkets, they have like big containers at the front door now where you can take back plastic wrappers from food items, or, you know, say a packet of chips or something, you can take that plastic back and put it in a bin, and it goes off to be recycled somewhere. But it's good, there's not enough of that, really. And I still can't get over the kickback when they abolished single-use plastic bags at the supermarket. Just the uproar was, because I'd been using
the cloth
bags for years. And I just was like, these people, they're just so self-absorbed and self-indulgent in this process of convenience and the me mentality. It's like, we're all on this planet together.
It's the one planet to it now.
Yeah, that's it.
That's it. The change has been made, and let's get on with it.
And I think one thing that I find really interesting is like consumer trends, and we spoke about like how many seasons a company might release like it might be a spring season, a summer season. And I was doing some research the other day, and businesses like Shein and H&M now can have up to 20 plus seasons of, fashion lines released throughout the year. And it's just, again, it's just all consumer driven by TikTokers and influencers who they purchase boxes of clothing to film themselves opening it. These haul videos, again, they're selling this experience of excess, for lack of a better word. So, I mean, how do you find that, like you said, with your business model where people are buying something that in theory is going to last them for 10 years, what sort of customers do you find that come through and purchase from you with that in mind? Yeah.
It's been really interesting, and one of the reasons it's been quite good to be grounded in Fremantle is that I have people who come to Fremantle looking for a different experience that they would look for necessarily elsewhere.
Yeah.
But for my first, my board shorts are not cheap. They're nowhere near as expensive as they should be for what I produce them for. But they are, I try to pitch them at around the same price as other board shorts, so it's competitive, and because I don't believe that ethical and sustainable fashion should only be the privilege of the wealthy.
Sure. Absolutely.
But it is an education to teach people why a pair of ethically made board shorts that are made out of 85% really high quality recycled materials and small batch, because we don't want any wastage, costs more than a $4 pair of board shorts that's made at Kmart. And then I teach people like how to work out how much of that pair of board shorts actually goes to the person who made them. And if that's how much goes to the person who made them, how much did that actually spend on fabric? And so I kind of try to educate people in a gentle way what the cost of fashion really is and the end of that product, how quickly that product will degenerate, particularly with things like rashes that can just degenerate into microplastics so quickly. Those cheap ones, you can almost see them become disintegrating after the first wash. So with that, and having done it for a long time, now I have lots of advocates who are our customers who advocate for our brand, which is good because we don't do really any marketing. And it's really a journey that a lot of people are on. So that's...
And maybe that's the point, isn't it, Kirsten, that, ultimately, as human beings, sometimes we're not aware of all the other consequences. And the price that planet pays for us wanting to buy something cheap is something that people need to kind of really be aware of. The fact that, okay, well, if I actually bought the one item that lasts a long time is a lot better, rather than something that disintegrates and then produces microplastics and therefore, all the pollution problems that go with it. And it's sort of thinking about all that externalities, the cost on our planet, whether it's the microplastic pollution, whether it's that carbon footprint of this whole fashion industry, because carbon footprint is a big part of all of this I always say there is a cost, you just can't see that you're paying it. There is always a cost.
And the cost...
It's not necessarily financial.
I was just about to say the cost might not always be financial. So it could be many other things.
Well, exactly. And also, then what we are talking about, back to that earlier point about resources, right? Because if we know that planet has got finite resources, whether they are oil-based for synthetics or whether they are natural materials, coming from plant matter or whatever the case might be, these are all raw materials. And if we are to respect the fact that we've already, basically, gotten all the stuff out of the planet, including both synthetic and natural, we don't want to just tell ourselves that, okay, it's okay to keep going back to the planet and asking for more. There is only so much the planet can give us. And I think we just have to stop and pause and reflect and go, whether they are natural or synthetic materials, if there is an opportunity to use more recycled content as part of our manufactured products, I think we would all be playing our part by making sure that we are asking for those products that first they should be durable, right? So like to your point, Kirsten, they last the distance, but also the other part about that carbon footprint is promoting and supporting local manufacturers, local industries, and to do that in a way that talks about that small-scale production and manufacturing. What we do with our green ceramics is we actually do those in our microfactories that are in regional New South Wales, for instance. So these microfactories, again, only do small batch production. There's no excess. People sort of go, this is how much I need, that's what you get, right? And then if it's made from waste, it's done locally. So in all of these cases, what we are really starting to nudge and think about what I like to call economies of purpose. So when we start to say that not everything has to be around the mass production of economies of scale, but if in this case we're talking about economies of purpose, then the fundamental question is, what is the purpose? What are our values? The purpose here is to care for our planet, to care for our people, create those local jobs, use more recycled content. So we're starting to get into that thinking around, you know, a different mindset that says it can be done locally. It can be done in a way where local businesses create local jobs. And the more we start to do this locally, we will actually find more and more ways to innovate in the way we manufacture.
Well, that was another... Oh, yeah, go.
Sorry, can I just add one extra thing, just regarding that end of life, or what happens when you recycle it again? One of the things that I really love educating people about is the amount of greenhouse gases that are released from clothes decomposing in landfill. And often that is the element that people have no idea about. So they understand the resource component, they understand the virgin resource component, they understand the pollution of waterways, etc. But they don't understand that when they throw that cheap top from Shein in the rubbish bin, that is going to have so much environmental damage for a very long time into the future. So there's just so many impacts that one piece of clothing can have.
Just because it
Sorry, I'm such a depressing girl. Blame the COVID.
Right. No, it just goes to show that just because something was made fast doesn't mean it's going to disappear fast.
Correct.
Yeah. And next thing I want to talk about was, you just touched on it very briefly, about using local products, local labour, whatever. How hard is it to sustain the fabrics and the things that you want to use in your designs and your garments to find that stuff locally?
So a few years ago, it was quite easy, but thanks to COVID, the last couple of years have been pretty disastrous, finding people and resources to make things. I've this year had to return to making overseas, and I make in India, where I find it a lot easier to source sustainable fabrics. So those that, and to my mind, I generally would use fabrics like viscose, which is a wood pulp based, but it breaks down in landfill, because at the moment everything's landing in landfill, in 1 or 2 years, as opposed to polyester, which is a 35 or 40 year prospect. So at the moment, it's not easy to find the resources that I need here. I imagine that in the next couple of years we'll see us surging right back in that space, or rather I hope so. Anyway, I don't know, Kirsten, what your experience has been in that space, but I could see you nodding away there when
similar.
It's hard to find. It's just at the moment is really difficult. So we've had to reset everything and look for different ways to achieve things than we had in previous years.
And I guess as a consumer, this is a question I have. If someone wants to recycle their fashion or pass it on, I guess, reuse it, how can we do that?
Well, I think there's quite a few options at the moment, and one of the good old-fashioned ways of doing it is what my sister used to refer to as Vinnie's Boutique, to places like St Vincent de Paul or Good Samaritans, and get a second use out of it like that. I think there's still a few recycling places around that transform fabrics into industrial fabrics, because
we all know, we all have, recycling bins in our house now for our plastics and our everyday use stuff. But there's no education around how to recycle clothing apart from donating it so it does have a second life.
Yeah.
But I think also we need to start to think the long-term ripple effect in the economy, isn't it? This is what we're talking about. That the positive side and the plus side of doing it locally, whatever you're using it in its second life, third life, but let's call it just future generations of lives, multiple lives of these materials. So on one hand, if you're saying polyester doesn't fall apart, doesn't break down in landfill that easily, what is the other side of that is, okay, so we should make that last in many, many sort of iterations of generations of products to come. And I guess to me, creating those jobs around, yes, if something's not wearable, let's say after its second life, so, people have had second lives or whatever. If something's not wearable, then we need to start to say, okay, well, can it be converted from fiber to fiber? Can it be converted in some cases? You can take a lot of waste and convert that potentially into pulp, which then can go back into fiber production again. So I think in all of these cases, what we are saying, starting to sort of imagine a future, and it's good sometimes to be challenged. It's like what we have experienced over the last few years with pandemic, that we have realized that, supply chains have been impacted in so many essential goods, right? So it's actually challenging us to say, well, why don't we manufacture those feedstock materials locally? So if we could take the waste resources, waste textiles, whether they are coming from cotton or viscose of course is wood-based, but in all of these cases, if it's something is wood-based, then that can be converted into pulp and back into fiber and back into production again. So the point is that what we're really saying is that it is about imagining what could go back into the form of raw material, and so therefore should we be asking what could be made from that, right? And I'm not saying, look, everything's possible to be converted fiber to fiber and it's all easy. If it was easy, we'd all be doing it. But the point in all of this is you need multiple pathways to find those solutions. Some things would be easily converted into fiber to fiber, and some things that are not. That's why we started our journey with our green ceramics, because that's exactly what we found, is that these materials, even though they were no longer fit for wear and they were destined for landfill, a lot of those materials down at the basic molecular level, they're actually pretty good. So, it's interesting, we can see a product in a macro form, and then we can see something right down at the micro level. And when you say, okay, something at the macro level is broken, right? You look at fabrics to furniture to whatever. I'm using furniture again as another example because there's a lot of fabric and textiles in our furniture as well, right? So again, we have to be open to the idea that when we talk about fabric and textile, just because something's fallen apart at the macro level doesn't mean that those fundamental fibers and molecules are no longer useful.
That's just, I think, something people just don't even think about.
No, and that's why when we started to produce these, the science that we did, we actually call the science of starting to do all of this as micro-recycling. So the idea that you can then take, fibers and, wood waste and take glass and all of these different kinds of materials, and then at the micro level, you're reforming it, because the point is, you can actually make a completely different product out of it. So I like to think of this as, when it's no longer fit for humans to wear, your walls and your floors and your furniture can wear these green ceramics, right? But the point, therefore, is that materials, really what we're saying is, they really never die. Let's not burn it and bury it. And I think, Kirsten, to your point about greenhouse gas emissions and all of that is absolutely spot on, because if something's going to break down in landfill and emit carbon emissions, then that's not what we want. But if you keep it in that solid form, where you capture it in the form of a solid product, whether it's clothing items or furniture or other products, our carpets, and the list goes on and on. Look at all these beautiful curtains behind us, right? So you can imagine a future where we would be looking at all kinds of input materials, and we'd be going, okay, well, what are the pathways to manufacture those? And taking inspiration, of course, from these amazing women who are on the panel with me to really sort of say, look, there is an opportunity here for local businesses.
And you don't even have to rebuild the fibres. I'm just looking in the audience here, and I see a young man who started a business called Sense of Direction Apparel, and he takes old T-shirts. Am I correct, Tyson? Yes. And turns them into, you know, like wonderful new products by, you know, rebranding them and selling them. And, you know, we've got here Deadly Denim who recycles denim all the time and sells that as a new product with a different twist. So it doesn't have to be that far. There can be a much, you know, lower level or less investment in time and energy in recycling products as well. So I guess there's a
multiple layers.
Such a big range these days.
Exactly. Depending on the nature of the material, the state in which it is, and that kind of life and the durability of the product and its application. But I guess that's exactly where creating that local supply chain and regional supply chain of materials would be pretty amazing, because everyone in that supply chain could then find a way to connect, and we'd be able to support each other in creating and encouraging more and more entrepreneurs to really kind of play their part. But I guess it's back to that point, is that, I guess, the beginning of a whole new way, of a whole new economy that we perhaps are now starting to think, because COVID sort of taught us that sometimes supply chains, when they do get disrupted, and we are in the Disrupted Ideas Festival.
So one thing that I'm kind of taking away from a lot of this is really education, educating ourselves. But I mean, what sort of responsibility do these corporations have that are mass producing this fashion, and the, you know, the corporate greed that goes into it? And it's like, do they have an ethical responsibility to be not only educating themselves, but also their consumers and customers?
Well, I personally think they won't educate themselves until people start to vote with their dollar.
Yeah, for sure.
That's my view.
I agree.
You know, the power is with us still in
anything.
in determining the direction of where, you know, where we go and all sorts of things, huh?
And that was another interesting thing that Kirsten said about sustainability shouldn't be an elitist thing. But it is, because we find that 9 out of 10 times something that is locally made or sustainably made is going to be far significantly more expensive than buying a $5 t-shirt from Kmart. And, you know, so...
But then it's also about us questioning our habits. You know, do we need to buy $5 t-shirts, or do we need to buy one for $25, right?
I say this to a lot of people in my retail job who they want to come in and buy a pair of shoes. And I'm like, well, you can buy a synthetic shoe that's going to be $50 and maybe last you 6 months, or you can buy a leather shoe that is probably double the price and it's going to last you 10 years. Because again, it's... again, buying cheap for the sake of buying cheap is not always better in many instances.
Yes, in all sorts of ways.
I guess as people will realize, I mean, as we're having more of these conversations, that, you know, what is good for the planet is also going to be good for our people. You know, we're going to be creating those local jobs and empowering, you know, people who may start to think about, yes, of course, we have to be able to create those jobs, and we have to be thinking about how sustainability can empower, you know, the birth of a whole range of new jobs and new supply chains, where we're valuing our resources, and things that we would have just put away into landfill, we're challenging that notion. And to me, again, it's the point that, you know, I do hope that in the future we'll be looking at what we've all been throwing away into landfill. And I've no doubt there's probably a whole lot of textile waste in there, apart from electronic and other kinds of waste, and going back and going, you know what, actually, these are some pretty good resources that we need to have another think. You know, it's a whole kind of shift in mindset, which means that local and more ethical ways of sourcing our raw materials will encourage more people, whether you're in the world of science, technology, business, retail, commerce. There is that connectivity, which I think is so important and really amazing. I mean, I know with some of our products, we've had designers who've come and had a look at these, and And we just get blown away when we see their reaction, because we've just designed and made these to be obviously engineering, from an engineering point of view, to have all the right properties, to be really strong and all of that. And then it's amazing when some of the designers have a look at that and go, oh my God, that's so cool, and love the texture, and love this, and love that. So I guess it's about also supporting each other, supporting, ways in which, businesses of people who are really looking at ways to improve the state of our planet. And I'd like to think that we are on that journey, if we all work together, on the journey of depollution. Can I say that? Yeah? I mean, we've been too far along polluting. Can we depollute?
Yeah. No, it is. We've touched on this a few times, but it's about taking back things that already exist and reusing them instead of just landfilling them all.
Yes.
Yeah. I'm so curious about the products you make. I have to ask more. What is actually in it? So what sort of fibers, fabrics would you use to produce a tile like the one that you've got there?
Yeah, so I mean, I'll talk a little bit later on in the afternoon in the keynote. Yeah. So gotta
keep it short and sweet for us.
But the idea with green ceramics is, of course, we want to be able to take, and it started our industry partner, in Cootamundra in New South Wales, has a tiny business, and he was basically someone who's collecting waste mattresses, for example, right? So in that journey of sort of collecting waste mattresses, of course, we know that the actual springs, the steel springs, are recyclable, but all of that mattress flock was something that he really couldn't use. So when our partnership started all those years ago, I mean, I find it quite amazing now when I think back on the days when this was a conversation where you'd go, what? You can make these from waste, that comes out of my mattress flock and all this other textile waste? Anyway, so I guess the point in that story is that it started from literally that journey that said, let's analyze those materials, let's see what's in there. When we understand properties of what's in our waste textiles, and we've of course got a whole range of different kinds of waste glass we're looking at as well. But if we can then say, okay, well, there are all these different materials, let's not just assume that all textiles are the same and all glass is the same, because they're not, right? And of course, in any complex product, there are many different kinds, because I mean, in a mattress, you might have what's inside, what's on the top, the fabric, and again, we know textiles are blends and all of that. So it's complex, but that also gives us an opportunity to say, in what different applications could we put it in? And so our ability to then, apply that thermal transformation, and in that thermal transformation, I'll give away a little secret, because people assume that because it's got waste glass in it, that, oh, but we must be smelting that glass or something. We're actually not smelting glass at all. The temperatures that we use to manufacture these are much, much lower. And of course, the secret lies in the fact that how these two materials, very different materials of glass and textile, come together and create this highly encapsulated product that then has to have all the right properties, right? If you want to put something in your floor tiles or wall applications, it's got to be engineered to do that. So it's not just about, well, if I take a bit of this and a bit of that, it'll be fine. It's all of that research that then allows us at the micro level to recycle the two together. So the complexity in these two materials also gives us the positive, because often we tend to think that, everything has to be absolutely perfect in the way we source it. But what we are really saying is sometimes if there are blended materials, and that's why in this case we're using hybrids, the hybrids actually work really well together. And so there is all of that, fabulous science that, needs to underpin and provide that foundation. And I guess that's the reason why, of course, now we're diversifying further. We had a company in Sydney who said, oh, I've got all this waste wood. Typically, all this waste wood, leftover sawdust and stuff from furniture would just get burned. And we were like, we looked at that beautiful wood, just waste wood from manufacturing. So they're basically saying, oh, can we set up a micro factory where our waste wood now becomes part of...
So you essentially would be partnering with that business to provide them
to help them with the science, and then therefore some of that timber waste, and then bring in textile waste. So
So they're in essence becoming responsible for their own waste.
Exactly, spot on.
Yeah.
And this was really just, I mean, it took all of us by surprise.
Yeah.
Because when we were walking through their factory, I mean, we loved all the beautiful furniture and other items they were making from wood. And, as we were seeing all of this waste that was collecting around, and I happened to ask, what are you going to do with all of this beautiful sawdust? Because they were so beautiful in the way they were collecting their waste. They were really respectful of the material. And I was like, oh my gosh, you're putting in all this effort in collecting it.
Use it, yeah.
And I think that's where sometimes it's that mindset of the fact we've started with respecting our materials. We know it's not a waste. We know it's a valuable resource. Now let's collaborate and let's partner and let's come together to find solutions.
I'm so fascinated by it. I love it. Should we do some audience? Has anyone got some questions? We've got time for Q&A. Right down the front, straight up. Oh, are we getting... We're going to grab a microphone for you, darling. 1 second.
Good afternoon, panel. I was actually reflecting on what you were saying with regards to respecting the fabric and the manufacturing process and the fact that we no longer have seasons. Perhaps one of the things we could do is maybe find a way to get back to fashion seasons, which would actually give designers and artists and manufacturers a time to breathe and maybe even make a better product. But more importantly, for those people who do want to actually recycle their fabrics, there are sort of like the upcoming recycle communities that are actually springing up all over the city where they bring their stuff along, and they even go as far as swap shops. On top of that, the most critical thing is for those people who do want to actually reuse fabrics, the problem is if you bring it to, say, a seamstress or a designer, most people don't want to pay it. They want it for free. If you say that I can actually, say, repurpose your wedding dress or your evening gown or your day suit, they assume that you're going to do it for nothing, and because of that, they're more likely to throw it in the bin. What kind of solution can we actually look for when it comes to that?
As an artist, I hear that every day of the week. Oh, can you come and do this for us? Oh, you want that much money to be paid? Yes, this is my job and I'm providing a service.
But the exposure.
Yes, exposure pays my rent. It's great. No, that is an amazing question, and I think there's so much depth to it. For me, I think it's about people respecting what the other person is, the service they're providing, really. And we touched on this right at the very start, like how undervalued arts and creative industries are. And I think we've seen that more than ever in the pandemic. A lot of artists, myself included, were out of work, pushed to the side, were left out of government fundings, but yet what was everybody doing at home when they were locked inside? They were consuming entertainment and art through Netflix and Spotify. So again, yeah.
And I think we have to relearn a bit about this, what the actual cost of everything is. So, we're all buying $3 t-shirts from Kmart or whatever. Well, actually, that isn't sustainable at all, and we actually have to talk more about the real value of that t-shirt. If you're paying everybody properly along that process, is probably closer to $30 or $50 even, and that's what a t-shirt is worth.
I also think people knowing their worth. This is just an example that a musician I'm working with, I said, oh, I've got this event. How much is it for you to come work this event with me? And he said, oh, whatever you think I'm worth. Yeah. And it kind of broke my heart a little bit because I was like, no, I'm wanting to pay you. Like, I'm asking because he's a fantastic musician. And I think a lot of it is knowing your worth and knowing what you're providing and I guess demanding the respect of the customer or whoever it is to say, yeah, you've kind of got to stand up for yourself a little bit. And if someone is going to try and get you to do something for free, it better be worth it.
Well, another sort of perhaps something that you can use, I mean, whether we're repairing our clothes or our shoes or our, items, electronic items or whatever, perhaps the thing we all have to start to maybe use, phrases like, hey, see me as your environmental savior. If you want to do the right thing for the environment, because everyone says, what can I do? What can I do? Right? And in a way, by repairing items so they are fit for reuse and extending their lives and making items more durable and giving it that extended life, you're effectively helping people, contribute in a positive way to our planet and not throwing that away. So I guess, again, what is that worth, that service?
I think another thing, again, touched on very briefly, being community. If you just say, for an example, you can't afford to pay someone to do something for you, then, exchange of,
the old barter system.
Yeah, the old barter system. Like, absolutely connect with people in your local community and say, hi, you've got this, I've got this, let's help each other. And again, you're cutting down on environmental footprints, costs, a whole, ecosystem of things. So, yeah, I think don't be afraid to have conversations around that, for sure. But great question. Love it. Thanks. Anyone else?
Hi, ladies.
Hi.
I thought the topic title was a bit weird. Sustainability as being revolutionary. I think personally, sustainability is a form of consciousness that we need to evolve towards, and evolution is part of nature. Revolution is one of the poorer parts of human nature. Thank you. Would you like to comment?
No, I think you said it perfectly.
Look,
Absolutely, it is about people's consciousness and changing the way they think, and evolution, 100%.
Yeah. The comment I'd make, I have an Aboriginal background, and our people have lived in harmony with the planet for 50,000 years until 250 odd years ago. It really is part of our Indigenous nature, and what we really need to do is look more closely and carefully at how our Indigenous people manage this earth, and why not, consider, like, no, we're not going back. We can't switch everything off and return to the life that used to be, but it's certainly worth exploring lots of the processes and practices that Indigenous people use for thousands of years, and apply those wherever we can. Like, we're growing crops in Australia that were never designed to be in this country. We fill the land with fertilisers and water and whatever to make it work. Really, is that what we should be doing anymore? I don't know.
Should versus could, or would.
But yeah, great point.
Oh, yep, over the back.
Oh, yeah, just on the dilemma you pointed out about buying a $5 item from Kmart versus maybe a $50 item that's much more sustainable. Maybe people would like to buy the $50 item, but they can't afford the upfront cost. So maybe this question's already answered by all these financial apps, but do you have facilities where people can kind of pay progressively so that they can get the savings progressively as well?
Yeah, sure. I mean, yeah, we've got things like Afterpay, and I guess most businesses are sort of using that. But again, I think, yeah, we need to take away this almost elitist attitude so that, people who aren't as financially frugal can be conscious consumers, I guess. But again, how do we, how long's a piece of string with this, but it's like, how do we then bring down costs of sustainability to match these fast fashion? Is it doable? Is it doable to make sustainable fashion or items at a lower cost or at a similar cost to the fast fashion type of stuff? Do you know much about that, Kirsten?
It's really expensive. To be honest, to create ethically made sustainable garments is expensive. I certainly understand the issue of cost. I have 4 children. I have 4 sons, and they go through clothes like nobody would believe. And it's something that I speak with my customers about often. It's always been really important to us that we have some things that are affordable for grandma who has got very much money but really believes in sustainability and wants to be able to buy her grandchildren something that will set them on their journey. So for us, because I'm small, I always have sale items in every size, and we have inclusive sizing. So we go all the way up to a size 44 down to tiny. We also have non-gendered clothing, so that people can, even if they can't afford to have choice of everything in our range, they can afford to buy something in our range, knowing full well that all of the grandchildren will end up passing it on. The reason that all of our kids' stuff is unisex is exactly that reason, because it's a lot. If you're paying $50 for a pair of kids' board shorts, that's a lot of money for a kid who's going to wear it for one season. So the reason we do everything unisex is so you can pass it down to the next child coming along, or to your neighbour, or to their cousin, or whatever, so you can get the mileage out of it, which isn't so easy for that first person spending the $50, but hopefully it does create that community of like-minded people who understand that the way to sustainability is by sharing resources.
I think you just hit the nail on the head. Community, sharing resources, and the old hand-me-downs. If you have something that you're no longer needing or using, and it is of high quality, and you know someone who may benefit from it, I mean, some people may be too proud to accept that, but on the same token, I'm like, we should be sharing and, you know, helping out other people. Why not? No, great, great answer.
Far better for that item to be out there in the world being used than to be in your cupboard for 10 years.
Perfect. I love that. Great. Next question. Hi.
Hello. Thanks for the discussion. I guess it's a question for everyone on stage, but I guess there's a big focus on the future and investing in a future. I guess the question is, what sort of things are we doing today that are, I guess, directly investing in, say, our future, specifically like younger generation? Are there ways that we can generate discussion with people who are younger or people who are currently going into schools? Should we have more of a focus on STEM and specifically researching in sustainable fabrics? I guess, do you have any thoughts on this?
There is no question that, you know, the role that STEM will play, and particularly as we see, you know, younger generations coming through. I mean, I was at an event just yesterday in Sydney, and I had one woman in the audience telling me that I think it was her 4-year-old daughter watching Play School, because there was a segment that I had done on explaining green steel on Play School. And I think, let me tell you, that was the toughest gig I've ever done, trying to explain that. But it was just so heartwarming to hear that, you know, the mum was there telling me about the fact that how much her daughter enjoyed it, and the fact that this was now at that level where STEM and the conversation around environment and sustainability is clearly being taught in schools. Kids are made aware of it, educational programming, and you know, of course, parents playing an active role in also, you know, raising their own awareness. Maybe if they're not aware, then perhaps, yes, sometimes, I don't know, a lesson on Play School with your 4-year-old may be a good thing, right? But I guess the point in all of this is that, yeah, you're absolutely right. You've hit the nail on the head there, that we have to have more of that awareness, that the whole conversation around sustainability is not just going to happen. We need a lot of new science and technology, and to be able to take what we are doing in Australia, produce that foundational science. I've got incredibly amazing collaborators here in Curtin, and in fact, I'm going to catch up with them later in the evening. And you know, it's all about ultimately recognizing that through collaboration and working with, I guess, businesses who are keen to look at where new science can you know, go a long way in terms of sustainability coming in as part of the thinking. These are not decoupled things, you know, and we don't always have to assume that, you know, growth and selling more stuff is the only way to improve economic outcomes. What we're really saying is that we need to kind of decouple the two, that, yeah, you can have sustainability and you can still deliver economic benefits along with environmental benefits, But to do that, as we've been talking about, you need new ways in which you can think about creating new opportunities for jobs and for markets. I mean, we talked about repairing, so bringing in some of those new skills in terms of remanufacture, regeneration, repair, reuse. I mean, there are all these things that we've talked about. Now we need to start to value that service. I think the point that you made earlier, you know, we need to value that, and education.
If I could just speak up as a HASS teacher, so I, as well as running my business, I also teach HASS, which for people of my generation and older, we would call it social studies. It is widely taught in high schools. I teach at a local Perth high school. In HASS, sustainability runs through the entire curriculum, which is fantastic. So whether I'm teaching history, civics, economics or geography, I have the privilege of getting to educate teenagers who are so ready to make change about the impacts of all of these things we've been discussing. So I definitely think it is part of schools. I don't think it's something that needs to happen. It's totally supported by the Australian curriculum and it's very inspiring to see. It's just that, does that learning, which they have and they're super passionate about, stand up to the TikTok influencers with their packaging videos? That's where I think we have the lack of alignment, because they're really passionate about it in class, but then they're also obsessed with their bargains. So,
I just wanted to say something around that education and conversations. If we look around the room, how many empty seats there are here today. Imagine if all of us had invited one extra friend, one extra family member who may not have ever had any sort of conversation like this around sustainability, because, you know, we are just constantly bombarded with news and, you know, this is one tiny piece of our life. But I think, you know, just come and spend an hour with a group of people that might be talking about something that you know nothing about, and you could learn something completely new and just go home and make those changes yourself. Another question?
I love that. That's just a great rule for life.
Look, I mean, all the points that we've talked about around awareness and education and kids are learning it and all of that. So I guess the ability to, yes, as much as we talk about the influencers that we're not too impressed with, but we all, in our own ways, within our own family and friend circle and communities, can be positive influencers. And I think, to me, that's where, you know, we need to play our part, which is clearly what you know, we're all here doing today, is having this conversation.
Yeah, absolutely. Our world is changing and advertising is having less and less impact. But there's a lady up here who had a question as well.
Hi, my name's Sunmi. Thank you very much for this conversation. I wanted to respond actually to the gentleman who brought up that the title was a bit weird. I would actually argue that it's not, that we're talking about sustainability as a revolution because it's necessary as a rebuttal to the Industrial Revolution, and we need quick change around how we look at sustainability. I think the use of the word is apt here, and we need to have conversations about disrupting what the status quo is, and the status quo has not been sustainability. So that was my point, but my friend had a question here.
Hi, everyone. Thank you so much to the panel for enlightening and educative session. And as you said, obviously I feel like a lot of people need to hear this. And in this age of social media where, you know, sometimes you're invited to a function and I think a lot of people can relate, and you go like, oh, what do I wear? Like, that's the first thing that comes in mind. And then the other thing is, like, you look up online and you know, for some reason you Googled something and allowed your cookies to be, allowed the cookies on. And then the next thing, you're getting all these bombarded on your social media. And we know that the psychology behind, you know, the fashion is that every time you see a dress, you're like, I want it, but I don't need it. And then the more you see it, the more you think, okay, I'll just buy it. So we have all these clothes that we don't actually need, and then we end up just having them, storing them in our wardrobe or whatever it is. So I guess then my question to the panel is, how do you how do we stop that, like from ourselves, from that psychology of every time I go to an event, I need something new, and just having that contentment in recycling the clothes that we already have. And it's good that even in Hollywood now that the celebrities are recycling clothes on the red carpet, which is pretty cool. Mm-hmm. But then we still always have these social media posts, and especially if you're an influencer of any, like people also want to see what you're wearing. That's part of the package. And so we're always going out to buy new clothes, and we all know that we don't need them, but we actually do get them. And then my quick second question was, we have, like for me, I have those clothes that, they've been there, and I kind of don't feel like I want to take them to the good Samis, because some of them have worn out, and I don't know what to do with them. Like, do you throw them in the bin, or do you burn them, which is also bad for the environment? How do you navigate around the clothes that you really don't want to take to these stores? Thank you.
Gee, that was a big question.
I would say abolish influencers. And my work does take me into that field occasionally. So I guess I see both sides of that a little bit. But I think that there is absolutely an ethical responsibility for these companies, the way that they do target these advertising with internet algorithms, and clicking on something then forces your Google browser into a whole other, but the sad thing is we've all agreed to this by ticking terms and conditions of these apps and stuff that we don't actually bother to read. So we're basically giving them the permission to do so. So yes, I think it's a bit of a responsibility on the companies and also us as consumers to just, I guess, turn it off, ignore it, like willpower.
Mm. Yeah, that's the beauty of those little, square things that we've all got now that are, you can put them down. And I actually don't follow influencers. I do like to look and see what other people are doing, but it is a hard one, particularly in such a busy environment. Now, there's a couple at the front here that have had their hand up a number of times to ask a question. Just here, this gentleman in the white T-shirt in the second row.
I have one. Thank you. Hello. I'm Faith. Nice to meet you all. But I was thinking about the cost of the shirt that the guy mentioned earlier, that Keynote shirts cost $5 and the sustainable ones cost $50. And I think that our grassroots activisms and our brands, creating stuff. I have my own Etsy page, upcycling broken jewellery. I think that's really good, but I feel like maybe governments should perhaps take a step, perhaps subsidise our products so that it costs less for the consumer. So it isn't always just, because slavery will always be cheaper than paying people. And unless there is financial incentive to change, or even we could tax the more expensive stuff, tax the cheapest stuff, tax the stuff that isn't treating people fairly. I feel like it's not our responsibility necessarily. I don't know if we can drive our prices down because we're paying people, or if we need to drive their prices up or be subsidised to help the average consumer buy it.
I mean, well, why not we subsidise things like healthcare and medications, which are for the good of people, so why not subsidise things that are for the good of the planet? Yeah.
It is interesting, and as I've said a couple of times, I am, of an age where I've seen a number of changes in our community, and certainly in the last 10 years, it's becoming much more prospective to me. I can see people are so much more aware of the need to change and to make change in all sorts of areas. Like things like racism that still exists really should. We really should not be tolerating that anymore. It's way past time. This is, for heaven's sakes, 2022. Though, like this idea that everybody is, has a gender and has to stay, like this gorgeous thing here beside me, or, I think that adds so much colour and beauty to our world. Why would anyone,
Some might call it a monster, but that's okay.
Yeah, we are changing. Is it fast enough? No. Is it enough? Probably not. But it's certainly better than it's ever been before. So I personally am feeling very positive about our future.
I think we've got one more over this side somewhere. We are out of time, so if anyone wants to jump in with one last...
Sorry, I was just quickly putting my question.
Go for it.
So I really enjoyed the conversation and hearing what you guys are doing at a macro level in terms of your companies and really reforming these materials, which, you know, is doing a great part in terms of, you know, creating sustainability. My question is, I guess for the individual on the micro level, besides, you know, in investing into recycled or reused clothing or buying, I guess, more sustainable items, how would you guys encourage people to take that responsibility on a micro level and be sustainable in terms of our consumption, and how we can really contribute to creating a more sustainable world and waste-free world?
Yeah, look, I mean, you know, the realities are all of those actions, you're right, start at that basic human level, right? We're talking about what we do in our homes and how we actually make those decisions. So even something as sort of fundamental as what we're talking about here today, you know, purchasing clothing items, to do a bit of that homework before you make that choice to purchase, I think is important, because I think in all of this, the one important question that if manufacturers have got nothing to hide, then their supply chains and the choices that they're making in sourcing their materials should be completely transparent on their website. So to me, it's also about us as consumers, you know, doing that homework ahead of those purchases. And I bet you that's going to help us reduce our impulse buying. Because if that's the principle we live by, and we say, no, look, everything I do is going to be based on myself informing the choices I make. So, you know, you're not out there just making those choices to purchase because you happen to be in a shopping center or whatever, but rather to be able to say, no, I won't buy something till I've actually done my homework and looked at the questions around the supply chains. Where is it made? You know, there's a lot of, I guess, website information which actually, you know, addresses standards for recycled materials, so RCS, recycle claim standards, and so on. So there are standards that are there that one can have a look. The question, of course, is I do agree, it's extra work. You've got to inform yourself. But I think once you get used to doing your own checks and balances, I think I compare it very similar to food, right? When you consume food, you're very careful in terms of what kind of additives go into certain food because you're conscious of the impact on your health. But much in the same way, if we slow down the rate at which we purchase by, you know, informing ourselves, doing our homework, I think to me that's going to make a big, big difference in the choices we make. Because of course you've got to be supporting, you know, the right businesses so that you can promote and encourage more of the kinds of businesses. The amazing examples of these incredible women we've been hearing today are those kinds of examples that we should be supporting and encouraging, so that when you do go in to make an online purchase or in a store or whatever, you're actually saying, no, I actually do need to find out where is it made, how is it made, you know, what were the kinds of materials that went into it, and if I am, of course, paying a little bit more and I can't afford it at this point in time, then perhaps I need to, as we were saying before, cut down the number of items I buy, but buy limited. And I guess it's back to that point where back in the days, I mean, I was born in Mumbai and grew up there, and for us, getting a special outfit on your birthday was the special moment in time where that's what you got, and you cherished it. And I guess so to me, we need to bring back maybe some of those values where we do see that gift, if grandma's given you a birthday present or whatever, or a toy that someone's given you is a special thing. And I guess I wonder whether part of that is also around the values that we hold. And when we are teaching kids whether it's through HASS or STEM or whatever, but fundamentally there are core values in there, part of what we are really trying to teach future generations. And I think, to me, the more I see how young people are taking more of that sense of responsibility, there is hope and optimism in there. And I think, to me, that's just how we, as family and friends and communities, influence kids and future generations
Slow fashion
to think in
and
a way.
slow purchasing.
Absolutely, slow fashion, slow purchasing, spot on.
We are out of time, but I believe there's one more we were going to get to. This young lady. Let's go for it, babe.
One thing that me and my friends do is we have seasonal clothes swap parties. I'm from Freo, and we're really, really conscious of what we buy already. Some of our clothes, almost all of them, have been going through our friendship group for 6 years now. And it's a totally different experience seeing your friends wear the clothes that might have been sitting in your cupboard rather than taking them to the op shop. Like, a jumper came back to me the other day and I was like, oh, I love this again. And I put it in there probably 4 years ago. And it's also a really good way to see your mates, and honestly, those clothes have been going in our friendship group for probably up to 6 years now.
We just did the same thing.
So good.
Last weekend, actually. So we got together a group of drag queens, a group of burlesque performers, and had a costume swap meet garage sale. And yeah, I sold a costume to a friend of mine, and they were on stage the other night, and I was like, it looks amazing on her. Like, it's sitting up in my cupboard going to waste. So yeah, absolutely, I'm all for it. Well, that's it, everyone. Thanks so much for being here. Round of applause for our panelists. And yeah, thanks so much for being here. Is there anything else we need to, we're good. Well, we'll see you all later. Enjoy the rest of your Sunday afternoon.
Thank you.
Folks, of course, that was our session named Sustainable Revolution is Looking Good. I'm sure the panelists will be around. A number of you had some questions still remaining, so please make your way to the concourse and find them and have those conversations. They're super, super important to have as you start to take some of these ideas away and figure out how you're going to articulate it for yourself and how you're going to progress forward. And as we go into our next session, just a reminder, in the theatre from 3 o'clock till 4 o'clock, we have Unlimited Futures with Rafif Ismail and Shamutai Glasheen and Afif Ismail. So that is talking and discussing the stories behind the contributions to the anthology of the same name. And then, of course, coming up in here at 2:45, I think we'll take it a couple more minutes later. We are into our session named Sociopaths Don't Burn Out. An increasingly present word in our workplace vernacular is burnout. We know the affliction, it has long existed in society, but why is it getting worse? So we'll be joined, of course, on stage by Dr. Jenny Brockes and Dr. Yumiko Kadota. So we'll be back together on stage shortly from about 2:50, I would say. Okay, we'll see you then.
just going to strike left turn, mate.
Welcome, folks, to the Discovery Lounge. This is our afternoon session. Of course, it is entitled, actually, Sociopaths Don't Burn Out. An increasingly present word in our workplace vernacular is burnout. We know the affliction has long existed in society, but why is it getting worse? Please join us in welcoming to the stage best-selling author and workplace health consultant, Dr. Jenny Brockis, author of the best-selling book, Emotional Female, Dr. Yumiko Kadota, to the stage.
Hello. We're just going to do a bit of furniture arranging. We decided that we wanted to face each other a bit more. Thank you, Offa, for the introduction and for having us. Hello, everyone. I'm Yumiko, and this is Jenny. We're both medical doctors, so I thought maybe we'd start by telling you about each other. So, Jenny, can you tell us what sort of doctor you were that made you burn out, and what sort of doctor you are now? Because I'm guessing it's a little bit different after burnout.
It is a bit different. I think it's a better different, actually. And I say that with all sincerity. I thought I was a really good doctor before I burnt out because I was very committed, I was very passionate. I was living the dream because I'd always wanted to set up my own group medical practice, which I did here in Perth. I was up in Ocean Reef for many, many years, loved my work, loved my patients, loved my staff. Everything was going really well. I had 2 small children. I had a husband that loved me, who was often away on business, and everything was great. Except when you're somebody who cares a lot for everybody else, somebody who always wants to go the extra mile because you care so much, because you want to do the right thing by the people that you're looking after, I forgot to include myself in the mix. So I recognized I was getting very tired, but being a perfectionist, a bit of an imposter, wanting to make sure I was good enough to be the doctor.
Or you thought you were an imposter?
I thought I was an imposter, yeah. I chose to completely ignore any warning signs and found myself in an osteopath's office, passed out on the floor. Now, burnout doesn't happen overnight. It takes a little while for the penny to drop, and, well, I did drop. And it wasn't until that particular occasion, and I then went home and never stepped foot in my practice again and lost my business, that I realized what I had enabled to happen through my denial and through my personality, which drove me to finally burn out. So big lessons learned. I took a gap year. Highly recommend a gap year. So wasted on the young.
I've taken one when I was 17.
Well, I never got the chance.
One? No, neither did I.
No.
Maybe that's why.
Gap years, highly recommend them.
Yeah.
So I took a gap year basically to heal and recover. And then after that, decided I'd had so much fun learning about the world and about everything else that I took another gap year.
I think we should take one every other year.
I think they should be a regular thing, just slotted in. And then I thought, well, what do you do now? Because the only thing I knew was medicine, and it had all been my self-identity. That was who I was. But I knew that if I went back into general practice, I would end up the same.
But why is that? Why do you think it would happen again?
Because I am very committed and passionate about doing the right thing and helping others. I've always wanted to be of service to people. That's what drives me. That's what gets me up in the morning. I love assisting other people to be the best version of themselves. But I knew I had to reinvent myself, so I became a slightly different doctor. So I'm now what's called a lifestyle medicine physician, which basically looks at prevention first. Lifestyle medicine is all about what can I do to help you stay well? What's going on that's causing you not to feel as well at the moment that we can help you to do differently that's going to get you a better outcome? So that's my new modus operandi.
Well, and I have to say, if you don't mind me interrupting there, that sounds like you're a super specialist GP now.
Oh, I like the sound.
Yeah, because I feel like everything you did as a GP, because there's
Yeah.
a lot of preventive medicine within general practice, it just sounds like you found your niche area and now you're a super specialist in what you're already doing before.
Burnout changed me into a different kind of doctor. And I think it's a better kind, but I don't work in clinical practice anymore. I work in the workplace because many of the people I was seeing when I was working as a GP were super stressed, they were depressed, they had anxiety issues, they had issues with bullying, intimidation, harassment, etc., 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 often emanating from this place called work. And I thought, that's where I need to be to help rectify that a bit more.
And given that you want to help people, and you still are with what you're doing now,
very much so.
And you identified that as the reason why you burnt out. What do you think is stopping you from burning out again? Because you're still giving and giving and giving with this new job. So what I'm trying to tease out here is, were there other factors about the general practice environment, maybe occupational factors, rather than you? Because I'm hearing a lot of individual factors right now. You wanting to care too much, but were there some other things external to you, do you think, that contributed to you burning out in general practice before, which is different to your current environment?
Totally. I think what I've come to understand is that while burnout is a personal experience, it's not just what the individual sets themselves up to experience, because we're all slightly different, but it's very much the environment that we find ourselves in. And I'm very keen to hear about your experience about
mine was
this.
mainly environment, it wasn't me. No, just kidding. Just kidding. You know, I'm not the sociopath in this talk.
When you sign up to go to medical school, you know you're signing up for hard work, a lot of hard work, a lot of exams, and you expect to just keep on, keeping on, because that's what you're there for. You've got something that you want to achieve. But I also realized that there was much in that environment which was actually very toxic. And one of the reasons I'd actually always wanted to go into general practice and not hospital medicine, but my experience of hospital medicine made me know 110% I did not want to stay in hospital medicine because of what I heard and what I saw. I find it very interesting that in the caring profession, we can be so bad at caring about each other. Absolutely appalling. And unfortunately, I don't think it's improving at the moment. There's a way to go.
I don't think so either. And I wish I had that realization that you had a little bit earlier. Yeah.
So Yumiko, your experience was obviously different from mine. Tell us what happened to you.
It was a little bit different, but I do identify with some of the kind of personality factors as well, because there definitely are personality traits that do make people more vulnerable to burning out, and we will talk about those in a moment. And same as you, I'm also an empath, I'm also a perfectionist, and I was also extremely stubborn and didn't want to see the early signs of burnout. So I probably pushed myself a little bit too far, and I definitely relate to what you're saying about how it's just persistent, isn't it? You're just like a hamster on a wheel and you just don't know when you can come off. You're too scared to come off because you might fly off and die. So it does feel like that sometimes working in a hospital, for sure.
Yeah.
And I do remember getting fed a lot of those sort of toxic messages early on. As a medical student, I remember working on a surgical unit, and they used to say, knife before wife. And that was cool for all of the men on that surgical unit to say that, because surgery was more important than family. And so these were the kind of messages I was hearing as a young girl. I mean, I was a girl. I started medical school at 17. And so I was still very impressionable at that age. And you know what? Maybe I should have taken a gap year at that time. I think if I'd taken a year off to explore the world and understand myself a bit better, I might have been maybe a bit more mature and able to cope with some of the things without believing every message I was being told, I guess. But I was very enticed by surgery, loved it from the beginning, all I wanted to do. But I eventually burnt out in the hospital system. And for me, it was just the the hours. It was relentless. And for a while, I was fine with it. I was coping. But my very final term it was just physically beyond what I could manage. It was a lot of 24-hour on-call shifts, not being able to sleep. Towards the end, I was doing 10 24-hour shifts a fortnight. And I don't think that's sustainable for a very long time.
No.
And it's interesting that you mentioned fainting, because there are a lot of physical manifestations to stress. When you're working long hours, when you're in a very stressful environment, it's not just feeling tired or it's not just a feeling, you feel it physically. And I guess if we want to be really nerdy and talk about the physiology, the hormones and neurotransmitters that are going wild in your body when you're stressed, they do things to your organs and all of your bodily systems. So for me, unfortunately, it was my gut. So I was having stomach pains, and on the way to work one day, I shot myself. And that's when I knew something was really wrong.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, so I didn't faint. I kind of wish I had fainted. That might have been a bit of...
that might have been less awkward.
Yeah, it would have been a bit of a cleaner way to get the message. I was in my car. Of course, I was wearing my best underpants as well. It's always when you're wearing a matching number.
When you've got your best undies on.
Yeah, I don't even know why I was wearing such nice underwear to work, but I have not seen those undies. They're on the side of the road, so I'm sorry to whoever drove past Lane Cove National Park after me, but I was not putting them back on. And this was actually pre-COVID times, but I don't know why I had some hand sanitizer in my car, so cleaned myself up and went to work commando that day. And I just kept working even after that. Just
and
smiled.
Nobody knew.
No one had any idea that I was walking around smiling, good morning, everyone, with no underpants on. It was just, I just had to keep going because there was no one else to replace me. I was pretty much a one-person team on my own running the unit. There were surgeries to do, patients to see in the emergency department, another 24-hour on-call shift to do. So I had no other choice really but to keep going. But it kept going. Didn't get any empathy from any of my colleagues. They didn't really care that I was burning out to the point where I was physically breaking down.
Do you think they noticed? Or did you think they chose not to see?
That's a good question. I didn't even stop to think what they were seeing. I don't think they really cared, to be honest. As long as the work was done, doesn't matter who's doing it and what state they're in, as long as the unit keeps running, I guess. But eventually, I knew that things were only going to get worse because two of my colleagues wanted to take some holiday, annual leave, and I would be covering even more hours. And I just thought, none of this kind of distress is being noticed. So I eventually made the hard decision to leave. And at that stage, I had been working for 8 years towards something that I really didn't have a plan B for because I didn't think I would fail. And I think that's also maybe not a good thing to not have a plan B. But, I was always an optimistic, happy-go-lucky kind of person. Like, I was like, I'll make it. I had confidence in myself. Didn't think I would ever find myself in a situation where I was going to walk away from it. But eventually, I didn't really have a choice because I was that run down and I was sick. Yeah, it's so hard for doctors to admit when they're sick.
Oh, it's
but
embarrassing.
It's embarrassing.
It's really embarrassing.
We're meant to be the healers.
You're a doctor?
Yeah, we're not allowed to get sick, are we?
No.
And how about you? When and how did you feel when you were deciding to walk away from GP? What was that experience like?
I didn't have a choice because I had literally collapsed in a heap. So I was at home feeling incredibly guilty, ashamed, because I felt I'd let everybody down. But I also felt like I'd been running at full pelt into a brick wall, knowing that the brick wall was about to hit me, but I couldn't stop running into it.
It's not platform 9 3/4, right?
No.
Where you go on the other side and it's like Hogwarts and it's amazing. No. Solid wall.
Quite weird, really quite weird. And it was this compulsion, and I think because Many of us, when we're driven, when we've got this goal and this is what we're aiming to achieve, you just keep on running and you run and you run and you run. But then it's unsustainable. We're human. And I think we've lost sight of that side of us and what enables us to actually be our best selves. We've adhered to the old thinking that in order to be successful, you just have to gird your loins and stiff upper lip and just keep on going. And don't let the side down. Whereas really, that's nonsense, absolute nonsense. I got really angry. A couple of years ago, I heard Jack Ma talking in the owners. We set up Alibaba, when he said the only way to be successful is to follow the 996 rule. I don't know if you know what the 996 rule is. Thou shalt work 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. 6 days a week. Really.
Oh, well, have fun with that, because I don't do that anymore.
Oh, it's so much fun. And then, of course, we have the delightful Elon Musk, who has come out very recently saying that, you know, everybody's got to go back to work, you know, despite the fact we've just been living through this pandemic for the last few years and we're all feeling a bit frayed around the edges. And his comment was something around, you know, well, if you want to be successful, you have to put in a minimum of 80 hours a week, preferably 100 if you can. And he, well, you know, are you a robot or what? Because that's ridiculous. I mean, all the science tells us we function best if we are going to be at this place called work for about 40, 45 hours a week. But how many hours do people work normally? And the pandemic, I think, has amplified what was wrong before.
Yes.
Because working from home, the mental load of not just doing the work, but you're homeschooling and you're trying to sort of look after the family and do everything else. It's been a nightmare. And we know that the average person has been putting in an additional 2 to 3 hours of work every day. Every day. So we need to sort of, I think, rethink how we want work to be. Because burnout is described or defined as an occupational syndrome, isn't it? Do you want to talk to a bit about what burnout is?
I'm quite passionate about that.
Yeah.
And also, I feel you, because I felt a lot of guilt and shame as well when I quit. And the system kind of gaslights you when you leave. You're the one that was weak.
Yes.
You know, you're the one who's letting us down. She's the problem, he's the problem, they're the problem.
And that's not true.
And it's not true.
That is so not true.
Yeah, and I like that now we're starting to recognize that there are other factors that lead to burning out. So there are different ways that we define diseases. There's the ICD, which is the International Classification of Diseases, and then we've also got a diagnostic statistical manual as well. I don't know why we have two systems, but
we like jargon. We like all these acronyms.
We like categorizing things, don't we?
Yeah.
We just like to put everything in boxes. But, so the International Classification of Diseases now recognizes burnout as an occupational thing. It's still not a medical condition as such.
You're not allowed to call it a medical condition.
We're not allowed to call it a disease, but that may change in the future, we'll see. But we at least have come to a point where medically we can look at someone who's burnt out and see that it's a multifactorial thing. And often there are a lot of external occupational reasons why they're burning out. And I think that's important, because otherwise we end up blaming the individual. And I do love the phrase of the canary in the coal mine.
Oh, yes.
The solution is not to make stronger canaries, like the mine is toxic. So
that's right.
I think that's reframing burnout in that way is so important, because the thing is, the people who do burnout tend to be the ones who are empathetic, we're feelers, we feel things, we blame ourselves. So I think it is hard for people who do burnout, because they probably feel really bad about it.
So my question to you is, do sociopaths burn out?
They're definitely less likely to burn out. How do you feel about that?
I would agree with you.
Yeah. Should we define what sociopath is first? Because I know,
you know,
we casually call people psychos and sociopaths and stuff.
But I think we have to be a bit careful about.
We do have to be careful. So
labels.
What is a sociopath from like a doctor point of view? How do you define sociopath?
I see somebody who has sociopathic tendencies as somebody who is socially deviant. They don't experience the same range of emotions that we would. they can demonstrate them at a more superficial level. So we can, especially for psychopathic, be sucked into thinking, oh yes, they're expressing happiness or grief or whatever, but they're not actually registering it physically in the same way that we do.
Yeah.
So if you're really happy, you can just feel that glow inside.
Oh, I feel it. Yeah, endorphins.
Yeah, it's all good. It's all good.
Yeah.
Whereas a sociopath doesn't. And
they can still smile, but it's kind of like a smiling assassin type thing, isn't it?
It is.
Where they know the cues. They know that
they
smiling,
know the cues. They recognise the cues.
Smiling equals happy, but they might not feel it.
Exactly. And I think the issue is less that sociopaths are less likely to burn out, but more that the sociopath is quite likely to end up in a position of leadership.
Mm-hmm.
And that is the danger. Because if they are your leader, they are your boss, they have no empathy for what you're going through.
They don't care if you burn out.
They don't care.
As long as you keep working.
Keep working. We'll just work harder, will you? And I think this is why it's really important to ensure that we're all on the same page, understanding what burnout actually is, because I think there's still a lot of ignorance.
Yep.
I'm always being told that people have heard, well, no, they think they're burning out, they've spoken to their boss, and their boss says, oh no, you're just a bit stressed, you're probably a bit depressed as well, go to your GP, they'll put you on some antidepressants, it'll all be fine. Well, of course, that's not true, because they've got the wrong understanding of what burnout actually is, which is too much exposure to chronic stress over a prolonged period of time. And we know that physiologically what that does to our body is it increases not only cortisol, the major stress hormone, but it puts our bodies in an inflammatory state.
Yep.
We're more likely to get other illnesses. We might develop a mood disorder, such as depression as well. They can coexist. But burnout itself is a different thing.
It is very different.
I think we need to differentiate, because did you have depression with your burnout?
I did, yeah. So let's talk about how tiredness is different to burnout, which is also different to depression, because there's a lot of overlap. So I guess, like you say, you might have a boss who goes, oh, you're just a bit tired. But with burnout, it's different to just feeling tired, because even if you take a whole week off, have a nice holiday and come back, you won't feel better. And that's the difference. So if you're acutely stressed, let's say you've got a few days of a really difficult time at work, if you take yourself away from it, have a break and come back, you'll probably feel better. And we've all had those experiences. We've all had bad days at work. But burnout, as you say, I think the important defining part of it is it's chronic.
It's very chronic.
Yes. It's for a prolonged amount of time. And yes, tiredness is a part of it, so that kind of physical and emotional exhaustion, we've all felt that. But there's also other aspects of it that make it burnout. So again, the idea of the sociopath thing, if you lose empathy or if you start to feel cynical, that could be an early sign of burnout. So for some people, it might not be the tiredness that presents itself when you're starting to burn out. It might be that you're feeling cynical. It might be cynical, you might be cynical about your colleagues, cynical about the job itself. So that sort of feeling. And so that's why it is more difficult for sociopaths to burn out, because they don't have the empathy to lose in the first place.
That's right. And
if you are an empath, you have a lot more to lose, and you feel things a lot more. It feels heavier for you. So in the spectrum of things, empaths do tend to have a more severe form of burnout, I guess.
Now they say that more women than men burn out. Do you think that's true?
Yeah. How about you?
I think it's true, but I think we overlook how many men do actually experience burnout. And I think it's because they experience it differently from women. I think for us as women who have had that lived experience, for me, and certainly from what it sounds like for you, it was the level of beyond exhaustion, mentally, physically, and cognitively. But for the men, they might not have that level of fatigue. It's the cynicism that may come to the fore more.
Yes.
So it's about and this is again why we have to remember that it's not one particular way it shows up for a person. It it's multifaceted and it can present in a number of different ways. So I think it's just being open to the idea and to really get better at checking in with ourselves and checking in with how we're doing things.
I think also it can be more difficult for some men to admit that they're burning out, especially if they're in their environment, there's a lot of toxic masculinity. And I certainly saw that in surgery, where it's very much a bro culture, lad culture, and the person who's worked the most hours, the person who's saved the most lives, who's done the most operations, they get the trophy. So it's a very competitive environment. And when you're in that sort of toxic culture, it's really hard to be vulnerable.
Yes.
And again, I think when we look at positions of leadership, as what you were saying before, it's a problem when sociopaths make it to the top because they don't recognize and understand the people who are working for them or with them. And so I do feel like this is changing though. I feel like we celebrate vulnerability a bit more and authentic leadership. So when we have leaders who are a bit more empathetic, it does lead to a change in culture, because I always say the fish rots from the head.
It's very true. And I think we have to be careful not to label all leaders as potentially being psychopaths or
no. We've seen some
we know that there is a high proportion that have the tendencies, but I think you're right. It's about giving ourselves permission to share how we really feel, not because and to do it freely because we know we're not going to be judged or thought of as being a lesser person or being weak or not up for the job. What are you thinking of applying for that? You clearly can't do it. All that sort of stuff. That is starting to shift, and it needs to shift, but it's not shifting fast enough because at the moment we are seeing rising levels of burnout across so many different industries. I mean, health, unfortunately, is still one of the poster children for burnout.
And it's gotten even worse.
And it's got worse. The number of nurses who are beyond burnout and are quitting, really just walking out, leaving their profession. They can't take it anymore.
I don't blame them.
I don't blame them either. And the other allied health professionals exactly in the same position. And then we've got the educators and the teachers. So many teachers I've spoken to are feeling broken. They entered their profession because they had a passion and a desire to do what they do. But the system is just wearing them out. I'm sure you've heard the expression as well of karoshi.
Yes.
Yeah. Karoshi is the Japanese term for death from overwork. It's a real thing, isn't it?
It's a real thing, yeah.
And it affects men and women. It means that you die prematurely, either from having a stroke or a heart attack, or you might commit suicide. In China, the last estimate I saw was 500,000 Chinese people die from burnout a year.
Wow, that's a lot of people.
Yeah. And in Japan, it's recognized to be such a problem, they have now installed a karoshi hotline, where if people are thinking they are seriously at risk of burning out, they can phone somebody to speak to, because it's a big issue.
And lots of young people are dying too. There was a very high-profile news story in Japan of a 31-year-old woman dying from heart failure. And, it's usually something that happens, in the elderly population, heart failure. So for someone to be that under the pump, where their pump has failed, it's just wild.
Scary. Very scary.
Really scary to be that young and healthy, and then to die from heart failure because you're working
too hard. I mean,
and why do we work that hard that we die? Like, what a waste of a good life.
Absolutely. Work is not worth dying for.
And I don't know why we glorify it so much. Like, burnout is almost fetishized. It's like, it's cool to work that much.
Well, you have to be busy, don't you?
Yeah.
Super busy, crazy busy.
I hate that word. I don't want to be busy, not anymore. And I think, we can laugh about it now because we've recovered.
Yes, but it's not fun when you're going through it.
It's not fun to recover from it. And, we're alive, thankfully.
Yes.
Many others have died, as you said, the karoshi. But I guess I don't want to downplay how serious burnout can be.
Absolutely.
I don't know about you, but it took me 4 years to recover from burnout.
Well, I took my 2 gap years.
Oh yeah, that's right, yeah.
And it was a slow process after that because I had to reevaluate what was really important to me, how I could utilize my skill set, because I was still passionate about medicine, and to create something that I could do usefully, but would also allow me to stay safe.
And that rebuilding process takes
time.
A long time, and it's
time.
also part of recovery concurrently,
Yes.
isn't it?
Yep,
Because you
it
have to make a plan for yourself to stop yourself from going there again.
Yep. Because we can.
Oh yeah, we're vulnerable.
We're very vulnerable,
Yeah.
and
So
I've met people who have had several episodes of
Yes.
burnout. It's like depression, isn't it? Sometimes you have an episode of depression, and hopefully that might be the only time. But we also know that you are more at risk then of having repeated episodes of depression in exactly the same way you can get burnout too.
Yeah, so let's briefly talk about some of the things that might make you more vulnerable. So we talked about perfectionism, being an empath. What else is
Interesting, I was reading that the millennial generation are actually burning out at a higher rate.
I'm a millennial, technically.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
There you go.
1987, yeah.
All right, there you go. So the millennial generation are particularly at risk. And, well, you can explain then, why should that be? Why are the millennials at greater risk of burnout than,
I actually
say,
don't
the
know.
baby
Why am I
boomers?
more... why am I more vulnerable? Because I would have thought that we are actually more into the flexible lifestyle. So if anything, I thought maybe that might be a protective factor.
Yeah.
But maybe I've not been thinking...
Maybe our audience has got some ideas what they think is the reason why millennials have been discovered.
We'll do a Q&A at the end.
We'll do a Q&A as to why.
If you are a millennial and you
We'd
know the
love
answer
to
to this,
know,
please
yes.
tell me, because that might unlock a few
Yeah.
truths for me as
Yeah.
well. Yeah.
One of the things that I've been wondering about in relation to that is the sense of disconnection and loneliness in our society. We are living in a place where more and more people have fewer friends. And of course the pandemic made it so hard to interact face to face. We had to wear these face masks. And you can get so much information from the eyes.
That's true, yeah.
But there's so much, you'll be seeing out that half of the face.
I imagine that would be hard for especially young kids.
Very hard for young kids. And hard, I think, for the older generations. I think...
Especially if you're hard of hearing as well,
If you're
because
hard
you
of,
can't
yes,
read the lips.
yeah. My 90-year-old mother, deaf as a doorpost. Oh, I can't hear. Can you speak up? Yes, Mum, I'm here. Try the other ear. Oh, I can hear you a bit better now. But she's deaf as a doorpost. And she is in an aged care home in the UK. I haven't seen her for, well, since 2019. And she is now allowed 2 designated visitors, and they have to wear face masks. And they are now actually allowed into her room, which is better, so they could sit sort of like this far away from. Before that, she had a Perspex screen in front of her, and she was trying to interpret what my brother might have been saying to her. She would have no idea at all. So the social interaction was completely gone, which means that you're feeling very disconnected from the world, essentially. And I think the older generation have had it particularly hard with COVID, and I think the younger generation, Gen Zs and millennials possibly, and I'd be keen to find out what the audience thinks.
I actually loved it. It was like joy of missing out. I'm actually okay with not having that many
You had
friends.
JOMO.
I had JOMO.
You had lots of JOMO.
I was
not
okay
FOMO.
with it. Yeah. I'm actually okay with not having that many friends. It can get a bit tiring. I used to be a social butterfly. I was definitely an extrovert in school, but I don't know, it could be a little bit my mental health, just wanting to retreat a little bit more. But now I kind of like hanging out with myself. Yeah, I like reading a book with a cup of tea and having some me time. So I was actually okay during the pandemic, but I imagine that other people who are a bit more extroverted might have found it really difficult not to have that social interaction.
Do you think that change in how you interact with other people was also related to your recovery from burnout.
Yes, definitely. I changed. I've become a lot more introverted, and I wonder whether that's me kind of practicing self-preservation, preserving my energy. Because when you do go to lots of parties and things, it's a lot of effort to say hello to people and converse, and it's just easier not to go out anymore. But I do sometimes think, was it because I went through depression that I don't want to go out so much anymore? It's possible, it's possible. But even now, even though I'm fully recovered and I'm off all medications now I'm like, I'm okay with this new me. I'm okay with doing quiet things on my own now. So, but I do think that because I went through such a severe experience that maybe this is me protecting myself from that again. But yeah, I definitely went through depression after burnout. Interestingly, I think a lot of people who get diagnosed with burnout or recognized as having burnout from their GP already meet the criteria for depression. So there's certainly a lot of overlap, even though there's not the same thing. And people who already have major depression are more vulnerable to burning out. So there's definitely overlap, but I guess it's important for us to differentiate the two things, because like we said, burnout is more an occupational thing. So we don't want those kind of bosses who go, take some antidepressants and you'll be fine. Because it's not a cure.
Not appropriate.
Or it's not an appropriate way to manage someone who's burning out. We need to think about, are they working too much? Are they working safe working hours? Are they doing the role of two people? All of those things. So
there's a lot of that about.
There is a lot of that.
Can you do more with less, please?
Yes. Well,
we've got staff off with budget. We've got staff off on holidays.
Because they're sick or they're in isolation because the partner had COVID, whatever. So there's been a lot of that in the last few years of having to cover for other people and not being expected to do all of that without saying anything, because you don't want to be
you don't want to be seen as a wuss.
Yes, and we all have to be team players, right?
Oh,
so
yes.
if we don't
Can't
cover
let the
for
team
someone, you're not a good, team player if you do that.
Right.
So there's a lot of that. So I do feel that healthcare has its own unique issues that make people more likely to burn out, because there is that pressure to always cover for others. And also because of the nature of the job. We're helping people who are sick or have really terrible injuries, and so most people who enter the profession do it because they are altruistic. And sometimes I do feel that hospital administrators and bosses, they tend to exploit that inherent altruism of their employees. And I think that's possibly one of the issues in the healthcare system, because there's this expectation that because you entered the profession to look after other people.
Of course you'll say, yes, I'll stay late and take another shift.
Yeah, and not be expected to get any pay or anything. All this, hours and hours of overtime with no pay. It's that's the kind of culture, I guess, that we've come from.
So I've made it my mission to start making burnout redundant at work.
It's a big project.
A little bit of work to do. But I think one thing we can do is to recognise that this has to be a joint venture. Because I think it's about recognising what we can do as individuals to take better care of ourselves. And can I just say, I get a bit angry about this sometimes, but it is not about having more resilience training. You do not need more resilience training. You are more than resilient enough. Yes. Oh, got that off my chest.
Yeah, that won't fix anything.
And while I love getting pamper packages, a pamper package does not fix burnout.
No. One yoga class is not going to fix it.
Not one yoga class, or even two.
Yoga. No, that's not going to fix it either.
No, that's not going to fix it either. So I think we need to look at what self-care means to us in terms of sustainable work. What is relevant to us, because we're all different? What are our boundaries? We can have a discussion about boundaries.
Oh yeah, I'm so bad at setting boundaries.
Boundaries
I'm getting
so
better
important.
though. Yeah.
It takes time to learn, doesn't it?
It does,
But change our behaviour and our habits. Tricky. And I think the other thing is to recognise that the way we show up, sure, we've got personality traits and beliefs and values and etc., but it's the environment that we find ourselves operating in. So I think really, in order to make burnout redundant, we have to address what's going on up top. If we can reimagine leadership and middle management and what it's like in the trenches, and put together a burnout prevention strategy, wouldn't that be better?
It would be good.
It would be good, wouldn't it? Because then
everybody...
lot of
it's education though, isn't it?
It's all about
educating the people at the
education.
top about what it is and what they can do to protect the people they're meant to be looking after, the employees.
So it's education and awareness. It's not about resilience training. And then...
And not doing all these modules in your spare time. You need to do all these online modules to learn about resilience and...
No more, take them away. And then looking at small tweaks that we can put in place, maybe for our own way of doing things, because I don't know about you, Yomiko, but I know that I sometimes make work for myself.
Oh, all the time.
Because, you know, I do things in a certain way and they're often ineffective and take far longer.
And I don't know how to switch off sometimes. My sister says, I have no chill. I just don't know how to chill out sometimes. So sometimes I have to force myself to do that. Even, and you know, we did say, oh no, it's not about yoga, but yoga is part of mindfulness. And
I love yoga.
I love yoga too, but it's not for everyone. No. But there are so many different ways that you can be mindful and introduce mindfulness into your life, which has been shown to help prevent burnout.
For sure.
But one really easy thing you can do is to put your phone away at dinner. I mean, how many of you actually do that? I always have my phone there.
You make your kids put their phones away.
And it's just one simple thing to just not have your phone for 20, 30 minutes while you're eating. And because mindfulness just means to be aware of your senses and your surroundings, right? So if you can just enjoy your meal uninterrupted, that could be your one sweet moment of mindfulness a day. And it can make a difference. I think it's all about small, easy to make changes rather than, oh my God, I have to sign up for a new yoga studio membership. It doesn't have to be like that. It can be something small, like going outside for a walk, looking at the change in the color of the leaves, the smell, the feeling of the wind on your skin. And when you're eating, it might be the colors on your plate, the different textures, the crunchy sounds when you're eating a carrot. All those little things that you notice might be your one small moment of mindfulness, but that can make a little bit of a difference.
Massive.
And, you know, a lot of people feel intimidated by yoga, like, oh, I don't think my joints can bend that far, or...
Well, maybe not now, but keep going, you might.
Yeah, that's true. Or a lot of people find it difficult to meditate, especially, you know...
Meditation isn't for everybody.
It's really hard to do, especially if you've got a busy mind and you've got a lot going on. It's really hard to stay still. So even though meditation, yoga, they're fantastic, and if you're able to do them, great. There's so many other ways. So I guess I would encourage everyone to find something that is mindful, that suits you, because we all have different tastes and things that we're more likely to stick to. If you like something, you're more likely to stick with it, right? So I think that's one of the challenges, to find a mindfulness activity that you like and you'll stick with.
Yep. And that's the thing, isn't it? Stickability.
Yeah.
So what are the key activities that you try to do regularly, preferably daily, that help you to stay in that calm, more mindful space?
For me, it's exercise. Any sort of physical activity is good for you. For me, it's not about resilience, it's about resistance training. So I'm actually a body pump teacher now, part-time.
Are you?
Yeah, so I don't know if anyone here loves their Les Mills classes, I love it. I teach body pump, I teach RPM, and that's...
What's RPM?
Oh, like cycling?
Oh, cycling, sorry,
Yeah, so for me, it's not exactly calm, it's very high intensity, doof music, but for me, that's what keeps me healthy and happy. And, you know, physical activity doesn't have to be intense like that. It can be going for a nice walk or a swim. But for me, when I was going through depression, my psychiatrist said to me, the current recommendation for good mental health is 3 sessions of resistance exercise a week. And me being me, I knew I wouldn't do it. But I thought, well, if I do a course and I become a body pump instructor, then I can't not show up to my class. So that's how I forced myself to get my residency. I mean, I love it. I've always enjoyed going to body pump classes, but I thought, oh, maybe I'll be an instructor. And I love it. So now every week I come up with my playlist, pick the songs that I like, and it's kind of like going to disco with a barbell. It's great. Yeah.
But isn't it interesting how we have to sort of find ways
to make
ourselves do stuff that we know that we would love and enjoy. And you had to go and do the course to become the teacher and then do it. I've got two things around exercise. One is I love being outside in nature. For me, being outside, a sunny day, perfect. Windy day, great, blows all the cobwebs out. Rainy day, well, that's great, get all these lovely smells and things. So being outside, we've got dogs, so I have to take the dog for a walk, because otherwise it's like...
That's good for therapy too.
And it's very good having a dog anyway. So walking the dog, being out in nature, and like you say, the research has shown that exercise is so good for our mental health. They're now releasing new guidelines shortly, which will be encouraging doctors to, instead of reaching for the prescription pad, to write out anti-anxiolytics or antidepressants, exercise.
And
looking
also
at healthy nutrition.
And also
sleep.
Refer to our colleagues. Exercise physiologists, they're great physios. When I was really, really unwell, I could barely move. Sometimes I was in bed for 3 days. It was like wearing lead pajamas. I did not want to move. I felt like I couldn't move because my body just felt that heavy. But what really helped me when I was that physically incapacitated was to start going to see an exercise physiologist who helped me get my strength back again. And so it took a long time, but sometimes you do need to go and see another professional who will help you out. And so I agree. I think that, sometimes we forget about allied health professionals, but there are so many people out there who do all these amazing things, and we don't refer to them.
A big difference to how quickly we recover. I had a most beautiful psychologist I went to, and she enlightened me in so many aspects. And I think one of the first questions that I was asked was, and how did you contribute to this, Jenny? Because I was in victim mode.
Oh no, I can't believe she asked that.
Well, she did. But it actually stopped me in my tracks and made me think about how I had behaved over a period of time that actually had contributed to it. It wasn't the be-all and end-all, but it had contributed. And on another time, they love asking you these curly questions that make you squirm in your chair. I was sitting there and she said, what do you do for fun? And I'd had no idea what to say. I was completely speechless, and I sat there thinking, she's expecting me to say something here. And
did you feel like, oh my God, I'm such a boring person? Because I felt like that sometimes.
I felt exactly that. I'm such a boring person, I don't do anything for fun. And I said, I actually can't think of one thing that I do for fun. Fun had left the building some time ago. And she said, okay.
Well, we're not allowed to have fun.
Well, no, there wasn't time to have fun because you're looking after everybody else. So she said, right, before you come back for your next appointment, I want you to find something, an activity that you are willing to do. I want you to do it and tell me all about it when you come back. I thought, okay.
Wow, she gave you some good homework.
She sure did.
So what did you do?
I went home, got up the laptop and typed in fun things to do in Perth.
What were the suggestions? I want to know.
Well, all these suggestions started coming up and I was going, oh, I'm thinking, gosh, there is so much you can do. And then I found it. I found the one thing that I knew was going to be a whole heap of fun.
Okay.
And the best news about that too was that it wasn't going to be just me doing it. So when my husband got home, I said, darling, guess what? I've signed us up for swing dance classes.
Aww, lovely.
They are so much fun. Love the music, love the vibe. It's just so energetic. And when you're in the moment,
yes,
just swinging around, doesn't matter how good or bad you are when you stuff up the steps.
Are you sure? You're a perfectionist.
I know.
What happened when you put a foot wrong?
Or then I'm terribly sorry. But yeah, I do like to try and practice.
Were you able
right.
to have fun without being a perfectionist during the swing
I've
dancing?
let go a lot of the perfectionism. It's still there a bit.
Yeah.
But, it was great. And the best thing, of course, was that I was doing it with my husband because we were like ships in the night.
Yeah.
We were both so busy that we weren't spending time doing stuff together that was fun for us as a couple. And although he was like, you want me to do what? He knew it was important to me, so he went. Yeah. And we did it for a long time after that. Then, unfortunately, swing dance classes stopped because of COVID.
Oh, well,
but
hopefully they'll start again.
They're starting up about now, so because it's a social dance and you change partners all the time, so that wasn't on, but it's coming back shortly. So that, for me, was a lifesaver. Being out in the open and then dancing to music, because I love music, and it just puts me in my happy place.
And having that support person as well. It's just so important to have that support network, isn't it?
If I hadn't had my husband who said, I have no idea what you're going through, I can't understand it, because he never experienced anything like this himself. But I knew he loved me and I love him, and we were just there to support each other, and he was there for me every step of the way. So when I said, I feel so terrible about having to go see a psychologist, what do you think the psychologist thinks of a doctor having to go and see them about, you know, burning out? And he said, you're probably just one of his other sort of many doctors who have burnt out, so that you just, you know, nothing special about you.
Now I realise that every second doctor is burnt out. You know, when you go through it, you think you're the only one, and you think, wow, I'm such a dud. But then you realise that everyone else is on antidepressants, or they have anxiety, or they have this and that. It's just so common. And I love that now people are more open about talking about mental health. It's less stigmatised now.
Yeah. We still have a lot of room for manoeuvring and getting better.
We do, and it's so ironic that we are health professionals, and yet there's so much shame with having a mental illness.
Yep. Well, it was seen as a career-limiting thing. You didn't tell anybody that you had been diagnosed with depression.
There was a threat
or
that they might dob you into the medical board.
Absolutely. You'd lose your registration.
And that you were seen as incompetent.
Nobody wants to be looked after by an incompetent doctor.
Yeah, so there was a real, it wasn't a perceived threat, it was a very real,
it was a real threat.
Of losing your career. So I think that's partly one of the barriers with seeking help. When you're in those kind of professions where you're expected to always be highly functioning. So I don't know about you, but for me, it took me a really long time to accept that there was anything wrong. I was just like, no, I'm fine, I'll keep going. It took ages for me to actually admit, actually, I'm really, really unwell, and I need help from somebody else.
Yes.
And that's hard when you're, especially if you're an independent, kind of self-sufficient person, to suddenly let someone else look after you. That's a big trust experiment. I didn't know if I could trust another doctor to look after me, so.
Well, my episode with the osteopath happened on a Friday afternoon. It was coming into a long weekend, and I thought, I'll be fine by Tuesday. No. But anyway,
I also thought I'll just rest for a week and then I'll be fine.
Be fine.
4 years later, finally off medications, but it took a very long time. And I definitely don't want to downplay the role of medications. If you need it, you need it. There's no shame in taking tablets.
Absolutely.
But maybe let's talk about some of the other things that help. We've talked about dancing and the music. I do think that doing something creative is good, especially if you have like a sciencey job. It's good to use the other side of the brain. So I liked drawing and listening to music. So I was really lucky in that the place where I was in hospital for 6 weeks, they had art therapy and music therapy. And that actually helped me a lot. I actually think that helped me more than some of the other stuff, you know, more than the tablets or the psychology sessions.
Losing yourself in the creative space.
Yeah, so I think that can be helpful. And also it's a mindful thing. It's senses, again, you know, colors, music, all of those things.
I think it comes back to giving ourselves permission to play.
Yeah,
we get so serious about everything we do, and
Yeah.
life is hard and work is tough. We forget that it's really important to have time out just to chill, be still, and play. Our kids play.
Yeah.
So why don't we play more?
Play is good.
Play is very good. Because it helps us to make sense of the world, doesn't it? Mm-hmm. If you're doing something that...
Well, you have to be curious, I guess, to play.
Yeah, just stay curious as to what this is all about, what it might look like, and not worried about how good it is.
That's true.
So what else has been helpful for you?
Well, setting the boundaries, it's such a boring idea, but it's so important to say no. And it's taken me a long time to be able to say no in a nice way, because I can be very 0 to 100 sometimes, so I don't know how to find the in-between sometimes. So I want to say no without sounding too savage. So I've had to learn how to say no in a nice way. And I actually learned how to say no from other people saying no to me. So last year, the year before, I just want to share with you the best rejection I ever received, because that helped me in how I say no to things now. So it was around the time of the book coming out, and I was given a very, very short deadline to try and get someone important to read the book and say something nice about it. But obviously it was a very short time frame to get someone who's already busy to try and write me something. And one writer who I respect a lot didn't have time for it. And he rejected me in the nicest way. He said, look, I think your book is very important and urgently necessary, so said some very nice things about it. And he said, but I don't think I can give it the time that it deserves. And I thought, oh, that's a really nice way of saying no. So I steal that now, and that's what I say. I say, I'm sorry, I don't think I've got the time that it deserves. So sometimes you have to pick up phrases here and there that worked for you. You think, oh, that's a nice way of saying no. And so...
Because it lets you understand that they're in that position where they're under the pump themselves for whatever reason. And taking on that extra thing, they could do it.
Yeah.
But they can choose not to, because they're looking after themselves. And how refreshing is that?
Yeah, and also
you're doing it in a respectful way.
And also in a genuine way, because I know that he was very busy at the time, but since then I got another opportunity. He was one of the curators for Brisbane Writers Festival, and I got an invitation for that. So it was a really nice way for him to say, hey, like 2 years ago I couldn't help you, but I still, think your work is great, and I still want you to be involved in this. So that made me feel like it was a genuine rejection back then, that he really was busy, but he still thinks I'm worthy. So that was really nice. And so even if you do sometimes have to reject things to protect yourself, because if you've got too much else going on, you can still do it in a nice way that you're not burning any bridges, and you can still work with that person in the future. So you're still kind of looking after your work and other relationships while still respecting yourself and protecting your boundaries. And I think that's a balance that sometimes can be difficult for a lot of people.
Can be very difficult. You might set yourself a boundary, but keeping to those boundaries is the tricky part. I've got some delightful friends who keep me accountable.
That's good.
So every so often they'll say, Jenny, you're not walking your talk. And it's like, and then I know it's time just to pull my head in and just reset those boundaries and do those things I know will be keeping me sustained for longer. So if we were to start wrapping this up, what do you think we could do differently? There's a great experiment going on in the UK at the moment. 70 companies have signed up to do the 4-day working week.
I was hoping you would bring that up. Yeah, I'm a big fan of the 4-day week.
I'm not so much of a fan of the 4-day week.
Okay.
I'm a fan of the 3-day weekend.
Oh, I see what you did there.
But it's very interesting. I mean, there's been a lot of sort of push towards, we now understand that working too hard for too long is damaging to people. But how do you bring about that change and make it work? And it's very interesting listening to some of the conversations about the 4-day working week. Some people have adopted it and it's worked really, really well. Others tried it and it didn't work so well. So maybe that's something our audience can share with us too, what their thoughts are about working a 4-day week, where you work 4 days a week, you're still expected to get the same amount of stuff done, and you still get the same pay as if you were working 5 days.
I reckon I would be more productive over 4 days, knowing that I've got an extra day to just enjoy.
Yep. Because
does anyone here do a 4-day week at the moment? Yes.
Oh yes, there
I
are.
love that. There are people here that do it.
Excellent.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of it.
Sorry?
Excellent.
Wow.
I love that.
That's great. Yeah. And I think we live in very interesting times because we're coming towards the post-pandemic era. And I think we've all learned so much about ourselves during this time, all of that stuff we've gone through, all the challenges we've faced, dealing with all the issues around mental health challenge and burnout, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But I think now, this is the time to bring about real change, enduring, sustainable, positive change, to make everything work better for us. So I think, this is great. And I think the 4-day working week is part of this process. We won't get it all right straight away, but I think if we're willing to explore and try it out, then we can start to see what does, support us to be the best.
Clicking the reset button, isn't it?
It is exactly.
Yeah, because you get to redesign your life exactly how you want to live it.
Yeah.
And don't care about what other people say or think about the way you do it, because you're only living for yourself. And if the 4-day week works for you, then I think you should do it.
Yep. So it's about autonomy, isn't it? It's feeling that you've got the choice in the matter, and having the support of other people around you in that too, whether it's your family or your friends or in the workplace itself. There's so many things we could be doing differently that I think will make make it a better thing for all of us, so that we feel happy and healthy. And wouldn't it be great if we bounced out of bed on a Monday morning thinking, yes, going to work, bring it on.
Well, I do that on a Tuesday because I get Mondays off now.
Oh, right, okay. Which is good, yes.
Yeah, so having that choice back, I think, is very empowering, especially if you've gone through burnout where you're like, I don't want to do Mondays anymore.
And obviously it depends on the industry you're in,
of
work
course,
is set up, et cetera, et cetera.
Not everyone, I guess, has the privilege of that choice.
No.
Sometimes you're in a situation where you can't, or you have to work 2 jobs. It's not always possible. So I guess you have to make these choices within your own, I guess, structure that you already have.
Exactly right.
Yeah.
But I think it's so important to have these conversations to talk about our reality and our challenges, and to just look at what we could be doing differently. I think that's the key.
Well, should we open it up to questions? I think
that'd be a very good idea. Has anybody got a question or a comment?
And is there a roaming mic?
Is there a running mic?
Thank you, Offa.
Difficult to see in here, isn't it?
It is. There's a bright light.
Yeah,
We're
bright
deer
lights.
in the headlights.
Yes.
Hi, thanks.
Hello.
I just wanted to address what you mentioned before about millennials and what's causing them to burn out more. And as an older millennial, we were just briefly chatting about it. And I think we came up with sort of 2 parts of a whole. But from my point of view, it's that there is no security. If you do not own a home, you do not have you're on a rental, you're on someone else's sufferance, especially in Perth at the moment, of course, because there's 30 people going to every rental.
Wow.
And if you get behind on the rent, or you upset the landlord in some way, or they don't want to repair something and you press for it, they can just kick you out. They don't really need much of a reason. They can just say, oh, we're looking for a different tenant, or we're thinking about selling, or whatever it is. And not having any security is incredibly stressful. And I think that's a major contributing factor.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for that.
That's a great point.
Can I add to that? I'm 60 and I'm just experiencing the same thing.
Right.
It's the same in Sydney. I'm on a rental and they've just sold it and I'm going, oh, they're going to kick me out. But luckily the new landlord happy for me to stay on. Yep. Of course, he increased my rent, but
of course.
I feel you, not having, that long-term security.
Yeah, the financial security especially, that's a very scary place to be in. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ladies, for a really interesting topic panel.
Hello, there you are.
I just wanted to touch on the scourge of busyness, and you alluded to it earlier in your presentation. It's something I've been probably not so tactfully calling out amongst my peers for some time, probably some 5 to 7 years. Do you have any tips for doing it more subtly? Because, I just don't see it as a badge of honour.
No, it's not a badge of honour at all. It's terrible.
And my friends still use it like that, and I call them out, but not so politely.
I don't really have tact either. I feel like I
think
might be better at that. I don't know.
I don't think we need to be polite about it. I really do think we should call it out because it's a nonsense. It really is a nonsense, and for too long we've accepted it. And I think unless we actually start saying, this is not on, this is totally unacceptable, otherwise we're condoning it. And it self-perpetuates. When our son went through university here, the culture in that particular department was ridiculous in that they would be sent projects to do with a very finite deadline. The work had to be in by a certain time on a certain day, otherwise you were custard. But in order to meet that deadline, they often had to pull all-nighters. And I'm thinking, in what day and age did that ever become okay? I mean, in medical school, it was tough, but did you ever pull an all-nighter for studying in medical school?
I have a feeling that maybe for assignments I might have done it once or twice.
But it wasn't something that was being encouraged or pushed. And I think
it was mainly because I was more of a last-minute kind of girl.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah.
But I think we've got so used to talking about things that they've become normalised. So it's normal to be ridiculously busy. Well, it's not normal.
Well, I think it's more about positively reinforcing rest rather than criticizing people for talking too much about busyness. I'll be like, well, make sure you get a rest. That's what I say now. Then you come across as caring. You say, that sounds like a really tough time. You should, go do something nice for yourself, or make encouraging suggestions like that. But because it can be annoying when people go, I worked this many days, and it's like, well, it's not a competition.
Yeah, it's not a competition. You're not going to get a medal for it. No. And I think we've got to remind ourselves that the science is very clear on this. It doesn't work. It's counterproductive. And if we really want to be more effective, more productive, and enjoy more of what we do, it's those little mini breaks, micro breaks during the day.
Yeah.
There used to be
big fan of sleep now.
And I'm a big fan of sleep. I love my sleep. But in the olden times, people used to work from 9 to 5. They'd have a mid-morning break. They'd have an hour for lunch. And then they'd have afternoon tea. And at 5 o'clock, closed the door, went home, did not think about work again until the following day.
Now if people did that, they would be called lazy,
Exactly.
But now there's a Japanese cartoon called The Lazy Egg Gudetama, so I feel like maybe lazy is cool now among young people. The Lazy Egg.
The Lazy Egg?
Gudetama. It's actually coming to Netflix soon.
Oh, good.
Yeah.
I should look forward to that.
So I hope Netflix will make being lazy a good thing.
Good.
And not feel bad.
And not feel bad about it.
Lazy has such negative connotations, but it's resting is good.
Rest is essential.
So, rather than putting down people who keep talking about being busy, maybe we should celebrate people who rest.
Absolutely. I'm with you on that.
Yes, nap queen,
Yes. Yes. Any more questions?
Hi, I'm up the back here.
Hello.
Hi. I've just got a quick question about what your thoughts are on the 4-day working week. And I guess my thoughts are that people typically feel overwhelmed when they don't feel they have the resources to achieve what they need to achieve in a defined period of time. And if you're still expected to complete 5 days worth of work, but now in 4 days, that's going to put even more pressure on people to produce more in the time that they're at work. So I think if you're able to control your own workload, let's say you're the boss, for example, you may be able to be more successful at that than an employee where the boss expects them to continue to produce the same amount of work but in a shorter period of time.
Yep.
My concern is that might lead to more burnout. I don't know what your thoughts are on that.
I think that's a good point, and I think it has to do with the intensity of the work.
Yes.
So if the 4 days are super intense and you're okay with the amount of intensity, then, and you're able to get it done in the 4 and enjoy the 3 days, that's great. But if you're someone who prefers not to have that intensity and would rather work shorter days but work 6 days, some people do that.
Yep.
I guess it's all about distributing the same amount of hours over whatever number of days suits you.
Yep.
Also, some people would prefer to work 2 half days instead of a full day.
Yep.
Other people would prefer to work longer days and get the extra day off. So I feel like it's personal preference. So while I generally would prefer to work longer days for 4 days and get the 3 days off, I can see how some people would find that too intense and would rather divide the work over more days.
But I think your point about the resources is very important, because if you're already struggling to get through your work because you haven't got the resources or support available to you,
or childcare, or you know,
the 4-day working week is not going to be helpful at all. It's going to make things worse. So it's not an answer for everybody.
Yeah, and I do know that for some people who, you know, they do need to drop off their kids off at work at 8:30 or whatever, or need to start work a bit late because they've got caring or other sort of duties. They may have to work shorter days and not be able to pack everything in the 4 days, and that's okay. But I think it's more having the support of whoever is your boss to come in when you can. And I think it's also about trust. You know, if you do have to come in late some days, or if you've got a medical appointment, or if you have caring responsibilities, other kind of life responsibilities, having a boss who trusts that you will get the work done, even if you start a bit late on some days, or, you know, need to take time off during the day to go to your medical appointment or psychology appointment, things like that. So I feel like a lot of it's having a good relationship with the people that you work with.
It comes down to trust and respect, and understanding each other sufficiently well.
Yeah, because I do know that when some people work from home, there can be cynicism. They go, oh, are they really working when they say they're working from home? Like, or are they, you know, playing games or something? You know?
Well, I tell you what, if anybody puts monitoring software on my laptop to see if I was working at home, I wouldn't be staying working for that company.
I don't think I would be either if I was working from home. Yeah.
Is there one last question from the audience?
Sorry, right down the back here. I work as a chef, so the idea of working 4 days a week is fantastic. But what about, are people going to want to eat 4 days a week? Can we have a like Wednesday to Sunday, Wednesday to Saturday eating, and no one goes out to dinner on Monday and Tuesday, so the chefs can have days off?
I think that sounds a fantastic idea. Intermittent fasting is meant to be quite good for us, so maybe that's something we could examine. But exactly right. I mean, not every industry is going to fit into that type of work routine. And kudos to you for being a chef, because I think that's a really tough gig.
Tough hours.
Tough hours, really tough hours. Love eating your food, by the way. Thank you.
Thank you, Offa. Do we take ourselves off now? Or do we officially wait for the ending?
So sorry. Folks, I know there are a lot of questions out there, but the great thing is that both doctors will be in the Boffin pop-up bookstore signing. So do get a book, purchase it, line up, ask your questions, and please give them a round of applause for this session. It's really hit home for many of us. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Pleasure. Thank you. Awesome. Thanks so much.
Of course, that was our session entitled Sociopaths Don't burnout. And you were hearing from best-selling author and work health consultant, Dr. Jenny Brockes, and author of the best-selling book, Emotional Female, by, of course, Dr. Yumiko Kadota. And they will be in the bookstore. We will take a couple minutes to reset. Bear with us for our final keynote speaker, Veena Sahajawala. And we'll be back after that. Well, folks, we are here at our final session for Disrupted Festival of Ideas 2022. And of course, it is our final keynote speaker. It gives me much honour and privilege to be able to introduce her to you. This session is entitled Professor Laureate Veena Sahajawala, A Smart Vision for a Sustainable Future. Smart technologies and microfactories creating products from waste. Professor Veena Sahajawala is an internationally recognised materials scientist, engineer and inventor, revolutionising recycling science. Winner of the 2022 New South Wales Australian of the Year, Veena Sahajawala is the founder of the world's first e-waste microfactory and plastics microfactory. This presentation explores and provides examples of how we can take so-called end-of-life waste products and reform them into materials from remanufacturing. Please welcome to the stage Laureate Professor Veena Sahajawala.
Thank you so much for that very kind introduction, and thank you to all of you for still being here. Wow. on a Sunday afternoon, and we're here, talking about all kinds of a little bit of nerdy science, engineering, recycling, all of these chats. So it's my absolute privilege to be here, and I do want to, of course, thank all of you and to the State Library for this awesome opportunity to tell you a little bit about our journey around our microfactories, and of course to kind of give you a few examples of the kinds of things we do. But I did want to, of course, acknowledge the fact that when we talk about a sustainable future, when we talk about microfactories and all of these things, the important, of course, message in all of this fundamentally is that when we look at recycling, we're not just talking about the start of the journey. Recycling, they might begin as a way to value our waste. But what we also need to talk about is what are we going to manufacture, or what are we going to actually make from it, right? Because quite often when someone says to me, so-and-so is doing this recycling, my next question is, what are they actually making? And so therefore, unless and until we have that holistic conversation, we're never going to get to that point where we see a purpose in what we do. So I'd like to be able to maybe also have this conversation around the fact that in all of these examples, what we have tried to demonstrate is that we've got to get to thinking about purpose. So hopefully we can also have at the back of our minds economies of purpose as another way to deliver the kinds of outcomes that we want. Because we can't always say, everything's got to be about economies of scale. Unless and until we make everything bigger and bigger, it's never going to be viable. What we are really saying is, no, actually, if we can redefine it as economies of purpose, then suddenly, we're asking different conversations. Different questions. What is the purpose? Are we doing it because we want to recycle our materials? Yes, of course. Are we doing it because we want to make products that are sustainable? Yes. We're doing it because we want to be able to enable local opportunities for local jobs and manufacturing and innovation to be encouraged? Yes, all of the above. So you start to think, we're doing all of this because we care for our environment. We care for people because when people are actually living, under circumstances, and it's not just about people in Australia, but people in the world living with waste and processing waste under rather difficult conditions. And I'll give you some examples around, what we see when it comes to complex waste like electronic waste, right? We all use electronic devices. So often we've got to stop and ask, okay, so wait a minute, so how's that going to be recycled, reformed, remanufactured? So all of this for us is very much about ultimately stopping to question the purpose, what are our values, what would we like to see the world be as a place in the future. We know one thing for sure, business as usual, the way we've been continuing to just make products, use it, throw away, that mentality is not something that we all are comfortable with, right? We know that we've got to do things better. And is this an opportunity for all of us in Australia? Because one thing we're really good at is we are good at, showing empathy and care for people. If we can actually bring that into the context of how we care for our environment, how we care for people in many, many remote communities, region communities, people who might have had real tough times in terms of, whether it's about the kinds of jobs that they relied upon that they no longer have. In all of these cases, we know that one thing we can do collectively as Australians is we can come together and support each other. But to do that, again, it requires innovation in our thinking. And that's really what this is all about. It's enabling us to think in a way that we show that it's not just about recycling. Yeah, sure, that's the beginning of the journey, but it's about how that then enables us to deliver products, make products locally, meet the needs of communities, and of course, back to that point about economies of purpose, which means what if we could make products at the right scale that's fit for purpose? The products are not substandard, they're just products that are made at a much smaller scale. So that's really what we are trying to do, is start to think about why we need to do this. Well, here's the first example why we need to do this. We all use electronic devices. If we use electronic devices, as we know, we generate a lot of e-waste. And if that is the case, well, one can say, well, doesn't this e-waste always get processed in a grand big smelter? Oh, but we can't afford a big smelter, therefore that's the end of that discussion. But that's not how it should be. It should be more about saying, well, what does that e-waste contain that there's enough value in it that makes it worthwhile for us to harvest that e-waste and to produce new metals and alloys from that. And here's an example of what we have shown through scientific research, of course, demonstrating that creating these kinds of metal alloys is of course possible. Now one might say, well, okay, what's so different? We know, circuit boards contain copper and tin and so what, right? But the so what here is, notice that in the two examples of tin, which is those white droplets, and copper, the red droplets, we actually produce them at different temperatures. And so the reason why I wanted to make that point is that when you actually start to design the way you do your manufacturing, which is very different to a traditional, grand big smelter where the big sort of economies of scale happen. You've got one big temperature where copper smelters operate at. Everything goes in, the plastic might get burnt away to produce some amount of energy, and then you've got to subsequently refine all of these metals to get to the output. Whereas imagine in this particular case, what you could do is you could actually have your microfactories that are staged. Selectively, we process our different kinds of e-waste to produce those targeted metallic alloys. And again, you might say, well, why does it matter? Well, of course it matters because metal like tin is, first of all, very useful. It's used for soldering, and it is expensive, right? So here we are, taking that e-waste, producing expensive metal alloys, but doing it again in a smaller setting, smaller scale, and to be able to do it in an energy efficient manner, because of course, we don't have to take all of this and heat it up to very high temperatures. We can do that selectively at the right temperature. So this kind of selective creation and selective synthesis of different kinds of metals and other materials is where the foundational science comes in. And of course, a lot of that detail that we've published shows that it is absolutely possible to apply different kinds of solutions to different kinds of e-waste. And you might say, well, okay, batteries, yeah, that's it, that's the other one, right? Because we all get confused, like, oh, those disposable batteries, where should that go in? But why does it matter? This is why it matters. When you actually look what's inside those batteries, you've got important metals in there. You can see from these examples, they've got zinc and manganese. So you've already got the opportunity to say, well, wait a minute, we're throwing these batteries away, but it's a valuable resource of these important metals. What if we could actually convert them into different kinds of outputs and products that could actually go back into next generation of different kinds of materials and products that we need, right? So a simple example there of zinc. Zinc oxide, when you produce that in the right chemistry, the right form, right structure, all of that is actually a really useful catalyst material. So you might say, okay, well, yeah, now it suddenly makes sense. So if I'm actually looking to do something useful, I don't have to always stop and go, oh, but wait a minute, we don't actually make these batteries in Australia. Oh, we don't make this, we don't make that, we don't make that. But what we can do is we can redirect them to the kinds of markets we know we already have. So think of all those industries that need catalysts and people who actually might need that particular product. You might go, okay, I've got access to a fabulous source of zinc. Guess what? It's there in our zinc carbon batteries. So now suddenly the opportunity to actually reform the kinds of resources that are there in our waste, things that we might have never even considered. So this is where we talk about going beyond traditional recycling. And what we're talking about is reforming. Why? Because we're reforming that chemistry and structure. The kinds of materials that hold sort of mass that's there inside batteries might be different compounds, but through various transformation journeys at that micro level, we've actually shown that micro recycling is possible for these kinds of materials to create innovative new forms. And that's what we call reform, because of course doing traditional reduce, reuse, recycle is important, absolutely. But when you get to more and more complex waste, you have to actually have a view to the future and showing what is possible so that we can be very innovative in the way we constantly keep these materials in our economy and keep them circling in our economy over and over again. But to do that, we need to make sure that we don't see this as a waste, but we see it as a resource. And of course, these are the kinds of examples that we have already proven. The science of micro recycling does exactly that. This is what we are showing, that it is possible by controlling those process parameters, the kinds of things we talked about. Okay, so you control the temperature to pinpoint exactly what kind of transformation you want to control. You want to change the structure to give you the next life. And each life that you regenerate your materials, it can actually have different properties, different structures. So imagine if we could keep doing this over and over again. Those circular solutions don't have to always be defined by the same product coming back to life each and every time. They can actually be reformed depending upon as technologies change, depending upon the needs of different kinds of devices, right? We know energy storage devices, of course, are already part and parcel of our lives, whether they are going to go into our solar batteries to, of course, our cars, and of course, all of those simple batteries that are there in our tools and laptops and phones and so on. So the list is endless, right? And so when we're actually talking about all these complex products, what we have to start to think is, what is that future going to look like? That future is going to look like us sourcing these types of materials in a way that makes economic sense, that makes ethical sense, of course, and that is sustainable. And imagine if we could create those kinds of supply chains in our regions, then we don't have to have these batteries traveling long distances, going somewhere overseas to somebody's smelter somewhere else and going, but you know what? Only those guys overseas have this smelter, so it must go there because we can't do anything about it. We actually can. And this is where, of course, the innovation piece of that science and technology comes in. And of course, all batteries have these kinds of systems. Yes, they're different chemistries, the anodes, cathodes, and all the different kinds of parts and components. But if you actually unpack every complex system, whether it is in our phones or whether it's in our electronic devices, our sensors, our machines and equipment in our hospitals. They're all machines, equipment, things that we know in our modern society we need, because they allow us to communicate, they allow us to monitor our health, they allow us to monitor our environment. All of these reasons why, even more so, we have to see these devices and these materials as an integral part of our lives, and not something that just kind of sits there, someone somewhere else makes it, and we just use it and we just throw it away. Well, it just doesn't make sense, because then what if a day comes when we can't access those products, right? We're already starting to realize through COVID that sometimes supply chains will be restricted. Products will not arrive here when we want them. So also building that capacity locally is going to be important. And that's really what this is all about. Another example, we talk about waste plastics, but there are so many different kinds of waste plastics in our electronic devices, our printers and so on. We've got plastics that are really high quality. So you look at all the e-waste that is shown there. If you only look at e-waste plastics, you might say, well, it's not worth a lot of money. But the minute you convert that into these plastic filaments, and I've got some examples here, these plastic filaments can then be used for 3D printing. And so you can start to see that you can value add very quickly. And you can see, of course, in this picture, how those filaments, of course, when they're fed into 3D printing, they have to do a rather difficult job, right? Because you've got to now produce high quality products. So it's not about the fact that, oh, it's a waste, so therefore that waste must produce just a substandard product. Well, it's not really a waste if you think about it. Just because your printer no longer works, that plastic, it's not a waste. It's still that fantastic high quality plastic that went into making that printer in the first place. So if we've already shown that that is high quality feedstock and can actually go back into remanufacture over and over again, then of course it can come back to life in many different forms. And this is exactly what these kinds of 3D printing solutions are all about. So these are some examples of the kinds of products we make. High quality products, 3D printed, and of course the solutions are endless. Because just think about your plastic filaments basically as your paper that you put in your 2D printer, right? You can print whatever you want. So much in the same way, if you've got your plastic filaments in a 3D printer, you can print whatever you want. And of course, the excitement for us is that we can go from really, really sort of, complex structures that are possible and sometimes really very difficult to make any other way other than 3D printing. So that's good news. We can make niche parts and components that are high value parts and components through 3D printing. But then we can also be very innovative in saying, well, what if we want to make a combination of 2D, 2.5D, 3D, right? The possibilities, again, are endless. The ability to innovate is endless. And this is what we're really excited about, is that, yeah, machines like 3D printers are readily available. That's great. Now it is giving manufacturers and people who want to do their own prototyping, their own design and testing, the opportunity to use these sustainable materials. And that's really where, of course, these recycled plastic filaments, of course, are very handy. You can see there in our own microfactory that we set up for the first time at UNSW. It was actually exciting because it was almost like, oh, what are the different kinds of things we could be making, right? So I've given you examples of metals. You can see a micro furnace at the back end of the room, and we were trialing and testing all the different kinds of metallic alloys. We've got, of course, 3D printers that, I was telling you about earlier. But then also you can see on the right-hand side in that image, we've actually got basically all kinds of hard drives. And of course, why hard drives, right? Hard drives are important products. We all know that. But did we know that in those hard drives, of course, we do have magnets that are rich in rare earths, like neodymium. So we've suddenly got not only the fact that these hard drives now, if they are no longer useful, are ready for recycling, but what we also have is an opportunity to think that, okay, that means we've got our very own resource of this rare earth sitting in our homes and in our offices. But imagine if we could now set up a microfactory to be able to harvest those kinds of rare earths. But we've already said plastics are useful from these electronic devices. We've already said there's metals like copper and tin. So what that then means is from that one way of thinking about electronics, we've got access to so many different kinds of resources. And that's what makes it so exciting, that you could actually set up these different microfactories that are very targeted, depending upon what the input is and what that targeted output is going to look like. And that's really what microfactory is all about. It's to be able to have these modular systems that allow you to regenerate different kinds of materials. And those materials, of course, are fit for purpose. They're made in a targeted manner. And of course, they're made for different kinds of applications. And of course, I've given you some examples there around energy storage applications. Now, of course, one might say, well, that's all well and good when it comes to electronic devices and all of that. But the obvious thing is, all the stuff that we have in our homes, right? So when you want to actually refurb and renovate, whether it's your humble kitchen or floor tiles or what have you, I mean, first of all of these things are basically things that you live with. So they've got to be things that you have a connection with, whether it's the look and the feel and the colors and the design and your favorite sort of, wall feature that you want to put up and whatever the case might be. But the ability to now start to regenerate materials that can be put back as a ceramic product, in this case our green ceramics is what we've shown in this particular photo, that you can actually see the island bench face, and see the kitchen splashbacks, the floor tiles. All of these are products that have been made in a microfactory and made from green ceramics. And the kinds of green ceramic tiles, of course, the examples that we have in that photo and many, many other examples that we produce are made from using waste glass and textiles. But the idea is that all of that fundamental science of micro recycling, how do you actually bring together all these different materials? How do you combine them? How do you manufacture? All of that had to be developed. And this is where, of course, from our perspective, the ability to do the science, to do the technology, and think about ultimately, how does it get deployed in the real world? How would you manufacture? What would be that right scale? Right? This is where we were challenged all along. Oh, but it's too small. It's never really going to make an impact. But guess what? We've been now operating a microfactory for a year, and of course, really small scale. Well, yes, we will have more and more microfactories as we go along. And indeed, amazing colleagues who are here in the room from Curtin are excited about the possibility. We're just chatting earlier in the green room that potentially, Atik's going, no, actually, you know what? We could be doing this in WA. But this is the point, right? This is about bringing our desire and our engineering and our science and the ability to care for the environment to be able to say, no, actually we can find a way to make these kinds of solutions viable, economically viable. They are already proven to be technically viable, but we need to be able to find a way to make it happen. And of course, when you actually start to add all the other costs, if you are importing a lot of these ceramics from overseas, there's cost of transport, right? There's carbon footprint associated with just transporting heavy products from overseas. So there are lots of reasons why. And then in this particular case, if we're using predominantly recycled content, then of course we're bringing in the ability to use low carbon materials into production. So ultimately, this is why we're doing microfactories. We're doing microfactories because we know that we have access to all kinds of resources and raw materials, and these are the kinds of raw materials we're talking about in this particular case. But ultimately, it's not just about recycling, as I've said. It's about manufacturing high quality products, products that are fit for purpose. And of course, we have to know what the purpose is. What are the requirements? How's that product going to perform?
You know, what are the expectations for it to have in terms of its mechanical properties, for instance? You're going to put it into floor tile. Well, of course, it's got to have the right strength, right? So again, it's not about just assuming that waste is just a waste and therefore it's just going to be lower quality. Not at all. In fact, your manufacturing process can take care of those. If you know what the input feedstock is, how you actually design your manufacturing solutions to be able to deliver high quality products, the kinds of hybrid materials that we're putting into manufacturing allows us all of these possibilities. And whether it's making our green ceramics or indeed those metal alloys that I showed you earlier, they are all possible to be made from waste. But actually then one has to say, well, is it really a waste? It's just a resource, right? It's a resource. It's a resource that's waiting to become a raw material for a manufacturing process. And that's really how we've got to start to have that conversation now, that, you know, our waste is not a waste, it's actually a raw material just waiting to be harnessed. And that's really when it gives us, of course, a lot of hope for the future. But in order to bring all of these circular solutions to life, we need to, of course, you know, work through collaborative solutions. We need to work through innovative solutions and ideas. What that then means is that all of us, yes, we're all owners of waste, whether it comes from our offices or from our homes, or our local governments collecting it. We've got that resource. Now imagine if our producers, designers, manufacturers, part of that loop, take those materials and start to manufacture and build that into their design. But it's back into the sector again, different kinds of end users, you know, different kinds of sectors, whether it is the building and construction sector, hospitality, retail, and the list goes on and on. But who is that sector? What is that sector? Well, it's kind of us, right? I mean, we're the ones who are working in these different sectors. So we can make the kinds of choices and the decisions around what it is that we would like our workplaces and our homes to look like. And this is where, of course, logically what you can see is we're all interconnected through this ability to respect these materials and to respect the fact that this is an opportunity, and an opportunity to really change that mindset, to be able to see our waste not as waste, but rather as raw materials. And this is where, of course, the opportunity can only come to life if we're all saying that this is just part and parcel of life, but we need to be able to, of course, understand how we're going to make high quality products. And of course, we've got to be able to create those local jobs. We've got to do it in a way that we're able to have a system that allows us to bring a lot of these resources and materials back into production. You know, we can't just go, oh, well, actually, it's somebody else's problem to collect the waste from my homes and my offices. I really don't know what they're doing with it, but I'm not going to worry about it. Well, we kind of have to, isn't it? It's like taking that holistic responsibility. And so if we are worried about where our materials go, and if we know that there is a possibility that it could be put towards remanufacturing in a way that is sustainable and safe and economically viable, then that's what we should be pursuing, not putting into landfill, right? Because once it goes into landfill, well, sort of that is, you know, being undervalued. But you know what? A time will come where we will probably be going back to our landfills and looking at the kinds of resources that we've all thrown away. And probably our kids and grandkids and future generations will look back upon the landfills and go, what were those guys thinking? They were throwing all this good stuff away, right? It's much like, you know, when it's curbside council collection days and people put things out, and I know I, for one, drive around in my neighborhood and go, oh my gosh, they're throwing that away. No, that's perfectly fine. I know we've all had that moment, right? So in all of this, even if something is broken and it's obsolete and it doesn't work, the fundamental materials, whether it's glass or metals or indeed textile, those materials are still alive and they still can be used for remanufacture. So we've got to start to think from not just the macro products become obsolete or doesn't work, but rather if we were thinking about recycling and reforming, we are thinking now at that micro level, and that micro recycling gives us many, many opportunities, of course, to collaborate and to innovate. But what are we really talking about here is, of course, the ability to bring these transformative solutions to life in a way that creates new opportunities. And we've got to, of course, do that because we know very well that this is how we're going to transform, you know, I guess, people's lives, because one, there are new jobs that we can create. We can do the right thing, better things for our environment. And of course, you know, ultimately when we are trying to build local capacity and local manufacturing, it doesn't matter how big or small you are, the ability to, of course, innovate and to have that capacity to constantly develop products that are going to do the job that they're meant to do. So these are what our microfactories are all about. For us, of course, at a university, we're about doing the science, doing the technology. Of course, industries that are taking on these kinds of solutions have to think for themselves. How am I going to make this workable? So for example, in one of the microfactories that we started last year in Cootamundra, our green ceramics, of course, required us to source glass, required us to source waste fabric. And of course, waste textiles comes to us in many, many different forms. But in the early days in Cootamundra, our industry partner, of course, was processing a lot of waste mattresses. So from that point of view, because he had access to all of those waste mattresses and all the flock was going nowhere, yes, the steel in it was being recycled, but the flock was going nowhere, it was a logical thing for us to say, okay, well, we'll do the microfactory in Cootamundra. And of course, all the hard yarns and the struggles and the pain that you have to go through, you know, we won't go through all of those details, otherwise, you know, we'll be here all night. But it just actually goes to show that you can be a small operator who's basically collecting waste mattresses in his case, but then to make that jump to a manufacturer of high quality products is important, because these products have to conform to standards. These products have to stand the normal test of time. There's no concession in there just because it's made from recycled content. It's still got to do the job that it's meant to do. So all of this is part and parcel of research, where we understand the kinds of structures and the properties of the products that we're making. So these are the kinds of things that we do. Our industry partner, Kandui Technologies, is of course making the kinds of things I showed you earlier. Now, in addition, some of the furniture, the coffee tables and so on. But all that again requires us to innovate. It might look like, well, it's green ceramics, right? But you've got to have the right properties for each of these. You can see those beautiful feature walls where we incorporate a different kind of textile waste, because of course the user wanted, the designer wanted a particular look and a feel. And of course, when you're doing science and engineering, you're not thinking about the different tones in which the feature wall comes in, right? I mean, that's the design speak. You know, we don't worry about tones, but we're quite intrigued. We said, they want we'd made the first few batches and said, no, can you make it into a softer tone? So we had to literally go and say, okay, well, what are the kinds of waste textiles that we can make sure that we embed that gives us the engineering properties but keeps the designers happy? And of course, this is part and parcel, of course, where the R&D and the trialing and the prototyping and all of that takes a lot of time. Right? But long story short, you can see those beautiful feature walls. And I guess for us, it's been a humbling experience because of course, as we've been collaborating and working with various users, it's actually given us so much hope and optimism for the future. The fact that, you know, we can collaborate across different disciplines, the fact that we can collaborate across different sectors, and we can really support each other. It's not about saying, oh, well, that's good and that's bad. It's about saying, no, actually, I like the underpinning values of what this product symbolizes. How can we work together to deliver and work together in delivering, you know, basically something that is fit for purpose? So in this case, if they wanted a special feature wall or that floor tile that had to be made from different kinds of waste textiles to be able to give us those properties that we needed, And of course, all of this requires us to innovate, to be able to create products that are fit for purpose. So the kinds of things that we have been doing is, of course, apart from doing the material science and the testing, is also these microfactories that you're seeing, the one on your right there with the robotic arm, and of course all the machine and equipment. That's what we set up last year in Cootamundra. We're setting up further microfactories as well. But the one on the top, that's really what we started with at UNSW. But the idea in all of these cases, of course, is to be able to recognize that ultimately, whether it is our raw materials that come from waste batteries or from different kinds of devices and our homes, our clothes, there is a lot of value in these feedstock materials. But the value can only be realized when you actually manufacture something with it. So back to that point again, when we say we're doing recycling, we actually need to very quickly follow it up with, okay, but into what? What are we making? And is that sustainable? How are we making it? What are the operational parameters? Yes, that goes into the depths of science and engineering, but we have to ask those questions. We have to get it right. And this is the intersection between, yes, on one side there's design and creating functional products, but on the other side there's also manufacturing that requires us to follow protocols. And a lot of work when it comes to safety and training and making sure people have the skills. Of course it's not easy, but that's what we do as educators. When at a university we've got students and staff who come into our microfactories, that's what takes time. Science and technology and engineering and deployment of these solutions, it doesn't happen overnight, but when it does happen, this is what we are doing. We need to be able to find ways in which there are market opportunities. But to create market opportunities, we all need to have that commitment towards investing in the kinds of products that, of course, we can choose to purchase. So the kinds of things that, if you look up front and close with these kinds of glass panels that we have been making with textiles, you can see, of course, apart from, of course, the different kinds of feature walls and other things, we constantly innovate in looking at what other kinds of product qualities and performance we could get. So for example, could we be producing acoustic panels? So these are the kinds of things we are looking at, lots and lots of opportunities. This microfactory that I mentioned to you, we got started early last year, with support of New South Wales Physical Sciences funding, which really was the very first commercial green ceramics microfactory. But again, it was important because it was, for us, in a way, the first time taking something that we'd spent years and years doing in our labs, in our demonstration facility, but then to be able to take it out into the real world. I mean, that's kind of like, your baby leaving your home. You sort of have that emotional connection, right? But it also has to work on its own. We can't be there working with our industry partners all the time. So part of the challenge for us was that translation. What does it take to translate? The technology may be there, but the other side of it is people. People have to be trained up and skilled and have that experience and all of that. So indeed, a lot of our own students who've come through the system have now taken on production manager roles in these microfactories, which is really nice for us to see that we're also skilling up people, and that's important. But back to that point about how do we align and why do we align recycling and manufacturing? Because we know that if we talk about circular economy and sustainability, it's got to make practical sense. We've got to be able to make high quality products, whether it is from plastics or any of those other materials we've talked about. But we've got to start to bring that closing the loop, not necessarily like for like conversion, but closing the loop on different kinds of materials, raw materials, in our regional setting. Because, whether it's our electronic devices or ceramic tiles for our homes, we all need them. So why shouldn't we see ourselves as the market? We are the market. Right? So when someone says, oh, well, Australia doesn't have a market, well, that's kind of not right, isn't it? Because we are the market. And so I guess part of this, again, this conversation that, oh, the market's not big enough. But wait a minute, but we want to have a market that meets our needs. First and foremost, we've got enough resources and raw materials, which is coming from our waste, that allows us to incorporate that into production. And so all of this gives us the opportunity to redefine what we mean by circularity and circular economy in our society. I've explained to you all of this, and in the interest of time, I'll just keep moving forward. So I showed you the examples of the kinds of things we are now, 3D printing, and of course, again, we are the market. So here it is, the opportunity to, in a way, depollute our planet, get things away from landfill and into manufacturing, means that making these kinds of high quality clamps, yeah, it may be a tiny example, but it was an example with which we were challenged, where a user said, hey, could you trial this 3D printing? We want these clamps, and of course, we want to be able to make these products locally. We're like, well, okay, let's give it a go and see, how many do you want? Oh, a few hundred. A few hundred, oh. And the reason why I say that is back when we first started, yeah, a few hundred seemed like a lot, right? But then we realized very quickly, oh, wait a minute, okay, if we make enough filaments, and 3D printers are quite affordable now, so we said, right, we've got a few, we'll bring 10, 20, and we started to have more 3D printers. But the point about scaling up, and this is the point when people say, oh, well, but you're too small, oh, you can't do this, you can't do that. We've shown ourselves that the ability to have the right scale at the right time is important. You don't have to have all of that investment up front. So that's the other thing that we, of course, were able to show. And we were able to, of course, now start to challenge the notion that supply chains are just all about stuff coming from overseas and we use it and then we dispose of it. What we have actually shown now is that when supply chains are actually circular in nature, there are deeper and deeper layers to recycling and reusing and repairing and remanufacturing. But that's what it should be. Life is sophisticated, complex. We have different things we use. So why shouldn't the way we think about all of our products through its whole life, that holistic solution, why shouldn't we see that from a far more, considered lens? Wait a minute, here's something I can get repaired, or here's something that just needs a new part, so I shouldn't have to throw away the whole machine. I can get a new part made through 3D printing. I'll just replace that part. So think about, a new shop front that turns up that's got 3D printers that can now start to print parts and components. You suddenly created that as a whole new part of the economy, where that becomes service, a whole new way of thinking about repair, right? So we're used to thinking about repairs. We talk about getting our clothes repaired, our jeans when we buy them, our pants, we get them repaired to suit the right kind of length. Or when we want to get them, our shoes fixed, for instance. Well, why not think about it for all kinds of products? Why should we not have repair and components and making new components as just part and parcel of our way of thinking about these circular solutions? Because that's where some of the new sophisticated thinking will come in. And of course, innovation will be logically driven through that, because people go, wait, I actually don't have that material to make this part, but you know what, I can use this other material that will work as well for you. So I think as we start to do more and more in the way we start to think about this, we're actually saying that we need that collaboration. We need that collaboration because we need to be inspired by the fact that we had a small operator in Cootamundra, started off as someone who was collecting waste mattresses, is now our primary industry partner who is now setting up other micro factories. And I guess for us, that's the bit that we feel is what should happen. All of that science and technology development that happens through research, and that's important. The fundamental science is important, but how do you translate that into practice? And how do you make sure that you're still producing high quality products? Because the last thing you want to do is make something of low quality and substandard, and then people just think, oh, well, see, I told you, right? Recycled products were lower quality. They're not. It all comes down to how you make stuff. I mean, we know that. Anything we go and buy now, when you kind of buy something that's substandard, it doesn't quite last that long, right? So it's all part and parcel how we can start to see what, of course, collaboration should look like. And of course, this is what we do at the Smart Center. Our strategy for collaboration is whether we're working with researchers, with local communities, local governments, industries. We've got a local council not too far away from Sydney, a couple hours drive, Shoalhaven City Council, looking to set up its microfactory. And so it can be done, right? They already have access to, on their side, all of that waste glass. So now suddenly that waste glass is no longer waste glass. It's a raw material to make green ceramics. And so this is where, of course, from our perspective, that ability to collaborate is important, because it allows us to take microfactories to all kinds of different settings. No matter where we look at the possibility of putting this all over Australia, we know for sure that the kinds of products that we're making can be done through the kinds of input feedstock materials that we already have in our own hands, whether they come from our homes or whether they come from our offices. The other side, of course, with microfactories is compared to traditional factories, these are, of course, relatively lower cost, which means people can actually, as small businesses, also participate in the ability to come together and say, right, in that supply chain, one operator might have one module that does one step of the processing, another operator might do the next, and the third operator might make the finished product. And that's okay, because in a way, it's all part of that value creation. And as long as we have an eye on what that finished product looks like, and we understand that through these various supply chains of different kinds of materials, we're actually enabling a lot more of our materials to become part of the circular economy. And this is where, of course, for sustainability and to have a future that is going to be sustainable, we have to use more and more recycled content, but we have to make it possible so that it becomes part of mainstream manufacturing. It can't just be this little extra thing on the side that is just expensive and is always going to be sitting on the sidelines. It's got to become more and more mainstream, which means we've got to be able to make high quality products for it to become mainstream, and it's got to be technically viable, economically viable. So the vision for us at the Smart Center is very much about that transformation of waste into value. We know that we can actually take a lot of that pioneering science that we're talking about and, of course, take it out into manufacturing. But we are absolutely conscious of the fact that first and foremost, we've got to do it in a way that is sustainable, that is safe, that is allowing us to create value-added products. And of course, those kinds of markets are important. So I guess from our perspective, just coming close to finishing up in the next couple of minutes, I wanted to just give you one example before we wrap up, which relates to our green steel. In our green steel, we've actually shown that we can indeed use waste products like tires as raw materials. And we're actually using waste tires in production of steel, because tires not only provide the carbon that you need for making steel, it's also rich in hydrogen. So interestingly, the ability to access, in tires contains about 7% hydrogen. That is a significant amount of hydrogen that we can access. But to do that in situ, inside the steel making operation, allows us to actually show that we're not just recycling tires, we're recycling, reforming, and remanufacturing. Our ability to actually bring that steel and the kinds of reactions that you're seeing there in the middle of the screen there, where that bubbling phenomenon is taking place, that's actually showing that we are liberating those gases. That hydrogen is then enabling us to produce more and more metal. But the fact that we've done it through polymer injection, which is our technology that injects these materials inside steel making furnaces, allows us to reduce our dependency on coal and coke. Mind you, we're not fully replacing coal and coke yet, but we will get there. We're halfway through that journey. We've already shown that this is viable and it's working. We will get there when we will show that in these furnaces, these electric arc furnaces, it will be possible to completely eliminate coal and coke. And this is the kind of ambitious journey we should undertake as Australians, that we can show that we can lead the world in technologies, and we can show that we actually can bring in innovative solutions where circular economy, sustainability allows us to not only produce green steel, green ceramics, and a whole range of products. And of course, we have to do that. We have to do that because we don't want this in our backyards, do we? We don't want these kinds of piles of waste tires in our backyard. So ultimately, just to sort of wrap up where we're sitting at, we are of course doing a lot of this work on understanding why we need to innovate, why we need to be able to do this kind of work. It is important for Australia. It's important that we ultimately show that we respect the environment, we show that we respect people, we recognize and respect the value in our materials. We of course have to generate and keep generating new ideas and challenge those new ideas, convert those into solutions, and to deliver those impacts. That is important because, of course, that's good for our planet and good for our people. Thank you very much. Thank you. Two questions? Yeah, awesome. Yeah, no problem. I think there are a couple of questions in the audience.
Professor, you mentioned collaboration with a local government in Sydney. Mm-hmm. To what extent has your knowledge and expertise been solicited by state and federal governments, including the recently elected Labor government that has the aspiration for manufacturing at home?
Yeah, no, look, that's a very, very good question. And I guess from our point of view, to be able to give you a couple of good examples. So yep, the local government example with Shoalhaven City Council is a good one. But also what we are doing now, we do have a hub that's called Sustainable Communities and Waste Hub, and that's been a great example of where we collaborate. My collaborators, people like Atik, I mentioned earlier from Curtin, and other colleagues from other universities and CSIRO, that's an important part that we have to therefore collaborate with industries, again, small and big, and of course make sure that all of this conversation also happens at the state government levels. So you're absolutely right. I think this requires various levels of those conversations because you can do things locally, but you also, of course, as you've correctly pointed out, you do need to have that collaboration at that macro level because it also means that when we're building that kind of sovereign capability, that support needs to happen. We need to, procure products locally. So there are many, of course, complex questions in all of this, but the key thing, of course, is to be able to have local manufacturing capacity that needs to be built up. So yeah, absolutely, we're delighted. And we, of course, also see examples of some incredible businesses right here in WA who are also keen and passionate. Again, the collaboration led through Curtin, and I fully acknowledge the work that my colleagues are doing in that space. And I think the more we find that collaboration between research and industry and government happens, the faster we will see the translation of all kinds of great ideas into practice.
I just want to say I love what you're doing. It's fantastic. My main question, though, is China ceased importing plastics to recycle because it was causing them too much damage on an environmental and socio-economic way. How do you limit the environmental pollution, particularly airborne pollution, with the microfactories?
Yes, so I mean, when we talk about manufacturing processes, remember that there are, like I was saying before, with every manufacturing process, and even with traditional, whether we're talking about making steel or ceramics or plastics, in any industrial process, of course, one of the things that you have to always do, and every state body will have that, is that EPA effectively has to give you the license to operate, right? So all the regulators and state-based regulators like EPA, who basically are the bodies, the regulatory bodies that look at the kind of licenses that you have, the social license to operate, the environmental license to operate, is based on ultimately evidence. So every operator who's going to take on any new technology has to, of course, rely upon not only the science that comes out of the labs and the data and the measurements and the science that you would do, but also equally importantly to do the trials, to have measurements that are validated on their industrial setting. You can't just say, well, I've read about it somewhere, so I think it'd be okay in my manufacturing process. Absolutely not. I mean, this is why I made that point about safety and sustainability. All of these things are important because every operator must do their own due diligence in terms of what kind of emissions are coming out from a given process, right? So to me, that's underpinned by science. And of course, if you know the kinds of, for example, temperature at which you might be manufacturing, that allows you to then go and do your own monitoring, do the trials, do the testing, and then of course, implement and deploy solutions. And that's usually the advice I give to any operator. Say, okay, the scientific data is there, it's coming from labs, that's good. But I think ultimately you've got to be able to do those measurements, do those industrial trials, and then have that evidence and the data that you must gather. But it's like any other early stage of any technology. When you're monitoring, of course, the environmental implications, the product implications, quality, all of those things have to go hand in hand. And that's why commercialization is never an easy journey, right? It's technical viability, it's environmental viability and all those questions. But to us, that's important. We have extremely high standards in Australia, and we want to make sure that we preserve those high standards and the quality of the air we breathe. So we have to, of course, respect the kinds of environmental standards we do have, and I think that's a good thing to set the benchmark very high. I mean, I've known when people have taken up our technologies, for example, our green steel, one of our technologies, green steel, is running in Barcelona. I mean, these are the guys who look to us in Australia and to see the standards we have. And I think to me that's important. The benchmark, the higher we set those benchmark and the targets, the better it is. So ultimately all of us who live in communities, of course, have to ask those questions, just like you would ask the questions of your local agencies, your state agencies. So I think these are all important questions to have that solutions demand that we look at it holistically. I think there's a question. Yeah, speak up, I can hear you.
I've read that in Europe there's a phone called a Fairphone, where the idea is you can maybe swap out a camera and install a...
Exactly.
Yeah, do you foresee your microfactories being able to manufacture something as sophisticated as a smartphone component, or even a smartphone itself, or even another microfactory?
Yeah, I'm always glad when people are asking us challenging things that we haven't yet done. But you're right. I mean, this is where we challenge ourselves as well. So when you look at, I mean, that's why in the early part I was showing those examples of batteries, right? So all the battery parts and components. But the reason why, and the short answer is yes, of course, we would want to get to that point where we are making the most sophisticated parts. But if you work now through that supply chain, you say, what are the components I need? But to make those components, I need those, metal alloys, for example. So I need those metallics. Okay, so, can I have those, copper-based alloys to be able to print something? And the answer is yes, because you can 3D print metallic components, right? So the fact that manufacturing is already moving along on that journey, and what we are really saying is that those feedstock materials that need to come into the supply chain have to also be of the right quality so that the performance of that part is of that right quality, right? I mean, you think about a simple way to look at it is, if you're 3D printing, let's say a sophisticated part in a car, you don't want that component to have defects in it, right? So the fact that you need to source the right kind of metal with, controlled composition and structure and all of that, and then make the part, means that that entire system has to work. So you're absolutely right. To be able to make any sophisticated part at the end, we all have to work in cooperation. So the end user is prepared to use it, but are you also prepared to make of high quality, and again provide evidence that it is of high quality. So yeah, short answer is we want to be on that journey where we are making materials and products. Sorry, I didn't quite hear that.
If you're a student wanting to become involved in this journey, what kind of things would you study, or what subjects would you study?
Yeah, look, I mean, a combination of sort of thinking about, the science part of it, the engineering part of it. I think those are the kinds of things that do matter, whether it's around the chemistry or the materials and of course manufacturing. All of these are integral part. You don't have to study everything, of course, but just giving you a bit of a landscape. These are the kinds of things. I mean, myself personally, I'm a material science and engineering person, so for me that's what I did my studies in. But again, it doesn't have to only be that. It can be a whole range of other areas where the understanding of how these different kinds of input materials fit in and get transformed and get remanufactured, which means, yes, you could be someone who's in the world of manufacturing, or you could be in the world of building and construction and design, combined with some science and engineering. I think to me that's always a good way to think about kind of bringing in a combination. If you're a student thinking about, well, I'm interested in a bit of design, I'm interested in science, engineering, there are many sort of multidisciplinary elements to it, which I think makes it quite exciting. But again, like I said, one person doesn't have to know it all. You can be part of a collaborative team, which is what we are at the Smart Center. Yeah?
On a practical side of the thing, would you say that when you talk on the practical side, when you say about the quality of the material that is going to be the base, should we all look at recycling our material with a little more care, and our councils coming to the party so that we have the base materials we are already controlling? Yeah, that's a question that's kind of, as you can probably guess, the answer is already embedded in the question. The answer is yes, of course. I mean, the more care we take upfront in terms of the kinds of input feedstock coming in, so we will be able to have that better control. I mean, one of the things we're doing at the moment, to give you a simple example, food packaging that's multi-layered, that's got metallized lining on the inside, which of course, it's got plastic on the outside and aluminium on the inside. I mean, yes, they've been designed to obviously give food the kind of life that we expect and quality and so on. But you then don't want that kind of packaging then to be mixed up with everything else, because if it is rich in aluminium, perhaps that needs a separate sort of sorting, so that can be driven more towards production where that aluminium becomes a target. So if you know that there are some input materials you can control because there's specific value in that metal, so in this case aluminium, so we're basically looking at that as an example. But you're absolutely right. I mean, I think you do need to some extent have that ability to have that responsibility both at the personal level, but that's got to be supported through what actions local governments can take, and then subsequently where does it go in terms of remanufacture.
Veena, sorry, I think that brings us to our time.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you, thank you.
Please, just a little bit more louder for Veena Sajawala. She will be around. I'm sorry, it is a very ironic role for myself as an islander to have the timekeep role. So bear with me. So do find her. She will be around. So if you do have any remaining questions, there's a number of different resources that is available online for you to be able to get more information. But please take that opportunity while we've got a little window before the library closes to have a chat with her. Of course, thank you so much for joining us on day 2 of Disrupted Festival 2022. presented by the State Library of Western Australia. Many thanks to the CEO of the State Library, Catherine Clark, and her team here. Of course, to Rebecca Bell, and to, of course, Hayley Ayres, and 360 Logistics, and of course Pav on Sound and Lights. So folks, please, all of the positive, beautiful, supportive messages, please keep rolling them into the library, because events like this will continue to happen, and we'll make sure that everybody's ideas and thoughts are heard. So I hope you have a wonderful night, and we'll see you next year for our 9th annual festival. Thank you so much.